those years as a superhero in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526: The Whereabouts of the Cat. While the Mandarin's tanker was still on the way to New York, S.H.I.E.L.D. was receiving two people sent by China's Fengshen team, Weather Witch and Swordsman. Ethan, who had the design drawings of 15 sets of steel armor and the ability to manufacture the original arc reactor, was preparing to build the Zodiac. When William Beck made a big move and escaped from the California prison, David Zareski, a middle school boy in New York and the leader of the Justice League, fell into an excited state. Because the leader of the Night Watch League, Nightwalker, came to talk to him. Although he and Nightwalker often met in the Innocent Society, it was because Nightwalker needed to visit his teacher, the Stick Old Man. Although he would talk to him occasionally, David always felt that the two were not on the same level. Because for this child, he felt that Lee Ji's Night Watch organization was a little unattainable. Until the release of the video, "I am for everyone, everyone is for me," this passionate middle school child suddenly felt that he had to do something. So after obtaining the consent of the Stick Old Man, he formed his own superhero organization. At first, it was a small, private group. Later, because the New York Police Department implemented the New York Mass Management Act, this small organization began to form and expand, and today it has a scale of hundreds of people. Although most of them are ordinary people and cannot fight against supercriminals, this organization has begun to achieve certain results, right? Now even the Night Watchmen have begun to look for him. Nightwalker hopes that the Justice League will strengthen patrols in the future and cooperate more with the work of the New York police. He even gave David a special hotline for Sheriff George and an emergency call device to contact the Night Watchman. Lee Ji even said that he could provide some protective clothing for the members of the Justice League. Just like the uniform of Captain Rogers. That kind of uniform is not just for fun. It is a new type of protective clothing made of nanomolecular materials. It can resist the piercing and cutting of ordinary daggers, and it also has a very good protective effect for small power pistols below 700 joules, which ordinary bullets cannot penetrate. It also has a certain shock-absorbing and impact-resistant effect. It is a combat uniform with excellent protective performance. Of course, it is expensive. If Lee Ji didn't have a comic book company that was beginning to mature, and the funding support of Shuguang Technology Company under the Illuminati, he wouldn't be able to provide equipment to peripheral organizations like the Justice League. After all, the cost of one piece of this protective clothing is tens of thousands of dollars. In addition to the flexibility required for special personnel combat protection, ordinary people may not be as good as wearing thick but action-hindering bulletproof vests. Of course, Lee Ji can't provide these things to the Justice League without limit. David was given only 10 sets of such clothing in advance, and he was allowed to distribute them on his own. As for weapons, Lee Ji couldn't provide them. After all, he didn't let a vigilante organization like the Justice League fight on the front line. They become the eyes and ears of the police and superheroes, and provide intelligence when people commit crimes. This is the greatest use. At the same time, it would be best if they could consciously organize security patrols in places where the police force is insufficient. However, even if Nightwalker only provided 10 sets of protective clothing, David was very happy. This kind of high-tech equipment cannot be circulated among the people. This is something that cannot be bought with money. In the base of the Justice League, David enthusiastically assigned tasks to each member. Including the area blocks for security patrols, there are already precautions. And the protective clothing provided by Lee Ji was distributed to the members patrolling in the areas with relatively chaotic security. Then everyone, take action. David clapped his hands and signaled the members to start taking action. Although he didn't know why Lee Ji asked him to do this, he was still willing to actively cooperate with the Night Watchman. All the members of the Justice League began to perform their tasks. A tall and strong middle-aged white man who had been standing next to David began to speak. He was wearing a camouflage uniform and made a mask covering the part above the nose with a green long scarf. This is the deputy of the Justice League, a former Marine Corps member, Colonel Stars and Stripes. In the Justice League, he is the most powerful existence except David. And the base for the Justice League together, a huge basement, was also provided by him. He said, "Aren't you curious?" "Curious about what?" David was sorting out the information on the conference table and putting away the New York map on the background wall. Why would the leader of the Night Watch, Night Walker, look for you? Colonel Stars and Stripes' voice was a little rough. They are much stronger than our civilian organizations. They have resources, equipment and information. Why do they need our help to strengthen patrols? Because even superheroes can be too busy sometimes. David replied without raising his head. No matter how strong the superhero is, they are essentially human beings. Colonel Stars and Stripes did not reply. David turned around and looked at him in surprise, and found that the colonel looked at David with a strange look. This made David a little surprised. "Why are you looking at me like this?" David asked. Colonel Stars and Stripes turned around and shook his head and said, "Nothing. Remember to turn off the lights when you leave. I have something to do tonight, so I won't go out on patrol." After David put away his things, he turned off the lights and doors and windows according to the colonel's instructions. As for the colonel himself, he actually lived in this huge basement. It's just that he lives in the innermost part of the basement. There are several rooms connected in series. The basement was originally a warehouse, and those rooms were office areas, but now they have all been converted into Colonel Stars and Stripes' own residence. The colonel opened the door and walked into the living room of his residence. A huge wolf dog rushed over and wagged its tail at him. The colonel patted its head and scratched its chin. The big wolf dog squinted his eyes and enjoyed everything the colonel did. The colonel took some food and drinks from the refrigerator, and handed a sausage to the wolf dog. "Good boy." Putting down the wolf dog that was eating sausage, the colonel continued to walk into the room. When he arrived at the bedroom, he opened his closet, removed a partition for concealment, and then unlocked the password lock, and a secret door was opened. The colonel walked into this secret room leisurely with food and drinks. There were no windows on the 4 white walls here, and the floor was cement gray. There were simple chairs and benches, and a small bathroom for taking a shower. The ventilation channel was a fresh air system, only the size of a fist, in the 4 corners of the room. The colonel hummed the tune of American country music popular in the 1960s while placing the food and drinks in his hand on a plastic molded table. He opened a can of beef and a can of sweet corn. There was also a bag of sliced bread and a bottle of orange juice. "I can't cook, so we only have these to eat. I hope you don't mind," the colonel said after he had done everything. "Is there anyone else in this room?" "Yes, there is another person, a beautiful woman to be exact. Long silver hair, delicate face, black tight leather jacket and curvy figure. This is a natural beauty, a woman who makes me feel sorry for her. But now her face is full of anger, which makes her look not very beautiful. Because now her hands and feet are tied. She wants to speak but can't, because there is a ball gag in her mouth to prevent her from making any sound. If Peter Parker was here, he would definitely know who this woman is. Because it was because of this woman's intervention that Spider-Man almost couldn't control himself. In the end, he broke up with Gwen Stacy, and Gwen now went to England. This woman is the Black Cat Felicia Hardy. And since she broke up with Spider-Man, she has never been seen in New York again. Most people thought she had retired. Only the Night Watch knew that she was caught by the Night Walkers. But the Black Cat was not handed over to the police, but was taken away by the Punisher Frank. And now this woman is here with Colonel Stars and Stripes. P.S. There are so few tickets these 2 days. Please vote, please vote. Chapter 527 Angry Black Cat. Black Cat Felicia feels that she has been extremely unlucky recently. Not to mention that she was arrested by S.H.I.E.L.D. and imprisoned before. After finally escaping, she returned to her old job to steal those artworks. When Black Cat returned to the underworld, she met Spider-Man, a superhero who was in the limelight in New York City. However, after several encounters with Spider-Man, she found that this guy was just a pure and innocent boy. No matter how powerful a superhero he was, Black Cat was confident that she could deal with such a boy. She knew how beautiful she was. And the fact was indeed as she expected. Spider-Man was played around by her and could not pose any threat at all. This made her complacent for a while. But the good times did not last long. After the young one was beaten away, the old one came. This kind of thing does not only appear in online novels. She didn't know that she had caused Spider-Man and his girlfriend to break up. The Night Watchmen who were originally not interested in catching art thieves were gathered by Night Walker. Once she was stealing, he was directly arrested. Felicia remembered Night Walker. This man had no feelings of sympathy for women. That was really ruthless. The electrified cage net covered the sky and the earth. It subdued Felicity in an instant, but that was not the worst. What was worse was that after being caught, she thought she would be sent to the police, but that was not the case. No one sent her to the police, but she was sent to a strange place by the guy called the Punisher. Then the guy with a stern face whispered with another transvestite, Colonel Stars and Stripes, and then he was imprisoned. The person in charge of watching her was the pervert nicknamed Colonel Stars and Stripes. As a world-class thief, there are not many prisons that can trap Felicity. Even the prison of S.H.I.E.L.D. did not hold her, although there was an element of accident. But since being watched by this Colonel Stars and Stripes, Felicity has no means of escape. Because he doesn't give you any. There are 4 different walls, and there is a vent the size of a fist. When you are free, you are tied up, and even a ball gag is stuffed in your mouth, so that you can't even make a sound. Felicity felt that she was severely humiliated, the greatest humiliation in her life. Colonel Stars and Stripes walked to Felicity, took off her ball gag and said, "Eat. Pervert. What on earth do you want to do?" The veins on Felicity's forehead were bulging. But the colonel ignored her anger. He directly stuffed a slice of bread with sweet corn and beef rolled into the black cat's mouth. Just like feeding poultry such as ducks and geese, it was simple and rough. The black cat was pushed back by the piece of bread before he could say the next thing. And he was choked and almost couldn't breathe. The colonel didn't care that the black cat's face was red because of the choking. He walked to the simple dining table, picked up a slice of bread, wrapped himself with some canned beef and sweet corn, and then took a big bite. "You'd better eat what's in your mouth. I'm not in the mood to be a nanny and feed you all the time." The colonel pointed at the black cat while eating his dinner. The way he crossed his legs was too annoying. The black cat spit out the roll that was stuck in her throat with great force. She roared in extreme anger, "What on earth do you want to do? You brought me here just to lock me up here and humiliate me." Felicity has been almost driven crazy by this guy for some time. She just wants to figure out what this guy wants to do now. If she can use conditions to exchange for freedom, then Felicity thinks there is nothing that cannot be discussed. In response to Felicity's anger, the colonel just spread his hands and said, "You see, this is why I like dogs instead of cats. Dogs are more loyal, and cats are more troublesome. Even though cats are cute and beautiful, they don't recognize their owners like dogs." Felicity was extremely unhappy with the colonel's statement, but now the situation is stronger than people, and sometimes you have to bow your head. In this small room, you can't even see the sun, and there is no clock. Felicity has no idea of time. She feels like she has been in prison for more than half a year, and she is almost crazy. "What on earth do you want to do? Tell me, I beg you. What do you want to let me out?" Felicity was in prison for so long, and for the first time she gave in. The colonel tilted his head and looked at her. He ate the remaining food in his hand and wiped his mouth. "You see, it is much harder to make a cat surrender than a dog. And it is also much harder to make a cat obedient than a dog in the future. It still needs more beating and training, especially in the future. This black cat needs to be constantly trained to make her obedient enough. Because the colonel doesn't want a criminal. First of all, you have to return all the things you stole before. I heard that you stole the French country music clock in the Washington Museum again? Listen to me, you'd better return it to me." The colonel took a large spoonful of corn from the can of sweet corn and ate it. What he said made Felicity's pupils shrink. Because the first time she was arrested was because of this clock. She looked at the colonel and asked, "Then what?" She knew that the colonel had not finished speaking. "Then," the colonel smiled, "then I need to help you find some companions. At least you won't be too lonely." As he spoke, he handed his mobile phone to Felicity for a look. This is a news page, with the title, "Sandstorm Heights, California Prison Riots, Multiple Prisoners Escape." Felicity didn't understand what the colonel said about the news. "What do you mean?" "You'll understand later." The colonel didn't explain much. "Anyway, everything that is coming will come to New York. Just be prepared." Black Cat didn't understand what riddle the man nicknamed Colonel Stars and Stripes was asking. 1,000 nautical miles off the coast of New York Harbor, the Atlantic route is busy with ships. Tankers, cargo ships, cruise ships, ro-ro ships and LNG ships shuttle back and forth on this route. New York Harbor is the most important port in North America, especially on the East Coast. A 200,000-ton tanker on this huge and busy route will not attract anyone's attention. This route is not only an important transportation hub, but also a checkpoint for the U.S. Marine Surveillance Bureau to observe the direction of ocean currents. Several buoys were set up here. On the buoys, several neutrino detectors as big as black beans were silently deployed, launching the most rigorous search for passing ships. One of the detectors emitted a barely visible red light, and the alarm signal had been transmitted to Tony Stark's desk. Chapter 528 Start. On the scientific buoys that monitor the dynamics of ocean currents and changes in ocean temperature, neutrino monitors the size of black beans began to operate. With one of the larger neutrino monitors as the center, a total of 12 monitors formed a spider web array, just like an umbrella. The neutrino detection signal swept across Zhang Tuang's tanker, and synchronously sent all the detected items back to the Stark Industries building in New York. Artificial Intelligence Jarvis, sir, a suspicious target was found in the open sea. It is still 1,000 nautical miles away from New York. What exactly is it? In Tony's office, in addition to him, there were Thor and Li Ji. A 200,000-ton tanker, through neutrino analysis, it is not fully loaded with oil. But its weight and draft meet the standards. In addition, many vital signs were sent from the ship. However, further investigation was not carried out. Jarvis reported truthfully. Because of the fear of being discovered by the Mandarin for investigation and spying, which may lead to the failure of this operation, the neutrino detectors checked the ships from a considerable distance and did not approach for investigation. However, this also made it impossible to conduct the most detailed observation of the interior of the ship. For example, the detector could report that there were too many life signs in the ship, but it could not check whether these life signs belonged to humans or dragons. It seems that the Mandarin did not come alone this time, but with a group of subordinates. He wants to make a big fuss in New York. Li Ji said, touching his chin. It seems that the plan you arranged before is still useful, Jason. Tony let the neutrino monitor continue to observe the movement of the ship and said, if a group of terrorists, especially terrorists like Abdullah, really break into New York City, it will be very troublesome. Tony Stark still remembers the terrorist who kidnapped him in New York, Abdullah. He obviously learned the mysterious skills from the Mandarin, and the small-scale reality distortion skills gave Tony Stark a headache. And the other guy who kidnapped him could destroy a 2-story building with one move, and the destructive power was almost as strong as a 120mm infantry gun. If all the subordinates who came were of this level, then New York City would be in real trouble. For the chapter about Tony's kidnapping, please read the second volume of this book. Okay, Tony. Tell SHIELD to start working. Thor and I are going to Venus first. Li Ji waved his hand to signal Tony to start preparing for action. Let's go, Thor. Li Ji signaled Thor to follow. But Thor frowned and didn't move. He said, why today? What's wrong? Li Ji was a little puzzled and didn't understand what Thor was talking about. Today is the day for Penny's surgery. Thor felt that the Mandarin was very good at finding the time. It was not a day earlier or a day later, but he chose today. Li Ji glanced at Tony, then at Thor and said, then let's go to the hospital to see Penny first. Then we still have to go to Venus. Thor, you don't want any of these terrorists to slip through the net and enter New York to cause damage. The last blackout in New York killed a lot of people. It was real killing, not an adjective. These guys destroying the power grid and water supply can cause headaches, and even affect operations like Penny's. Li Ji walked to Thor's side, held his shoulder and said, let's go, we still have important responsibilities to do. Shield Sky Carrier. The 2 warriors from the Spear Bureau are the leader of the God-conferring team, the Weather Witch, and the Swordsman. Both are women, and the Weather Witch is a very majestic woman. Long black hair, raised eyebrows, and tightly closed lips. She doesn't like to talk too much if it's not necessary. The Swordsman looks even more deserted. She has long black hair like a waterfall, but most of the time she ties it into a ponytail and stands it upright behind her head. The brown-black pupils are very bright, as if any flaws of the enemy cannot escape her eyes. Accompanying them were Shang-Chi and Li Qianhun, who had come to the United States earlier. It was the first time for the 4 members of the SHIELD Bureau to board the SHIELD Sky Carrier. They were somewhat curious about this strategic mobile command center of SHIELD and this combat platform with tactical strike capabilities. Li Qianhun was the youngest and had the most eccentric personality. She was quite curious about this battleship. So she looked around. Natasha glanced at Lee Kyan-hoon, who was wandering around. In order to avoid leaks, she went over and brought Lee Kyan-hoon back, not letting her run around. Okay, girl. This is not your home. You can't go wherever you want. Lee Kyan-hoon curled her lips. I know what you want to say, Auntie. This is confidential, right? But it's just a sky carrier, that's all, right? It's still modified from an aircraft carrier. China doesn't have a modified aircraft carrier, but the ring-shaped aircraft carrier we manufacture is not bad. You don't need to worry about leaks or imitations, because we are taking a different path, Auntie Natasha. Ah. Auntie. Natasha didn't hear anything else Lee Kyan-hoon said. She only heard Lee Kyan-hoon address her, Aunt Natasha. Open your dog eyes and see, I'm so beautiful and have such a hot body. People who want to pursue me line up from New York to Washington. Is there any place that looks like an ant? Exclamation mark. I'm a royal sister. A royal sister. Natasha's anger was instantly ignited by Lee Kyan-hoon. Enough. This is America, not China. You'd better follow the rules for me, otherwise I will throw you down from 50,000 feet. Natasha was really angry, because her age has always been a secret she kept secret. But Lee Kyan-hoon didn't seem to be afraid of her at all, even though she was the famous Black Widow. However, out of respect for the master, after all, this is American territory, Lee Kyan-hoon nodded and said, Okay, Aunt Natasha. Don't call me Aunt. Natasha's beautiful eyebrows were twisted into a ball. If she could, she really wanted to throw this little girl off the boat. Lee Kyan-hoon is only 22 years old this year, which is the best age for a woman. But you are 22 years old, so what? I was 22 years old too. The quarrel between Natasha and Lee Kyan-hoon attracted the attention of Captain Rogers. He had received the information sent back by Tony Stark. Okay, the operation is about to begin. Tony has found a suspicious target. You guys should stop quarreling. Captain Rogers came out to make peace. After all, the captain is the captain, and Natasha must give this face to Captain Rogers. And Lee Kyan-hoon also listened to the captain and said, I understand, Grandpa Rogers. Grandpa. Grandpa. Although judging from the date of birth recorded in the archives, there's nothing wrong with being called Grandpa by a 22-year-old girl. But my life has been frozen for more than 70 years. The actual age is only in his 20s, okay. Rogers decided not to care about Lee Kyan-hoon anymore. Send out a gunfighter to force the tanker to stop and inspect it. Captain Rogers no longer wanted to care about the quarrel between Lee Kyan-hoon and Natasha. As the commander-in-chief of the current operation, he began to do what he should do. Captain, I request to board the Quinjet for inspection. As a cover, if there is the Mandarin on board, it will be difficult for your people to return. And we have more experience in fighting the Mandarin. The person who spoke to Captain Rogers was the Weather Witch of the SYNOPSIS. She is a mutant, and her abilities are basically the same as Storm. As Shang-Chi said, there are a large number of mutants in the SYNOPSIS, and the leader of the God-making team, the most important combat force of the SYNOPSIS, is a mutant. This is impossible in the United States. Captain Rogers did not think too much, nodded and said, approved to board the plane. I will send someone to provide back support. The Weather Witch nodded, then walked out of the bridge command room and prepared to go to the hangar to board the plane. Captain Rogers continued to order, all personnel are ready, second-level combat readiness. Avengers, pay attention, so prepare to attack. Order the second Quinjet team to meet the Weather Witch's fighter. William Baker, covered in yellow sand, has seen the edge of New York City. According to his time, Penny's surgery should be performed today. Seeing himself covered in yellow sand, William felt that going to see Penny like this would scare her. He now needed to find a car to drive into the city. There were several cars parked at the roadside drive-in restaurant next to him, and he felt that he could drive one away from it. Penny, have a good sleep, and your illness will be cured after you wake up. Dr. Otto said to Penny with a smile in his surgical uniform. Yes. Penny nodded while holding the teddy bear doll that Dr. Otto had given her before. You will cure me, right, doctor? Of course. Otto nodded seriously. Outside the sterile isolation room, Lee Ji and Thor waved to Penny through the glass. The two of them were not going to go in, because there were many tedious preparations to be done before entering the sterile room. Lee Ji and Thor only stood outside the isolation room and cheered Penny up. Penny also smiled sweetly at the two of them. After Penny's cart was pushed into the operating room, Li Ji patted Thor's shoulder and said, "Let's go. We still have a lot of things to do. At least we can't let anyone ruin this operation." Thor nodded firmly. After injecting Penny with anesthetics and making her unconscious, Dr. Otto patted another doctor who had been waiting in the operating room. Otto asked, "Do you really not want to tell anyone? If successful, it will be a good opportunity to become famous. And saving a young life is also a sense of accomplishment." "Thank you, Dr. Otto. But the only person I want to save now is myself," the masked doctor said lightly. In the Atlantic Ocean, the Quinjet fighter rushed down from the clouds tens of thousands of feet high and stopped about 30 kilometers away from the tanker. This is the safe distance required by the Weather Witch. If you get closer, it will be very dangerous, if there are really adults on the ship. In fact, this distance is still a bit dangerous, but if it is too far away, it will be meaningless. This is the U.S. Coast Guard calling, asking you to stop and prepare for inspection. This was the message sent by the radio of the Quinjet fighter. The recipient of the message was the 200,000-ton tanker. Would it stop? Chapter 529 Meeting Gift. The signal sent by the Quinjet fighter was sent to the tanker. At the same time, the air-to-sea missiles on the fighter had been released and were ready to be triggered at any time. This is far away from the U.S. coast, and it is no longer in the exclusive economic zone of the United States. This is international waters, and the U.S. government has no right to ask us to stop the ship for inspection. The captain of the tanker did not stop, but replied with a message of rejection. Legally speaking, this is indeed correct, because according to the law of the sea, the territorial waters within 13 nautical miles from the coastline are counted as part of the national territory, and the exclusive economic zone is 200 nautical miles from the coastline. And now the ship is still far away from the port of New York. At the speed of the tanker, it will take at least one day to see the port of New York. This is obviously not the international waters under the jurisdiction of the United States. The Weather Witch in the Quinjet fighter directly snatched the communicator from the driver. "Stop talking nonsense. This is the U.S. government Coast Guard, asking you to stop the ship immediately, otherwise you will be sunk directly." The U.S. government keeps its word. After that, the Weather Witch threw the communicator back to the driver. The SHIELD agent looked at the Weather Witch with a confused look on his face. "You seem to be from the SHIELD, and you are Chinese." The Weather Witch shrugged indifferently. "So what? Isn't that how the United States handles problems anyway?" The SHIELD agent was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Of course, there is one thing that the Weather Witch did not answer, that is, she had wanted to do this once a long time ago, but she didn't have this opportunity in China, and now she has the chance to have fun. The fire control radar of the Quinjet fighter has locked the tanker. 4 air-to-sea missiles are in place. This is a vast ocean with nowhere to hide. As long as it is confirmed that the Mandarin is on the ship, it is very likely that he will be left behind or even killed this time. According to Iron Man's intelligence, there are likely to be other members of the 10 Rings on the Mandarin's ship. Maybe this is a big problem on land, because as long as they are scattered, it will be difficult to catch them back. But where can they escape to in the vast ocean? It is still hundreds of nautical miles away from the nearest land, New York port, and nearly 1,000 nautical miles away. Without a boat, if they could only swim, even if each terrorist had the fighting power of 2, 3 or even 5 Captain Americas, they would still die of exhaustion in the sea. After the warning from the Quinjet and the use of missiles as a threat, the speed of the tanker did slow down. They were stopping the ship. This was a little beyond the expectations of the Weather Witch, because if she were the Mandarin, she would never stop the ship at this time. Because the Mandarin was not mentally retarded, he knew that the Coast Guard could not be equipped with advanced fighters like the Quinjet. In addition to SHIELD, there are only a small number of elite U.S. troops and the Navy's Special Aircraft Carrier Mixed Fleet that can be equipped with this. The Coast Guard is equipped with some littoral combat ships and catamarans and trimarans at most. Such a test is just to lure the snake out of its hole, because what if Tony's intelligence is wrong? It is impossible to really blow up a 200,000-ton civilian tanker in the sea. If that happens, international public opinion will explode. So the words used by the SHIELD agent just now were not so fierce. But after the Weather Witch snatched the communicator, she used force to warn very roughly. Yet, who cares? Anyway, I'm not from SHIELD and I'm not under the control of the US government. If you have the guts, go to Zhang Xian to complain about me. See if he dares to punish me. On the helicarrier, "Captain, the tanker has slowed down and stopped. It looks like it's really ready for inspection." Coulson, who was responsible for monitoring intelligence, told Captain Rogers what happened below. "Stop? Do they really have nothing to do with the Mandarin? Once this kind of civilian tanker stops, it is a big project to ignite the gas turbine again to propel the ship forward. Without half an hour of warm-up and acceleration, the speed can't be increased at all." Captain Rogers was not very sure, but he still made a decision that a commander should make. Even if there is only a 1% possibility, the problem should be treated as 100%. "Listen to my orders, Quinjet Squadron. The first team, the third team, and the fifth team take off. F-22 Fighter Squadron, the first team mounts weapons and is ready to take off within 10 minutes. Under Rogers' order, the entire helicarrier began to get busy. The Quinjet is a vertical takeoff and landing fighter with a very fast takeoff speed. The F-22 needs to run for a distance. However, the distance required to take off from a sky carrier is much shorter than that required to take off from a sea-based aircraft carrier. So this is why the sky carrier carries the F-22 instead of the F-35. Just as the fighter formation began to move in an orderly manner according to Captain Rogers' instructions, the 200,000-ton tanker stopped completely on the sea. At this time, the tanker was still 915 nautical miles away from the New York harbor. Just when the Weather Witch suspected that Tony Stark's intelligence was wrong and was even preparing to board the ship for inspection, the tanker that was originally forbidden to move suddenly began to move. It was not starting to sail, but the top deck began to deform and retract. The originally wide deck of 280 meters by 50 meters began to fold and retract to both sides. This was originally the most important sealing device for the tanker. The deck that imitated the evaporation of oil was actually only a thin layer. The two sides of the tanker also began to drain water outwards, or to be more precise, drain oil. The crude oil that was originally used as a disguise was directly dumped in the sea. Although the amount of crude oil was not much, far less than 200,000 tons, there were still 20 tons. The originally blue sea was polluted by a large amount of oil. The crude oil floating on the sea made the sea look colorful after being refracted by the sun. As someone who had dealt with a Mandarin many times, the Weather Witch suddenly had a bad idea in her mind. She knew that there might be a deviation in her expectations. Almost subconsciously, she thought that the agents in the fighter plane were her subordinates in the SHIELD, so she shouted, "Fire!" What? The SHIELD agents would naturally not obey her orders. But at this time, the Weather Witch also reacted and realized that these people were not her subordinates. But it didn't matter. She directly took control of the driver and fired the 4 missiles that had been aimed at in one breath. And that's not all. Then she fired all the remaining 16 missiles in one breath. 20 deadly missiles dragged orange red-hot tail flames, leaving a trail of white smoke in the air and flew towards the tanker. Who ordered to fire? On the sky carrier, Coulson got angry for the first time. It was the Weather Witch she forced to fire. The staff below immediately reported the situation at that time. Coulson glanced at Captain Rogers. Captain Rogers immediately ordered, "All fighters, lift the firing restrictions." Repeat the lifting of the firing restrictions. Free fire when you find the enemy. Repeat, free fire. When the Quinjet formation passed through the clouds and headed towards the tanker, when the F-22 fighter squadron completed its preparations and prepared to take off. When 20 missiles flew at high speed towards the tanker, ready to blow the ship into pieces. The seawater around this giant tanker seemed to come alive, and huge waves rose from the sea, as high as 100 meters and as thick as 30 meters, as if someone had stirred the trident of Poseidon, the god of the sea, to summon this surging seawater. And at the moment the waves appeared, a beam of extremely cold light focused on the waves. The blue waves condensed instantly, and in less than half a second, they had turned into a crystal clear ice wall. You could even see many sea fish on the ice wall, which were rolled up by the waves and then frozen instantly. The 20 missiles that were supposed to destroy the tanker were blocked by the ice wall that appeared out of thin air. They didn't even touch the edge of the tanker before hitting the ice wall and causing a violent explosion. The 20 missiles destroyed this magnificent ice wall shield. The Weather Witch knew that the Mandarin must be on the ship. The other agents who witnessed all this also knew where their current enemy was. All weapons were unsafe, and all missiles had begun to lock. An overwhelming firepower strike was about to follow. But it was too late. Roar. A huge roar came from the tanker. Then a dark green behemoth broke out of the cocoon. This was the special force that the Mandarin had painstakingly built for many years, the Dragon Knight. When the first giant flying dragon of nearly 100 meters in size appeared, flying dragons of various sizes continued to fly out of the tanker. There were giant dragons of nearly 100 meters in size, and small dragons of about 7 meters. The total number exceeded 500. And a majestic man stood on the air, standing on a giant dragon of 100 meters, Mandarin, Zhang Tong. He took a look at the fighter planes that kept coming out of the clouds and estimated the direction. He gently raised a hand to the sky carrier that was more than 50,000 meters away from him. The picture sent back by the fighter plane below shocked everyone in the sky carrier. Flying dragons, there are really flying dragon troops. Even Shangqi, who first provided this information, was shocked. Because all the previous ideas were just speculations, and there was no actual evidence. And now that nearly 500 flying dragons of all sizes have appeared, the situation has become more unclear. The weather witch in the Quinjet on the sea was also shocked by this scene. But she soon discovered her old rival, Mandarin. He stood on the head of the 100-meter dragon, with one hand pointing in the direction of the shield sky carrier. She instantly thought of something bad. "Captain Rogers, get your people ready to abandon the ship and escape," the weather witch shouted in the communicator. What? Captain Rogers and the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. had never dealt with Zhang Tong, and didn't know what the weather witch was doing now. But the weather witch's shouting reminded Shangqi. Shangqi immediately said, "Let everyone board the plane that can be evacuated. Quinjet, transport plane will do. It seems that the Mandarin has discovered us." "What are you talking about?" Hawkeye, who had been following Shangqi, asked in confusion. "Are you so afraid of the Mandarin?" "Not afraid, but..." Shangqi's words have not been explained yet, but he doesn't need to explain what happened next. Without any sign, a beam of light only as thick as a little finger came out from a ring on the Mandarin's hand. The light was not dazzling, nor was it very eye-catching. It didn't even look as spectacular as the pulse cannon fired by Iron Man. But it was just such a thin beam of light that crossed the height difference of 50,000 meters and directly attacked the position of the sky carrier. Wherever the beam of light went, the clouds were cut layer by layer, just like a sponge cake encountering a cake knife, and the cut was extremely smooth and even gave people a soft feeling. The clouds broke and the sun shone down. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sky carrier suffered an incredible blow. The Mandarin moved his hand gently, making the beam of light make a cutting motion. Then he took his hand back and put it in his pocket calmly. If it weren't for the fact that the cracked clouds were still there, it would really seem that nothing had happened just now. And 50,000 meters away, the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier was split into two, and the cut part was as smooth as a mirror. The first meeting between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Zhang Tong was opened at the cost of S.H.I.E.L.D. crashing a sky carrier. Further away in New York, on the rooftop of Stark Industries, more than 50 steel armors were on standby. A black and gold nano armor took the lead in taking off, and the target was the battlefield where S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Mandarin had just been. The time of this dispatch was earlier than expected because of the news just received that the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier had crashed again. Chapter 530 Zhang Tong and his Flying Dragon Troops, updated. The S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier was split into two by Zhang Tong using his ring magic. This war machine costing tens of billions of dollars was destroyed before it could show its war strength. But the good news is that after the previous two crashes, Nick Fury had already considered the crash problem when he built a third sky carrier. So there are many first aid equipment on the aircraft carrier, as well as the specially compiled emergency treatment plan and self-rescue regulations guide for the crash of the sky carrier, and several regulations and laws for command and operation after the crash of the aircraft carrier. So although Zhang Tong destroyed the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier as soon as he met them this time, but the members of the entire aircraft carrier were not very panicked. After all, it was the third time. The first time was caused by Mephitis, and the second time was caused by a big bat. The first time everyone was still very scared and nervous. The second time already had some preventive experience. Now the third time everyone is more or less used to it. So except for a few unlucky people, although Zhang Tong shot down the aircraft carrier this time, he did not really kill many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. It's just that most people are unlucky and drifting on the sea waiting for rescue. Natasha floated on the sea and spit out seawater. She was choked when she fell into the sea just now. She looked for the captain again. At this time, this kind of thing happened and Captain Rogers needed to reorganize the team. As for the Mandarin, He would not come to kill him for the time being, because he was still more than 50 kilometers away from here, and there were other fighters entangled with him. But before Natasha found the captain, she saw Lee Kyan-hoon first. This child seemed to be unable to swim. She was struggling in the sea. Natasha decided to temporarily give up her grudge with her, and save her first. Lee Kyan-hoon was not unable to swim, but she had cramps when she fell just now, and she couldn't recover for a while. She choked on seawater a few times, and then recovered after being rescued by Natasha. "Thank you," Lee Kyan-hoon said after spitting out seawater. She looked at Natasha calmly, without any expression of ripples because of the crash of the aircraft carrier. Lee Kyan-hoon admired her from the bottom of her heart. "Aren't you shocked? The aircraft carrier was destroyed by the Mandarin with one move. And it fell down." Lee Kyan-hoon looked at Natasha with admiration. Natasha said calmly, "After experiencing it a few more times, you will slowly get used to it." Lee Kyan-hoon looked at Natasha with admiration. "You have such a rich life experience, Aunt Natasha." Natasha took a deep breath. Maybe she should have drowned her just now. It should not be too late to do it now. It seems that no one around is paying attention to this side. It is so chaotic now. Just when Natasha was thinking about how to kill Lee Kyan-hoon, the weather witch over there was in a tough battle. The biggest mistake in this plan was that no one knew that Zhang Tong brought a full 500 flying dragon troops. Although the shield participated in this operation and knew how strong the Mandarin was. However, due to objective reasons, SHIELD and the US government refused to allow the strongest combat force in the conferred God team to enter. Allowing the swordsman and her to enter the country is already the biggest compromise. It is not an exaggeration to say that the combat force that can compete with a Mandarin is a humanoid nuclear weapon. From another perspective, China will not allow the US government to send such a powerful person into China. But without the top fighters in the conferred God squad, she didn't have the confidence to fight against the god of war, the Mandarin. Just rely on the Avengers? Forget it. Even Daniel, the weakest Iron Fist in history, can join. The Weather Witch doesn't have any hope. It's better to count on the support of Iron Man. Captain Rogers, who just floated out of the sea, also discovered this problem. It seems that he doesn't have the decisive force to suppress a figure like the Mandarin. Although there are only a handful of strong people of this level in the world, it is always troublesome to meet such a person. After this matter is over, it's time to find Dr. Banner. Captain Rogers thought so. The F-22 fighter squadron roared through the sky, and the air-to-air combat missiles locked onto their respective targets and roared away. And the Quinjet fighter also launched a fire attack on those flying dragons without mercy. They are just some flying lizards, what's the big deal? Almost all fighter pilots have this idea. After all, how can flesh and blood resist the attack of heavy firepower? As long as the Mandarin doesn't use his ability to stop the attack like he did just now, he will definitely be able to cause considerable damage to the opponent. Especially now that the 500 dragons have begun to disperse, the Mandarin can't protect them now. When those air-to-air combat bombs were looking for their targets and bursting into clusters of fireworks in the air, Zhang Tong was not in a hurry at all. There was even a smile on his lips. When the explosion of fireworks dispersed, the scene did not appear as expected. Those annoying big lizards were still flying in the air. Even the smallest 7-meter-long dragon was at most blasted away by the explosion force when facing the combat bombs that could blow up a fighter plane, but other than that, there was no damage. The Weather Witch had already flown out of the Quinjet. She is a mutant and her mutant ability is almost the same as Storm. However, she has experienced more battles and is more proficient in controlling her abilities. Her speed in the air is almost not much slower than that of the Quinjet. And there are lightning and thunder sounds during the flight. Blue and white jumping arcs constantly surrounded her, and from time to time they attacked the flying dragons. The fighting power of these flying dragons was surprisingly strong. Needless to say, they were able to withstand blows, and their flying speed could catch up with the F-22, and they flew faster than the Quinjet. Their hard scales and sharp claws were not only used for defense, but also for attack. Although those 7-meter flying dragons were small in size, they flew the fastest. They could bite the F-22 in a fight, and at high speed, they could easily destroy a fighter plane with just a light touch of their claws on the wing. The Quinjet was not fast, but it had strong firepower and thick armor. The claws of those 7-meter flying dragons could not solve these fighter planes. However, the 15-meter flying dragons came in handy. These flying dragons could spit out a legendary dragon breath, and the dragon breath with scorching heat could melt the armor of the aircraft in an instant. This was already a one-sided massacre. Everyone miscalculated, and did not calculate what kind of strength and troops Zhang Tong had accumulated after decades of forbearance. Zhang Tong was not going to get too entangled here. Now that he had been exposed, he would change his plan. But Iron Man still had to be killed. After leaving 50 flying dragons to deal with the end here, Zhang Tong ordered the remaining flying dragon troops to fly forward quickly, aiming at New York. Li Ji also rushed to the Venus base at this time, because Thor wasted some time going to the medical center to see Penny. Originally, the Starfleet should have set off at this time, but it is just getting ready now. Li Ji received the worst news. The Mandarin really has a powerful flying dragon force, and it can be said to be so powerful that it is outrageous. The Starfleet must be dispatched quickly, because who knows whether the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. can hold the line. In addition, Doom also needs to send a letter. If I am not mistaken, I am afraid that the Mandarin's base camp also has these secret troops. The Iron Legion, which was rushing towards the battlefield, had already met the Mandarin's vanguard before it arrived at the battlefield. 57-meter class flying dragons already. Chapter 531 Attacking the Enemy. 57-meter class flying dragons, their flying speed completely surpasses the general definition of creatures. This is a creature that can bite the speed of F-22. From scales to bones, to sharp teeth and hard heads, and thin wings, they are actually stronger than ordinary people can understand. Most of the money that Mandarin has earned over the years has been invested in the construction of this secret force. Relying on the genes of extraordinary dragons, this flying dragon force has a combat power far beyond today's technology. Iron Man soon realized that the group of big lizards he was facing was not as easy to deal with as in Hollywood movies. The Iron Legion kept flying and changing formations, but these 7-meter class flying dragons could barely keep up with the tail of these iron armors. And once they forcibly broke into the formation formed by the Iron Legion. Scale claws biting, the most primitive means of war. But it was extremely effective. A steel armor that was driven out of the formation and left alone was surrounded by 3 flying dragons. This mass-produced steel armor improved from Mk9 has a completely different style from the steel armor designed by Tony before. The black and white color scheme is more like a warning color. Li Ji once jokingly called this mass-produced steel armor, Mobile Police. And Tony Stark gave these mass-produced armors a more appropriate name, Riot Mk1. Compared with the 3 mechas made when he went to Hell before, the Riot Mk1 has made great progress. Because he has mastered the use of nano-alloy materials, Tony can get rid of some of the problems caused by the size of the armor when designing the armor. The Riot Mk1 can form various different forms through the free-form change and assembly of nano-alloys. Whether it is a heavy firepower form, a high-mobility form, or a heavy defense form. This is much stronger than the traditional Iron Legion. Just like this Riot Mk1 that has left the front line, it is surrounded by 3 7-meter class flying dragons. The power of the palm impact cannon has been adjusted to 70% of the output power. Bang! A dazzling white light flashed by. One of the 7-meter class flying dragons, which could not be harmed by air-to-air combat missiles, had half of its body shot off by the powerful impact cannon. The blood in its body evaporated instantly before it could splash out in a bloody rain. Only half of the charred body fell straight into the sea. And this Riot Control Mk1 only had time to fire 1 shot. The other 2 flying dragons, one bit the head of the Mk1 with its mouth, and the other grabbed its left leg with its claws. The 2 forces pulled in opposite directions, and in just a moment, the Mk1 was torn into several pieces, and the parts fell into the sea. Tony's black and gold nano armor was in the middle of the command. He now understood how powerful these flying lizards were. Keep your distance. Jarvis. Tony ordered his artificial intelligence to help him control the Iron Legions. Anyway, I have to distance myself from these big lizards. These 7-meter class dragons seem to rely mainly on close combat. As long as I keep my distance, I can still deal with them with my energy cannon. Under the coordinated command of Tony and Jarvis, all the Iron Legion kept a proper distance from the dragons, and gathered and shrunk the front to increase the density of firepower. Even if he lost 1 armor, Tony still had 49 armors, and the combined firepower was much stronger than that of fighters like F-22. At least the weapons of F-22 and Quinjet can't even break the defense of the dragons. This kite-flying tactic of fighting while keeping distance has achieved good results. After abandoning the close-range method of winning by fighting quickly, the Iron Legion has shown stronger mobility and speed. For a while, a fierce battle took place in the sky hundreds of miles outside New York Harbor. The energy pulse generated by the energy impact cannon brought a huge energy reaction, and the previous battlefield reaction also alarmed the U.S. military. General Ross, the head of the East Coast National Strategic Defense of the military, did not get accurate intelligence until this time. The information sent by SHIELD shows that an abnormal situation occurred when inspecting a suspicious ship 1,000 miles away. Later, it was found that the ship was controlled by the Ten Rings Gang, a terrorist gang organized by the Mandarin. General Ross's intelligence officer conveyed the information truthfully. At present, SHIELD and the Ten Rings Gang have engaged in fierce exchanges of fire in the open sea. It is reported that Iron Man Tony Stark, who received the news, also went to fight. Because he said before that he wanted to eliminate the Mandarin. And the Mandarin is also in this operation, and his goal is not just to simply kill Tony Stark. According to the intelligence sent back by SHIELD, this is a premeditated terrorist attack on the US mainland, and the Mandarin has formed a powerful flying dragon force. General Ross knocked on the table. He was a little upset. Did SHIELD really do routine work this time and then discovered the terrorists? Or did they do something else? He couldn't simply speculate, because SHIELD's rhetoric was self-consistent. This time, no matter what kind of losses SHIELD suffered, it was only meritorious, not faulty. Because they tried to intercept this group of terrorists in the sea 1,000 miles away from New York. And let the Mandarin prepare to attack New York, and even the terrorist plan of the United States failed. Just this one thing, the gentleman on Capitol Hill can only shut up. General Ross shook his head. He decided not to think about these things for the time being, because there was a more important thing in front of him, that is, to stop the Mandarin's flying dragon troops and save Tony Stark. Notify the North American Aviation Command. I need our Air Force to take off immediately. General Ross said expressionlessly. In addition, the aircraft carrier fleet on duty in the Atlantic will come to support immediately. Yes. The intelligence officer hurried away. 200 years after the War of Independence, the United States faced the risk of a domestic war for the first time. General Ross was ready to strangle all this in the cradle. Mandarin Zhang Tong? He knew this person, a ruthless character. Conventional forces could not kill him at all. General Ross sighed slightly. If only Hulk was there. On the ocean, Tony Stark destroyed 57-meter class dragon troops while losing 12 more armors. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the dragon troops that Mandarin called were just so-so. He thought with some ease. And just when he was a little relaxed, a scorching flame fell from the sky. It was as irresistible as the fire from the sky. The Iron Legion, which had gathered together because of the shrinking battle line, scattered again. But some armor still did not escape the attack range of this fire from the sky. With just one contact, more than 20 Zhang Baoks and Mk1 iron armor were melted in an instant. The loss was even more severe than the battle with 57-meter class dragons just now. Sir, a huge biological energy reaction was found at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Jarvis told Tony what he had detected truthfully. The picture on the monitor was constantly enlarged, and Tony Stark could already see a huge army organized by 400 dragons. Unlike the 7-meter class dragons just now, these dragons looked larger. Among them, 4 flying dragons of 100 meters in length had a momentum that covered the sky and the sun. On the largest flying dragon, a majestic middle-aged man stood at the head of the dragon, looking at Tony's iron army from afar. The mouth of the flying dragon under his feet was still emitting the red light that had just faded. Was it just this huge flying dragon that easily melted his iron army with a blow? Tony felt a little stomachache. Although the Iron Army was a mass-produced machine, the materials used were not comparable to the iron armor he was wearing, but this was too easy. Now his Iron Army was in pieces. But the opponent did not seem to be damaged. Tony was right. For the Mandarin, the 7-meter flying dragon was nothing. These flying dragons that could not even emit dragon breath were cannon fodder in the entire flying dragon army. If he needed it, he could produce a large number of them at any time. The main force of the flying dragon army was the medium-sized flying dragons of 15 meters and 30 meters. These flying dragons flew fast and could spit dragon breath. Their scales and claws were extremely sharp and they were real offensive experts. The production speed of this level of flying dragon is much slower. As a powerful existence at the final level, the 100-meter flying dragon is extremely powerful in defense and attack, except for its slow flight speed. It can be seen from the dragon breath attack just now. The Iron Legion destroyed 20 iron armors in an instant. Zhang Tong obviously found Tony, and he ordered his flying dragon troops to speed up and fly towards Tony. After looking at the aggressive flying dragon troops, he made a very brave decision: turn around and run. Nonsense, it would be a fool not to run at this time. Zhang Tong's flying dragon troops are more powerful than imagined, which is something no one expected before. Where are our warships? If they don't come, New York will be lost. Tony quickly fled from the flying dragon troops, and at the same time shouted to Li Ji, who was far away on Venus. Now he needs real, powerful firepower support. Iron Man is still too small to add those 300mm caliber plasma cannons to his body. As a designer and manufacturer of interstellar battleships, Tony knew the power of those battleships very well. On Venus, Li Ji had just entered the control cabin when he heard Tony's roar. He immediately replied, "We have set off." After closing the communication with Tony, Li Ji notified the artificial intelligence Friday, "All battleships are ready to set off." "Okay, Commander." In the Venus base, 76 interstellar battleships are ready to go. Heading to Earth. And Thor, salted fish, wearing a set of nano-armor tailored by Tony for himself and using a phantom device to dress up as Thor, is sitting in one of the Viking-class battleships. Maybe this is the first time that he is not fighting for honor or faith. Maybe there are things more important than honor and faith? Exclamation mark. Thor clenched his fists. Central Asia. Latvian leader Doom has received news from Li Ji about the Mandarin's dragon troops. But he is not very worried about this matter. Because now the Mandarin is far away on the east coast of the United States. He can't rush back to Central Asia and the Middle East. As soon as he heard about the Flying Dragon Force, he knew it was the trump card in the hands of the Mandarin. With Doom's understanding of the Mandarin, he knew that the Mandarin would not let anyone else get involved in his most important trump card. Although he didn't know how the Mandarin operated, Doom believed that there was only one person who could control the Flying Dragon Force, and that was the Mandarin Zhang Tong. Others could not control these troops at all. So he did not change his plan. Thousands of fully armed Latvian elite soldiers were airdropped to Central and West Asia and the Middle East by special transport aircraft. The cleanup plan began. The border of the western regions of China. The Shenmiao Bureau organized the largest border cleanup plan in history. The Shenmiao Bureau and the local armed police border defense forces mobilized nearly 100,000 people to start the most severe investigation operation in all borders and no man's land. However, the top few combat forces of the Fengshan team did not participate in this plan. Except for the Weather Witch, who went to the United States, the whereabouts of other members are unknown. Only Director Zhang Xian knew that they had boarded a Latvian transport plane and should have gone to Central Asia now. The east coast of the United States. Zhang Tong looked at Tony Stark flying farther and farther away, but he did not send the flying dragon to chase Tony. Because one of the most obvious principles in the military tactics he learned was that the attack method and attack rhythm could not be based on what the other party wanted. Iron Man wanted to chase him himself? Yes, he really wanted to kill him. But why should he do it according to his ideas? Zhang Tong smiled. Attack the enemy and save him, it's just a simple military tactic. Don't worry about Tony Stark. Our goal is New York. I want to see if Iron Man dares to come back. Zhang Tong had a sneer on his face. William Beck drove a borrowed Buick to the Osborne Group Medical Center in Manhattan. He wanted to see Penny, although it was not allowed from a legal point of view. And he didn't know whether the operation had started. Peter Parker, flying around in the sky over New York, felt uneasy. The spider sense was constantly warning, maybe something big was really going to happen. At the same time, another feeling emerged in his heart, as if the spider sense was reminding him that there was something important he had not done yet. But what was it? Peter Parker couldn't remember. He decided to look for Harry Osborn first. He should also be out on patrol today. But at this time of year, Harry usually went to the medical center in Manhattan to see how the limb regeneration technology was improving. P.S. A 4,000-word chapter. Please vote, please vote, please vote. Important things should be said 3 times. Chapter 532, Alternative Battle of New York. The red and blue shield broke through the dark green scales and brought out dark red blood, which was hot and had a hint of sulfur, and emitted wisps of white smoke like boiling water. "Luke!" Captain Rogers shouted. A sturdy man like a human tank appeared from behind Captain Rogers. His strong and powerful hands, like a vice, pressed down the other end of the shield fiercely. "Ah!" With a loud shout, the muscles of Wonder Man Luke Cage burst out with unmatched power in an instant, just like an internal combustion engine that started to work at full capacity. The shield that was originally stuck on the dragon's neck immediately turned into a guillotine. Snap! A 15-meter-long dragon, its neck and the originally majestic dragon head flew out instantly. Captain Rogers took a breath. The 50 dragons left by Mandarin Zhang Tong caused great trouble to the agents of SYNOPSIS. The agents floating on the sea could only sit and wait for death, because not every agent, including the Avengers and the God-conferring team, could fly like the Weather Witch. Fortunately, Hawkeye made a great contribution at this time. As an agent who relies on reaction speed to make a living, he had already made preparations when he heard the warning from the Weather Witch. He activated the backup equipment protection device in the emergency plan. When the aircraft carrier fell, a large number of backup equipment were ejected and protective measures were taken. Among them was the flying glider manufactured by the Osborne Group. This single-soldier flying device is very easy to use, and the control method, like a skateboard, is not particularly difficult to learn. Both the military and SHIELD have purchased a considerable number of flying gliders. This batch of gliders came in handy at this time. The Avengers driving the gliders and the 4 agents of the SHIELD entangled with the 50 flying dragon troops left by the Mandarin in the ocean. These flying dragons are extremely difficult to kill. Although there are not many flying dragons of the 15-meter level, most of them are cannon fodder flying dragons of the 7-meter level. But it still took everyone a lot of effort. Fortunately, Zhang Tong decided to attack New York and kill Tony Stark first, instead of staying at the scene and killing everyone before leaving. Otherwise, it is hard to imagine how many people will die at the hands of the Mandarin this time. The sky was covered with dark clouds and thunders fell from the sky. The thunder, with the wrath of nature, was much more powerful than the missiles launched from the fighter plane. This was caused by the Weather Witch. When the last flying dragon was attracted by the Iron Fist, it was finally split into 2 by the swordsman with her high-frequency particle sword. When the blood and dragon corpses were thrown into the Atlantic Ocean, the battle on the shield side was temporarily over. Although it was temporarily victorious, the price paid was also very heavy. The shield aircraft carrier crashed once. At the same time, 4 Quinjet fighter squadrons and an F-22 fighter squadron were killed. And the Mandarin only paid 50 flying dragons, and they were not strong. This made Captain Rogers a little frightened. Because no one expected that Mandarin would actually set up such a powerful dragon force this time. Everyone misjudged the situation, which made the plan full of frustration. However, in the previous discussion, Nightcrawler insisted on intervening in the matter with Starfleet, which seemed to be correct. "Captain, are we going to New York now?" Driving a glider, Iron Fist flew to Captain Rogers and asked. "Leave a few Quinjet fighters to rescue people, and other agents who can fly gliders will follow me to New York." Captain Rogers was not at all melancholy. "Tony, how is the situation over there?" Captain Rogers also sent a message to Tony on the way to New York. "It's ruined." Captain Rogers could hear the urgency in Tony's voice, and some explosions came. "These flying lizards are too difficult to deal with. My army is almost wiped out. And damn Nightcrawler, his Starfleet hasn't arrived yet." Tony cursed Mandarin in a low voice. Mandarin's strategy was correct. He didn't chase Tony Stark. Instead, he directly led his Dragon Force head towards New York. Now the Dragon Force has reached a distance of 200 nautical miles off the coast of New York. Legally speaking, this is already the economic waters of the United States. Tony wanted to lure the Mandarin away at first, because he knew that the Mandarin wanted to kill him. He wanted to use the kite-flying tactic to delay some time. But the Mandarin didn't respond at all. Run as hard as you can. If you have the ability, run away and don't care about New York. This is the attitude of the Mandarin. Can Tony abandon New York and watch it die? Impossible. After all, this matter was caused by him. Can he push this matter on to others? That's not the style of Iron Man. So the Iron Legion once again attacked the Dragon Force, and this time Iron Man encountered a group of helpers. A large formation of 36 F-22 fighters. The backbone of the U.S. Air Force 36 F-22s may be a terrifying force for some small countries, or even some medium-sized countries with weak air forces. They can even directly annihilate the entire air force of some countries. But it is not enough for the Mandarin's Dragon Force. Far from enough. A squadron of S.H.I.E.L.D. is already useless, so a large squadron is just a waste. So Tony, who discovered this at the same time, no longer cared whether it was illegal or not. He directly invaded the East Coast Homeland Defense Command Center, who is in command. I am Iron Man. The enemy we are facing now cannot be solved by F-22. Air defense missiles and offshore protection ships are dispatched. Don't send pilots to die. Tony's words were very urgent, but they attracted the attention of General Ross, the commander of the command center. I am Commander General Ross. Tony, do you know what you are talking about? Are you going to sound the first-level combat alert for the whole country? General Ross and Tony have had many dealings. Among them, the one that General Ross remembers most deeply is the experimental mission of the Gamma Bomb. At that time, Bruce Banner, a scientist under his command, and Tony Stark jointly led the progress of the project. The experiment cannot be said to be unsuccessful, but there was still a huge deviation, that is, the mutation of his future son-in-law, who is also an excellent young scientist, Bruce Banner. The giant Hulk was born. General Ross tried to eliminate or arrest the Hulk many times, but failed. Tony heard that it was his old friend General Ross. Although their relationship had been a little strained recently, at least Tony was familiar with this general. Listen to me, General. My Iron Legion has been almost completely destroyed. I don't think the combat effectiveness of the F-22 can exceed my riot control, Mk1. General Ross pursed his lips. You should hand over these armors to the military. If you give them to the military. What are you talking about? General? Hello? 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 My signal is not good. Hello, I can't hear you. Tony was forced to close the connection because of poor signal, before General Ross finished speaking. General Ross's face was as stinky as a stone in a toilet. But he still ordered, sound the first-level alert alarm. Warn all New York citizens to start taking shelter. Notify the New York Police and the National Guard to assist. Call the President. I want to activate the East Coast National Strategic Defense Plan. Aim all anti-aircraft missiles at the target, and move all the Arleigh Burke-class Aegis destroyers on the East Coast. I will never allow any flying reptile to enter New York. General Ross's order was quickly executed. At a distance of 150 kilometers, the F-22 fighter jets fired a wave of air-to-air missiles and immediately turned away. Because they had received new combat orders. The battle here was no longer something they could intervene in. New Yorkers who had never seen a war on the American mainland saw a strange scene today. Just like Skynet launching a nuclear bomb in the movie Terminator 3, hundreds of anti-aircraft missiles dragging white smoke continued to rise from various places outside New York State, leaving a series of white lines of death in the air. The target was the Mandarin Dragon Force, located more than 200 nautical miles off the coast of New York. Now New Yorkers still don't know what happened in their country. But soon all New Yorkers knew. Because all information channels are conveying an important message, New York City on the east coast of the United States has suffered a formal war attack. The U.S. government announced that it has entered a level 1 combat readiness state. All New York citizens please go to the outside of the city as soon as possible to take refuge. Citizens who cannot leave the city please go to the nearest subway. The police will do their best to help the citizens. And a middle school boy named Kickass, who is patrolling in Brooklyn, has received this message from his mobile phone. He finally understood why Nightcrawler had been looking for him before. He felt his blood boiling. This is what a superhero should do. Justice League assemble. David sent this message. But relying on the Justice League alone is not enough. He also needs to unite other civilian organizations. Oh, and he has to contact his senior brother and master. The Forces of Innocence and the Hand in New York must also help. In a children's playground in New York, two little girls, Mindy and Laura, who were eating ice cream, also saw this message. In a hamburger shop not far away, there were Laura's Dakin and her father Logan. Mindy took out her phone and showed it to Laura. The Beyonder twins should be out, Laura. We haven't taken action for a long time. We can't just sit there and watch this time. Laura bit the ice cream spoon and nodded. I will convince Logan and Dakin. Logan is in a good temper now. I think he will definitely be willing to help others. Mindy nodded. That's the best. William Baker couldn't walk into the medical center of the Osborne Group through the main entrance without legal documents, but he had other ways to get in. He successfully sneaked into the medical center through a passage that ordinary people could not enter. So now what he needed to do was to find where Penny was. Just as he was searching, a voice came from behind him. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Spider-Man Peter Parker, who came to find Harry, was pointing at William Baker. "Show your ID, or I will send you to the police station." Peter pointed at William with a spider silk launcher and said, "Because this is Harry's industry, there's even a research center. If this person is a corporate spy, then the loss of the Osborne Group will be huge." Peter and Harry's relationship destined him not to sit idly by. William looked at the transvestite in red and blue uniform in front of him, and he knew that this matter would not end well. He didn't have time to go to the police station. Thinking of this, his left fist turned into streaks of yellow sand. Where the hell are you? You told me before that you were on the way. You can't just ignore New York because you sent your parents and grandfather to the West Coast for vacation. Tony's angry scolding made Luigi feel pain in his ears. "This time it's really on the way," Luigi said to the angry Tony. "I'm more anxious than you. This time it's really coming." Just as Luigi answered Tony, 76 interstellar battleships had entered the Earth's atmosphere after a micro-warp jump. And in the waters off New York, the overwhelming anti-aircraft missiles attacked the Mandarin's dragon troops. But facing the attack like a sea of missiles, Zhang Tong just had a slight sneer on his lips. As if all this was not worth mentioning. P.S. The origin of Bruce Banner Hulk in this book does not use the 2002 movie version of the Hulk or the Incredible Hulk because the story of the movie is too independent and it is difficult to connect it with the entire universe, so it was changed. Please vote because I used the writer's assistant on the tablet computer to write before, and I sent this chapter to the end of the previous volume. As a result, many students did not see the update. I have contacted the editor and asked him to help delete the previous chapter. I apologize to everyone here. The New York incident is over, and a special episode will be added as compensation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533, A Different Battle in New York. Hundreds of missiles of all kinds were fired at the Mandarin's dragon troops with overwhelming force. The scorching tail flames, the white smoke columns of the death trajectory, and the whistling sound caused by the fixed wind wing and the warhead breaking through the wind resistance. Pete, a dock loader at the New York harbor, saw the wonders he had seen for the first time in his life. It was a scene that could only be seen by paying to go to the cinema to watch Hollywood blockbusters. Countless missiles were launched from military bases and various secret security facilities outside New York State as if the world was about to end. Finally, they gathered on the sea outside the New York harbor docks. Hundreds and thousands of missiles that pierced the sky left dense condensation trails like spider webs. Pete will never forget the scene that followed. A dazzling light like a second sun rose on the east coast of the United States. The simultaneous explosion of hundreds and thousands of anti-aircraft missiles formed a spectacular fireworks display. Even 100 miles away, it was still clearly visible. When the smoke dissipated, the Mandarin dragon troops at the center of the explosion did not seem to have suffered any losses. Because before the missiles really approached his dragon troops, when they were still 20 kilometers away from his troops, he had already ordered his dragon troops to launch a sniper attack. The chest of a 100-meter class dragon was beating violently, and through its dark green scales, one could see that the skin under the scales was showing an abnormal red light, which was like white-hot steel. Not only was the light dazzling, but it also had a terrible high temperature. Starting from the chest and abdomen, this white-hot light continued to rise, passing through the chest cavity and neck cavity, and finally burst out at once in the dragon's mouth. A huge and fierce white-hot dragon breath spewed out, and the moment it left the dragon's mouth, this dragon breath silently dispersed into countless small light beams. It was like an air defense umbrella for the entire dragon army. A dragon breath shield was propped up at a distance of more than 20 kilometers. The missiles that were originally swarming towards the dragon troops were instantly detonated. Whether it was the air-to-air combat missiles dropped by the F-22, The anti-aircraft missiles launched from the roadbed, or the sea-based anti-aircraft missiles launched by the Arleigh-Burke-class Aegis ships of the East Coast Fleet farther away, they were all detonated at the same time at this moment, blooming immeasurable light and heat in the sky above the east coast of New York, USA. Of course, there were also huge shock waves and noise. Even though they were hundreds of kilometers apart, Pete could hear the explosions that followed. Almost without any hesitation, Pete shouted loudly to the dazed dock workers, "We are attacked. General Jin of the North Dynasty attacked us." He was inspecting the work of the army at a base in the North Dynasty in the Far East, and he sneezed while visiting the army's meals while building a clean government. He was now inspecting the logistics support of the army in a cold storage, and in front of him were boxes of ice fish and salted fish. He had just praised the staff of the logistics department. Now he sneezed, and he guessed that the cold storage was too cold. "It's too cold. Forget it. It's almost time to leave. Let's go and visit the art troupe." Zhang Tong naturally didn't know that a group of people thought his attack was done by General Jin's family. But it didn't matter to Zhang Tong. Since he had already come and was discovered by SHIELD, he was not going to run back in disgrace. At least his goal had to be completed first. Kill Tony Stark. At the same time, destroy the beauty of the most important city on the East Coast, Greater New York. Tony Stark's current Iron Legion has been reimbursed a lot, and the number is not enough to compete with the Mandarin's Dragon Force. And the Mandarin didn't want to play hide-and-seek with him at all. He just calmly pointed in the direction of New York, "Attack." The Dragon Force has overwhelmed the sea 50 kilometers outside the New York harbor. Some tourists standing on the Statue of Liberty can already see the surging Dragon Force from the sightseeing telescopes. The whole of New York began to fall into panic. Since hearing that New York was caught in a war offensive, some people have begun to panic. Subway construction has never been used simply for commuting. In many countries and cities, strategic uses have been considered when building subways. That is, the subway, which is more than 10 meters or even dozens of meters underground, is itself a very good air raid shelter. At the same time, some subways also serve as civil air defense works. George Stacy can no longer command calmly in the office. The commissioner of the New York City Police Department is an old man who will retire at the end of the year. He wants to successfully complete the last 6 months of his career without seeking merit or fault. The old commissioner has a slower reaction as he ages, and he has not reacted to how to deal with this sudden crisis. As the most prestigious second-in-command of the New York City Police Department, George Stacy stood up at this time. "I require all police officers, whether they are resting or on duty, to take action now. Go to your jurisdiction to command residents to evacuate." George Stacy spoke to police officers across the city on behalf of the old commissioner. "I now demand that the door of the New York City Police Department warehouse be opened for me. All police officers wear bulletproof vests and helmets. Those who don't have them can come to the warehouse to get them. If the warehouse is not enough, go to the Osborne Group to withdraw them first, and the government will settle the fees later. I require all police officers to ensure that there is enough ammunition in their guns. Now, take action." George Stacy didn't say any more nonsense. He put on a set of bulletproof vests and helmets, and brought a Colt M1911 and a 12-gauge revolver shotgun. He also wanted to start patrolling the streets. As the missiles were launched, General Ross was waiting for the battle report. But the final result was very bad. More than $1 billion of arms were thrown out, but they didn't even touch the opponent's hair. "General, the Mandarin's Flying Dragon troops are already flying towards New York. The previous F-22 flight brigade has returned to the battlefield." The intelligence officer brought a not-so-good news. General Ross couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He was a little shaken in his heart. Should he use that thing? The flight squadron of 36 F-22s did not follow General Ross's order to evacuate the battlefield. Especially behind them was New York, a huge city with a population of 25 million. They knew very well that if they could not defend against the attack of this group of terrible Flying Dragon troops and allowed them to march straight into New York City, it would pose a great threat to the city, or even to the entire United States. It can be said that the essence of the entire east coast of the United States is concentrated in the urban agglomeration of the greater New York area. If the New York urban agglomeration is destroyed, it means that the East Coast is destroyed, and it also means that half of the strategic resources of the United States are destroyed. This is enough to knock the United States off the throne of the world's top. The commander of the flight squadron is a black man named Rod, with a military rank of colonel. General Ross's order just now made them only have time to throw out 4 air-to-air missiles in a hurry and return home, because the attack of ground-based and sea-based missiles was coming, and they were not needed. But the effect of the attack was disappointing, and they did not even touch the edge of the flying dragon troops. Colonel Rod was not ready to let it go. All members of the Falcon Squadron, listen to my orders. We will first climb to higher altitude. Then we will go around to the rear of these giant lizards and attack them. Attacking from the front, it seems that they also have their own anti-aircraft firepower. Colonel Rhodes's order reached the ears of every team member. Understood, Colonel. Everyone replied. Bang! Tony controlled a riot control Mk1 to make a suicide attack on the dragon troops, pushing the energy of the arc energy reactor in an overloaded manner, and then flew towards the dragon troops, preparing to make a suicide explosion on the entire dragon troops array line. But this time Zhang Tong moved. Zhang Tong, who had not responded since the start of the war, flew up from the head of the dragon. This was the first time Tony saw a human who could fly in the flesh, and it was an ordinary human, not a mutant. And Zhang Tong's flying speed was surprisingly fast. Tony couldn't figure out whether Zhang Tong relied on the power of the magic ring or the ability of his own mysterious skills. His flying speed was not slower than those terrible giant lizards at all. Facing the Mandarin who was rushing towards his riot Mk1 armor, Tony thought it would be best if he could blow him up directly. He decided to detonate his armor the moment he got close to Zhang Tong. But Zhang Tong's reaction was faster, and he didn't give Tony any time to detonate the armor. He waved his hand, an array of freezing light shot out from a ring that flashed with blue and white gemstone light, absolute zero. The arc reactor instantly lost temperature and could not work normally. The armor that originally wanted to carry out a suicide attack also lost its power source and lost its ability to fly in the air and began to fall directly to the sea. The Mandarin waved his left fist disdainfully, and a fierce gust of wind spread from his fist. The steel armor that had been frozen and lost its metal activity was instantly smashed into countless fragments by Zhang Tong's fist. Tony felt an unprecedented stomachache. The intelligence of the SHIE is inaccurate. The Mandarin is stronger than the strength given in their intelligence. Just as Tony was muttering, the fly brigade commanded by Colonel Rhodes was already in place. After they climbed to a certain height, they made a detour and came to the rear of the flying dragon troops, preparing to catch them off guard. Aim at the target, first focus on the 4 largest lizards. Under the order of Colonel Rhodes, the ammunition bays of the 36 F-22 fighters were opened. Each fighter launched 2 missiles, and a total of 72 air-to-air missiles whizzed away. You are looking for death? Just after solving a suicide attack by the Iron Legion, Zhang Tong found that there was actually a group of people who wanted to offend him. This made him very unhappy. Do you know why the 10 Rings Gang is called the 10 Rings Gang? Because these 10 powerful magic rings are matched with my profound skills. Who in the world can defeat them? Zhang Tong used his profound skills and magic ring abilities to make modern technology lose its former prestige in front of him. Between the flip of his hand and the cover of his palm, the world changed color. Colonel Rhodes, who was more than 20 kilometers away, immediately sensed it. Just after launching the missile, the airflow in the entire area became abnormally turbulent. The missile's fixed wing and calibration parameters all failed, and it instantly lost its direction in the chaotic airflow. Finally, they collided with each other in the air and exploded, turning into beautiful fireworks. What shocked Colonel Rhodes was not only the loss of control of the missile, but also the problem he was facing now. Under the strong airflow disturbance, the control of the F-22 was also unstable. He could not control the plane, and the plane was going to be lost. This is exactly the use of the magic ring, Vortex, in the hand of the Mandarin. So far, the Mandarin has demonstrated the powerful effects of his 3 magic rings, the Absolute Zero, Freeze, and the Move, Cut, that can cut a huge aircraft carrier in half. Combined with his own powerful mysterious skills, it is really strong beyond compare. Even Omega-level mutants, such as Iceman, will definitely be defeated in front of him. Tony didn't have time to think about it. He controlled the remaining Iron Legion to rescue people. Not every pilot of the lost planes ejected from the cockpit. Zhang Tong looked at everything that happened 20 kilometers away with cold eyes. His shout was intercepted by Jarvis, Tony Stark. Didn't you say you were responsible for attacking my base? Then let's see if you can take this responsibility today. Wait a minute and you will see New York turned into ruin. This is all caused by you. The Coast Guard's littoral combat ship is already the last layer of defense off the coast of New York. Several Aegis ships have almost exhausted their stocks of anti-aircraft missiles and are now preparing ammunition. The only thing that can stop this group of dragon troops is the naval guns on the warships and the dense anti-aircraft array. General Ross slammed the table hard. It is obvious now that this is not an opponent that can be defeated by conventional means. Whether it is the military or SHIELD, they lack a weapon that can make the final decision. Maybe it is right for SHIELD to recruit a large number of mutants? General Ross had such a thought in his mind. If the X-Men were still there and Magneto was still the power of SHIELD, the combination of Magneto and Professor X might not make the situation like this. But such a thought only flashed through his mind. Because the Capitol Hill affairs were not something he could comment on. Those men were used to handling everything from a high position. General Ross took a deep breath and said to his intelligence officer, "Launch the giant plan." What? The general is too hasty. Dr. Richards is still on the moon, and the giant plan is not yet fully prepared. And we don't have a suitable experimental subject. General Ross's adjutant looked at his general in shock and said. General Ross glanced at his adjutant and said, "There is no time. I can't let these big lizards enter the New York area. That would be the most dereliction of duty in my life." As for the experimental subject, General Ross's mouth twitched. Dr. Richards has not been tested? My physical indicators are the most suitable, so let me do it. After saying that, without giving his adjutant a chance to deny, General Ross had already mobilized people to force the launch of the giant plan. The 57mm main gun of the littoral combat ship was firing shells at the flying dragon troops frantically. The 57mm gun, nicknamed Waterpipe, is one of the fastest main guns in modern warships. More than 20 offshore protection ships and littoral combat ships form the last line of defense off the coast of New York. Behind them is the port of New York. Wheeled armored vehicles and M1A2 main battle tanks have been urgently mobilized to the New York City area. General Ross is ready for street fighting. Among them, the Army's fastest reacting armed helicopters are ready. Captain Gates, the commander of a wheeled armored vehicle, is looking at the battle line off the coast with his high-powered telescope. His face is not very good. This makes the men in the armored vehicle a little worried. A black soldier asked, "Boss, can we hold on? Hundreds and thousands of anti-aircraft missiles just now didn't stop these monsters." Captain Gates pursed his lips. "Our duty is to obey orders. Whether we can defend or not is another matter." It seems that the captain himself is not very confident. This makes the atmosphere on the scene stiff. Another white soldier glanced at the black soldier, and he wanted to change the atmosphere. "By the way, Captain, do you remember what we saw on the way here just now?" "What?" Captain Gates asked without any emotion. "Those guys who helped the police maintain order were wearing all kinds of strange costumes. I thought they were transvestites or superheroes. But they are actually ordinary citizens of New York City, like New York vigilantes." The white soldier told what he saw and heard. "They helped the police direct and guide. I saw a guy in a green one-piece tight diving suit subdued a guy who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to rob with a pair of iron rods and handed him over to the police. With them around, I feel that New York is not as chaotic as we imagined this time." Captain Gates did not speak, because he was no longer in the mood for this. The last line of defense formed by the littoral combat ship seemed to be broken. He had seen a 30-meter class flying dragon begin to brew dragon breath to attack a littoral combat ship. He knew the power of this dragon breath. A littoral combat ship that is 100 meters long and has a displacement of nearly 3,000 tons only needs to be attacked once to burn through, and finally completely lose its combat capability. The attack power of these flying dragons far exceeds that of F-22 and F-35, and their defense power makes the main battle tank M1A2 of the U.S. military look pale in comparison. Colonel Gates could no longer bear to see the fate of the battleship and the more than 100 officers and soldiers on board. The explosion of the ammunition depot caused by the high temperature was enough to blow the entire battleship up to the sky. Zhang Tong had a smile on his face, and his decades of accumulation were rewarded at this moment. He was ready to change his plan. If the east coast of the United States was destroyed, it would be knocked down from its position as the world's pole, and Tony was killed at the same time. What would happen in the world? Whether it was China, Russia, Or those allies of the United States, would they help or take the opportunity to step on it so that this country would never be able to turn over? And all this would make the whole world more and more chaotic. As mentioned before, only when the world becomes more chaotic will I have more opportunities to do everything I want. Zhang Tong clenched his fist. Tony Stark, you don't even know who you are against. The 100-meter-long dragon under his feet has begun to brew the most powerful destructive shock wave, and all the flying dragon troops are ready. Now Zhang Tong can see the Statue of Liberty and the Empire State Building. New York now seems to have lost its protection in front of him. Some coastal combat ships and tanks? Don't be funny. Attack. Zhang Tong ordered with pleasure. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. Zhang Tong's face darkened. Because this was not the explosion of his flying dragon destroying a coastal combat ship. Instead, a 30-meter class flying dragon under his command was turned into a pool of mincemeat by the sudden attack. It may be a bit too much to say mincemeat, because the energy shock emitted by the 300 caliber plasma cannon instantly vaporized the entire flying dragon, and the biological tissue that was left in the sea was probably no larger than the size of a little fingernail. Inside the Venus base, Li Ji let out a long breath. The Mandarin's advancing speed was too fast, so fast that it was astonishing. Before he could react, he had already overwhelmed his flying dragon troops in the sea outside New York Harbor. This was really terrible. The battlefield was changing rapidly. This was really no joke. If I had come a little later, I would probably have seen the collapsed Statue of Liberty and the Empire State Building, plus countless innocent citizens killed and injured. But now at least I arrived in time. Flying lizards? It's just like that in front of a 300mm plasma cannon. Li Ji opened the communication channel and sent a message to Tony. The lizard hunting plan has officially begun. P.S. A big chapter of 5,700 words. Please vote. Please vote. Please vote. Important things should be said 3 times. Chapter 534, A Different Battle in New York. Destroy you. Next time you dare to turn off the communication, tell me you're on the way and try it. Li Ji just turned on the communicator to restore contact with Tony. He also pretended to be a lizard destroying plan, but before he could pretend to be a master, he was immediately attacked by Tony Stark's stormy anger. Try to tell me you're on the way again, but you've just left the house. I will definitely tie you to the Ark and shoot you out of the solar system. Tony Stark complained about Li Ji crazily. Do you know how many iron armor I just lost? Do you know that one of my best friends, Colonel Rhodes, almost died just now? That's right, the commander of the flight squadron, Colonel Rhodes, a black man, is another good friend of Tony. He is a senior test pilot who specializes in military experimental weapons and is also the commander of the Falcon Squadron. In the original story, Tony should have been forced to create an Iron Patriot and the subsequent war machine due to pressure from the military and Congress. And Tony's only requirement is that the driver of this suit of armor must be his good friend, Colonel Rhodes. So when he just dragged Colonel Rhodes out of the malfunctioning F-22, Tony just found out that his good friend had almost died. So he had a good reason to scold Li Ji. I tell you, you'd better pray that the damn perverted lizard commander doesn't cause too much damage to New York, so that I can guarantee that after this is over, I will not withdraw my copyright in your comic company. Tony threatened Li Ji fiercely. For the first time, Li Ji knew that Iron Man could curse like a shrew. And the curse was particularly fierce. He felt that his eardrums were about to burst. Friday, why don't you turn down the volume a little? After Li coaxed Tony and promised that there would be no such problem of being late next time, he complained to Friday, the artificial intelligence of Venus. Friday's pleasant voice came, Commander, I'm sorry. This is Mr. Tony Stark's request. When you turned off the communication just now, he sent more than 20 communication requests. In the end, he asked me to turn up the volume if you restored the communication. What a vengeful and narrow-minded man. Li Ji silently complained. After making sure that Tony didn't hear this, he said to the professor in the weapons officer position on his right, Professor, I will drive the boat, and you can fire freely to kill these flying lizards. Professor X smiled helplessly, okay, don't throw our Thor out, and he will have to finish it in the end. Li Ji nodded and said, of course, Professor. Off the coast of New York Harbor, the military and SHIELD agents, who were originally nervous because of the overwhelming arrival of the Dragon troops, found that things seemed to have become more complicated this time. The dragon troops that originally came with great momentum and seemed to want to destroy New York, among which the leading 30-meter class dragon was suddenly destroyed when it was preparing to take a dragon breath. A terrifying orange-red light just passed through the retina, and the next moment, the flying dragon that was originally showing off its might instantly vaporized. Everyone's eyes were all focused on the place where the light came from. Originally, there were only a few black dots on the horizon, but in just a few seconds, the group of black dots quickly grew larger. Captain Gates had seen those special aircraft through the military's high-powered telescope. The white shell, the golden edging, and the incomprehensible patterns and some special symbols engraved on it. Gates was not sure if those inscriptions were a kind of text he didn't recognize. Could it be an alien warship? An idea that he thought was ridiculous came to his mind. But today, these flying lizards that even modern weapons cannot destroy have appeared. So it is not difficult to understand the appearance of a group of alien fighters. And the most important thing is that although Gates is only an army captain, he at least knows all the standard equipment of the US military. These fighters are obviously not the standard equipment equipped by any branch of the US military. 76 white and gold fighters appeared out of thin air. The radar and eye in the sky systems of the US military seemed to be blind. Until now, the enemy had been 50 kilometers close to the New York harbor, but still could not detect the existence of the enemy. General Ross's adjutant was under great pressure because General Ross went to forcefully promote the giant plan. Now the highest command of the East Coast was handed over to him. The adjutant said to the radar intelligence officer and the communications officer, "What is our radar for? Why did such a large air force appear in the US airspace, and we haven't discovered it yet? And we haven't contacted the enemy yet?" The radar officer said helplessly, "We can't scan any frequency band of the enemy. Even if they are right under our noses, our radar can't see them, as if they are invisible." The communications officer also said, "Sir, we can't get in touch with the enemy. They don't use any communication channels that we are familiar with. We have tried both long and short waves, but there is no reply." The combat command room fell into silence. What does this mean? No one thinks that this time it is the US allies who come to support, even if it is a secret research and development by China and Russia. If they mastered this powerful Air Force technology, it would be impossible for the United States to continue to be the world's top power. They would definitely start to compete for the position of world hegemony openly. Everyone in the combat command room had cold sweat on their backs. Could it be an alien fleet? When everyone was in shock, the 5 Illuminati giants, plus a salted fish, who were the instigators, were not in the mood to care what those people thought. 76 interstellar battleships, of which the main model was the Viking class, occupying 50 ships. There were also 20 Banshee classes, and finally 6 auxiliary Nighthawk classes. The Viking-class battleships were the first to start the war. Leiji controlled a battleship team to fly several beautiful V-shaped teams in the air. The overlapping flight formations formed a powerful and three-dimensional firepower structure. 50 Vikings opened fire first, and each Viking had 2 300mm caliber plasma cannons and 4 125mm caliber gauze electromagnetic cannons. A total of 100 plasma cannons and 200 gauze electromagnetic cannons launched a devastating attack on the Mandarin's dragon troops in an instant. After the Viking class, there are 20 Banshee-class battleships. Each Banshee battleship is equipped with 4 225mm caliber gauze electromagnetic cannons. They roared and fired right after the Viking class. The majestic energy exploded on the east coast of New York. For the first time, humans witnessed the power of interstellar war-level weapons. And the first to bear the brunt was the Mandarin. This time he really felt an unprecedented crisis. He had to find a way to avoid this crisis, otherwise he would die here. In the Venus base, Leiji gave the professor a thumbs up. "I authorize all 8 Thunderstorm-class tactical nuclear torpedoes of the Banshee class to unlock the safety. If the previous round of attacks did not destroy the Mandarin and his dragon troops, I authorize the launch of 160 tactical nuclear torpedoes to deal a devastating blow to them." Leiji knew very well that the tactical nuclear torpedoes carried by the Banshee class were clean nuclear weapons that did not rely on nuclear radiation to kill the enemy. And it can completely control the scope of the nuclear explosion, only produce a huge nuclear energy shock within the explosion range, and will not spread beyond the predetermined range. This is a real tactical level nuclear weapon. Although its power and explosion equivalent are not comparable to those of the Tsar nuclear bomb, It is far superior to the nuclear weapons of various countries in the world in terms of tactical use. Now all countries in the world are also trying to make tactical level clean nuclear weapons, but the pace is too slow and cannot be compared with the Star Fleet. With Li Ji's authorization, the bomb bays of the Banshee-class battleships on Earth have been opened, ready to launch at any time. Mandarin, you are very strong, ridiculously strong. But I want to see if you can survive the multiple explosions of 160 nuclear torpedoes? Li Ji muttered in his heart. Some things are eliminated and eliminated. This world can no longer be changed by one person's bravery. On Earth, facing hundreds of plasma cannons with abundant energy shooting at him, and the dense gauze electromagnetic cannons like machine guns. For the first time, Mandarin felt that human power is sometimes limited. Did he not check the almanac before going out this time? In this way, when aliens attack the United States, they will be used as cannon fodder. According to the Hollywood movies, when aliens invade the Earth, it is the United States that saves the world. When did they become terrorists in Central Asia? Zhang Tong felt unprecedented injustice. And he didn't know that this was just an appetizer. More than 160 Thunderstorm-class tactical nuclear torpedoes are ready. As long as he doesn't die this time, he will be hit the most fiercely next. Li Ji has also notified Tony Stark and Captain Rogers to prepare to clear the site or lead away the Mandarin's troops, because the nuclear explosion is coming. Chapter 535 Another Battlefield. When the battle outside New York Harbor entered a white-hot stage, another battlefield also reached the most critical moment. Inside the Manhattan Medical Center of the Osborn Group, Penny's operating room was busy. Curved vascular forceps. Dr. Strange, who was wearing a surgical gown, said to the assistant nurse, and at the same time stretched out his hand to ask for his tools to be delivered. Strange's hands were as fast as flying, and he cut an incision on Penny's body like a butterfly flying through flowers to facilitate the operation. Penny's operation was very difficult because her compressed and atrophied nerves were located in the brainstem and the spine. These are the most important tissues and organs of the human body. Once there is any deviation, the patient will become a vegetative state at the least, and die on the spot at the worst. This is the biggest concern of other doctors who dare not operate on Penny. Including the original Strange did not want to do this operation because the risks are difficult to control. Compared with adults, Penny is only 6 years old and her body is too small, and the space for the operation is too small. If it weren't for Thor's words, you are only saving yourself. Strange might not even stand in front of the operating table. Thor's right, I just want to save myself. And now, even standing in front of the operating table, Strange still doesn't feel that he has changed. He is still saving himself, but in a different way. Dr. Otto, cut the spine. I want the wound to be as small as possible, otherwise the regeneration potion will not be able to heal Penny's wound in a short time, which will leave lifelong sequelae. Strange said to Dr. Otto, the other surgeon in charge of the operation. Strange was holding traditional medical tools such as lancets and hemostatic forceps. Dr. Otto was holding a strange-looking thing that looked like a multifunctional robotic arm. This is a new type of surgical robotic arm developed by Dr. Otto. It can be connected to a person's nervous system and become a new arm. The working method is very similar to the mechanical octopus arm originally created by Dr. Otto, but the use is very different. Not as powerful as the octopus tentacles, this medical exoskeleton is an auxiliary device to help doctors perform surgery. A curved pipe-like robotic arm gathers most of the tools needed for an operation, giving doctors a third hand to use. And this hand is extremely stable, much more stable than a human hand holding a scalpel, and there will be no shaking or loss of strength. However, this medical mechanical auxiliary arm was developed by Dr. Otto not long ago, and he is the only one in the world who can use this tool skillfully. In the future, it will need to be promoted and trained so that traditional surgeons can master the use of this new equipment through training to make the operation smoother. Now the electric motor built into the mechanical arm starts to work, and a small saw blade starts to work. It rotates at high speed and cuts a wound lightly without leaving any residue. Because of the emergence of regenerative drugs, the surgery in the Osborn Group Medical Center has been very different from the surgery outside. Many times, when doctors cut, they only need to consider whether the regenerative drug can restore the damage caused by the wound. As long as it can be restored, they can cut boldly. This has more room for maneuver than traditional surgery. Just like now. Dr. Otto finished his work and gestured to Dr. Strange. Strange nodded, and the hardest part was coming. He had to find the atrophied nerve and then cut it. After the excision, regeneration drugs were injected to make the severed nerves grow again. At this time, his hands could not tremble at all. Strange took a deep breath and prepared to cut. Bang! A huge explosion and shaking were heard, and Inners almost fell. Dr. Otto asked loudly to the outside, "What's going on?" Several staff members in charge of security outside sent a message to the operating room through the communicator: "War. There's a war off the coast of New York Harbor. Someone is attacking the United States and New York. The police and the city government have sent an evacuation reminder. Should we move?" The tone of the staff was a little panic, which was normal. For New Yorkers, war is something that only happens in the news and movies, and it is 108,000 kilometers away from the United States and New York. Who would have thought that one day a war would break out at their doorstep? This news came at a very bad time, and several assistant doctors and nurses in the operating room were a little panicked. Some young nurses' feet began to tremble. This made Dr. Otto very dissatisfied. He growled, "What do you want to do? Desert? If anyone dares to leave at this time, I can clearly tell that person that you will be fired." But Dr. Otto's words were not enough. The young assistant doctor looked like he was ready to run away at any time. "Please, this is a war. If you lose your job, you can find another one. If you don't take shelter, will you die here?" At this time, Dr. Strange was performing the operation quickly, and without stopping his hands, he said, "I know someone wants to run away. It's just a job. You can find another one if you lose it, right?" The few young doctors and nurses who were touched by what he said breathed a sigh of relief. Strange continued to perform the surgery while calmly saying, "I am Stephen Strange, a world-class doctor. The resources and connections I have in the circle are beyond your imagination. At this time, as long as anyone dares to step out of this room, I can guarantee that they will never be able to participate in any medical work in the second half of their lives, even as a cleaner in the hospital." Strange looked up and glanced at everyone, with a palpitating indifference in his eyes. "You can give it a try, I mean what I say. 5 years of medical school, 2 years of graduate school, even if it is a bachelor's and master's degree, it will take no less than 6 years, and 5 to 7 years of internship after graduation, before you can get a surgeon's license and stand in front of the operating table with a scalpel. The most precious dozen years of life have been spent on this." Strange was not kidding. He could make these people's decades of hard work in the first half of their lives go to waste. He has this ability. If the operation is successful, I will invite the committee members of the Lancet to dinner. You can prepare a paper. The detailed report of this operation is worthy of being published in the Lancet. You know the impact factor of this journal." Strange lowered his head again and continued to work. Dr. Otto followed Strange and said, "After the operation, I will submit an application to Mr. Osborn to fight for your promotion and special bonus." The combination of sticks and red dates stabilized the medical staff who were originally a little uneasy. "Well, if you leave, you will be alive, but your second half of life may be worse than death. If this gamble succeeds, maybe you can become a famous doctor." Everyone forced themselves to suppress their nervous emotions and continue to work. In the 2 blocks outside the Osborn Group Medical Center, yellow sand filled the sky. A huge sand giant was fighting with Spider-Man in red and blue uniforms. 2 small missiles flew over and blasted a hole in the desert giant that was originally entangled with Spider-Man, allowing Peter to escape. New York City's other street-level superhero, the Dark Knight, arrives in his unique battle armor, Harry Osborn. Chapter 536 Chaotic New York. William Baker, a nobody. Born in a family with a tendency to domestic violence, his father was a complete alcoholic. When he was a teenager, William's mother took him away from the violent family. William was not a person who liked to study, but he had his own strengths. That was football. He was the main force of the school team. He made it to the top 8 in the high school league, and was even selected for the best college football team in the United States when he was in college. That was the most glorious moment of his life. So far, the story is almost the same as that of another classmate of Spider-Man, Peter Parker, Eugene Thompson, who had been bullying him in high school. The only difference is that one played basketball and the other played football. But unlike Eugene, William did not have a good stepfather. His mother did not make much money, and the tuition for college was high. He was specially called into college because of football. He needed money, a lot of money, to support his family. Although William could receive a sports scholarship from the school because of the special call, and every time he led the team to the top 32 in the country, he could get a bonus for every game. This bonus was even more than the income of the average working class. But for William, it was still not enough, because he needed to support his family in addition to his university. So he participated in peripheral betting. College leagues are considered the purest sports games by many sports fans because they have less commercial atmosphere. For example, the number of viewers of basketball and football games is no less than that of professional leagues. Even for a period of time, the status of NCAA was higher than that of NBA. William Baker's peripheral betting was fine, but the worst thing was that he not only bet on football, but also fixed matches in key games. And it was exposed. This was unforgivable for fans who regarded college sports as the last pure land at that time. The school expelled William Baker, and because of the match-fixing incident, the NFL banned any team from recruiting William. The rising football star destroyed his future. He became a rat crossing the street. And the blows came one after another. The death of his mother dealt a greater blow to William. His life began to become gloomy. After becoming a construction worker, he just went to the construction site every day to muddle through. It was not until his ex-girlfriend, unmarried, gave birth to a daughter for him, that is Penny. William's life began to have some hope and brightness. With spiritual sustenance, he began to feel that life had hope. Even if his ex-girlfriend ran away with someone else without saying a word, he was not as angry as he imagined. Because at least his little angel is still there, right? And now, the most important daughter in his life is lying on the hospital bed, and he just wants to see her. It's just such a simple thing, but he was stopped by the annoying little spider in front of him. This made William furious. Peter Parker didn't know William Beck, nor did he know the relationship between him and Penny. He thought someone wanted to take advantage of the chaos to come to the Osborn Group Medical Center to steal important information and technology. You know, he had seen similar things in Japan. Sometimes there is not much difference between business affairs and war. So Peter planned to capture William first. The little spider now is no longer the rookie brother of the past. A year ago, Peter Parker was just a guy who relied on the physical fitness after mutation to eat the opponent. Whether it is the use of strength or the mastery of fighting moves, it is far from enough. And at that time, he didn't have so much money to buy all kinds of equipment like now. However, the two of them tacitly did not fight in the medical center, but ran to a place 2 blocks away and fought. Both of them thought that they attracted each other's hatred and let each other hear. William Baker failed in a robbery. He robbed the cash of a drug-dealing gang. It was about $1 million. If he robbed it, he could treat Penny's illness. But it was obvious that he thought too highly of his ability. He was chased by gang members all the way. He fled to a desert in Nevada and encountered a sandstorm. He survived by chance, but when he woke up, he had been sent to a cell in California prison, because the crime was committed in California. But while in prison, he slowly discovered that the terrible sandstorm brought him some unusual things. For example, he could transform himself into sand. He could also roll up the yellow sands in the sky to form a powerful sandstorm. He could also turn into a huge sand giant and change various parts of his body into various forms with yellow sand. Just like now, William Baker transformed himself into a huge sand giant, and his hands were made of yellow sand into 2 huge hammers. Each hammer hit with extremely violent force, and the asphalt road was broken into pieces by the huge impact of the hammer. The sand giant could stir up the sky with his hands and feet, and half a block was covered in his yellow sand. This made it very difficult for Peter to deal with him, and he could hardly see where the other party was. There was only yellow sands in the sky as far as the eye could see. The only thing he could rely on was his spider sense. And the Sandman was difficult to deal with. Just after he caught him, Peter punched William. With his strength of nearly 8 tons, the power of a punch was the same as a head-on collision with a large truck. But apart from hitting a ball of sand, there was no way to hurt a ball of sand. He was almost caught by the Sandman, but fortunately Harry came. He drove a heavy-duty glider made of equipment, and the weapons carried were much more powerful than the previous gliders. In addition to the Gauss rifle, there were also several missiles. Note, Osborn's takeaway glider was a version without any weapons. The violent explosion forced the Sandman back. This gave Peter a chance to breathe. He shouted at Harry, "Do you have heat rays or something similar in your arsenal? As long as it's high temperature, it will be fine." As a top student, Peter had already thought of how to deal with this troublesome Sandman, but he didn't have the right equipment at hand, so he couldn't do it. Do you want to burn the glass? Harry also guessed what Peter was going to do. While he was talking, he controlled the two gauze machine guns under the glider to suppress fire. Yes. We can't let this guy go into the medical center. I just drove him out. I remember that girl, the girl named Penny, is having surgery, right? We have to get rid of this guy quickly. Peter relied on Harry's vitality to suppress and had already withdrawn from the range of the yellow sand. We can't let this guy mess up. You know, if the basic power supply and water supply facilities here are damaged, then the surgery over there will be trouble. Peter Parker said quickly to Harry. William, who had been fighting against Peter, suddenly felt stupid when he heard these words. His daughter was in surgery, and what was he doing? Exclamation mark. Almost as soon as this thought came out, William began to retreat. He didn't come to New York to cause trouble. The yellow sands in the sky retreated rapidly in an instant. William retreated quickly through the hole in the sewer. Peter, who was just discussing with Harry how to deal with this guy, had no time to stop him, and the spider web couldn't catch the sand. Harry and Peter were both puzzled. What was going on? Why did this guy who looked like a villain leave? What about the glass he promised to burn? There is no time to care about this now. Harry patted Peter on the shoulder. The Mandarin has started to attack New York. We have to start working. William fled in the form of sand along the hole in the sewer for a long time. Finally, he felt that he should be far enough away from the medical center and emerged with a sigh of relief. Just as he was relieved, a beautiful woman with a strange and huge sniper rifle was staring at him in the distance. The black cat Felicity said to the communicator, "Found the target is alone." A deep male voice came from the communicator, "Start capturing." Felicity raised her beautiful eyebrows, "Understood." Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive iron stakes of 70 centimeters long and about 3 centimeters thick were fired by the black cat from the strange sniper rifle. The target was not William, but the surroundings of William. They were nailed around William in a triangle, trapping him. Before William could react to what these iron stakes were used for, suddenly a strong current surged from these strange iron stakes. The triangle that surrounded him formed a strong current magnetic field. William, who had expected that it would be difficult to prepare to transform into a Sandman, was nailed in place by the strong electromagnetic field. Capture completed, so weak. Is this kind of person really necessary? The black cat frowned and said. A voice came from the communicator, "Don't forget that you were almost caught like this. Prepare to recycle." Such a sentence made Felicity speechless for a moment, and she began to finish the work. What were you talking about, Colonel? Kick-Ass looked at Colonel Stars and Stripes, who was whispering. Nothing, I just hope nothing will happen this time. Colonel Stars and Stripes looked in the direction of New York Harbor. Kick-Ass David said confidently, "We just need to do our job well, Colonel. Remember our responsibilities and don't let New York get into chaos." The Colonel frowned and said, "It's not easy. I bet there are many people who are ready to take advantage of the situation." David said, "This is what we have to prevent. Another good news is that the extraordinary hands that cooperated with us have also been dispatched, and they brought 2 powerful helpers." Chapter 537 The General Offensive begins. The Justice League and other non-governmental organizations patrolled everywhere, helping the police to release evacuation information and control the chaos that may occur in the jurisdiction. Because at this time, there are many people who steal and take advantage of the fire. Just like Kick-Ass himself has already caught 3 thieves and a robber. Colonel Stars and Stripes has a more ruthless vision. He has helped the police catch a small group of 5 people. They were caught by Colonel Stars and Stripes just when they were about to commit a crime. After New York City began to release the news of emergency evacuation, New York City did fall into an inexplicable panic. The first place the police sent to arrange evacuation was the government agencies. Originally, there were schools, but fortunately, it was summer vacation and all schools were closed. Then there were factories with clear commands. These 2 places are the easiest to organize evacuation. Because whether it is the staff in the government agencies or the employees in the assembly line factories, most of these people have a strict hierarchical relationship in their daily work. As long as a few leaders are found, a group of people can be organized and dispatched quickly. It might not be too late to leave the city. George hopes that everyone will try to go to the subway to take refuge. It would be best if there are defense works around. Of course, not everyone will listen to the police's command quietly. For example, The business elites of Wall Street and Manhattan are a group of cannibals. Most of these people believe in the so-called law of the jungle, firmly believe that the city is the forest, and they are the lone wolf in the forest. They don't believe in anything except their own brains and the US dollars in their hands. The police asked them to take refuge in the subway? Huh. There must be a conspiracy. They must be forcibly clearing the roads so that government officials can retreat first. I guessed it, it must be like this. It must be like this! Exclamation mark. Let the leaders go first! Exclamation mark. So these Wall Street wolves don't care about whether it is illegal or not. They drive their expensive sports cars on the road and rush around, trying to escape New York City quickly. This group of self-righteous guys who think they are the center of the world have caused great trouble to the police. Stop. Stop the car in front. If you don't stop, I will shoot. Hudson, a traffic policeman on duty in Manhattan, was trying to stop a crazy Mustang sports car. The person driving the Mustang sports car was Jordan, a stockbroker on Wall Street. He thought he knew all the inside stories of the world and didn't believe any public information. He only believed in his own information channels. Behind Hudson was the highway leading out of the city, but now the highway was almost paralyzed and there was a traffic jam. If the sports car rushed in without slowing down, it would probably cause a chain collision. So the fully armed traffic police had raised his revolver and was ready to shoot at the Mustang sports car. But the sports car was too fast, and to be honest, as a traffic policeman, Hudson had never really shot a living person. At this moment, he hesitated and didn't pull the trigger immediately. This gave Jordan the opportunity to break through the blockade. He stepped on the accelerator and the car accelerated. Adrenaline stimulated him. He didn't care whether he would hit the innocent traffic policeman in front of him to death. Anyway, it was a dog raised by a big man, and it would be useless if he died. That's what Jordan thought in his mind. The roaring car accelerated to the highest speed, whizzing towards Hudson, who had not reacted. Just when the car was about to hit Hudson, a figure suddenly appeared from the corner of the intersection. Only a black shadow could be seen flashing by, and the figure had already hit the red Mustang sports car from the side. What Hudson expected did not happen. Instead, the roaring Mustang sports car was knocked sideways by the figure. At the same time, Hudson only vaguely saw a flash of cold light, and the originally beautiful Mustang sports car was instantly broken into many parts. In an instant, the whole car was dismembered into countless parts. Only the driver who had just wanted to kill Hudson was still sitting stupidly in a daze in a cab that had been cut off from the head and tail and left with only an empty compartment. The person who came was Logan, who put away his adamantium claws without leaving a trace. Except that his suit had some wrinkles because of the large amplitude of the run just now. It was impossible to see that he had just performed a surgical operation on a car. He is now better and better at controlling his power, and has mastered how to burst out and how to finish. He will no longer use the old style of fighting that only relies on exchanging injuries for lives. Instead, he has become more controlled. After doing all this, Logan patted the non-existent dust on his body as if it was insignificant. He likes this suit very much, because Laura and Mindy bought it for him when they went shopping today. He doesn't want to tear or wrinkle it. Hey, buddy, do you need help? Logan pointed at the somewhat frightened traffic policeman Hudson and asked. Hudson immediately reacted, "Oh, no, thank you, thank you." He nodded to Logan immediately. He didn't know Logan, and didn't know where his superpowers came from, whether he was a mutant or a mutant of an ordinary person. Because today, many such people suddenly appeared in New York City. Hudson also knew these people before, the legendary New York vigilantes, helping citizens patrol the community and maintain order. They also acted as eyes and ears for the police. Today, these people stood up at the moment of crisis in New York City. Unlike those modern cannibals who only care about themselves and believe in the so-called jungle law. Most of these people are ordinary citizens, including factory workers, surveyors on construction sites, firefighters in the fire brigade, and students in school. They don't have much to show for their daily lives, but at this moment they made an important choice in their lives. Do they choose to simply hide, or stand up to help more people? Many people have handed in an answer sheet with their actions. This has nothing to do with income, and it has nothing to do with social status. If it has anything to do with anything, it is only related to beliefs and thoughts. There is no super high income, no superior status. Every New York vigilante is an ordinary person in life. Maybe Jordan, The Wall Street economist who just drove his car into the car can make as much as many vigilantes make in a few years. But he will not choose to stand with the vigilantes, because he believes in the so-called cannibalism creed and believes that he is a lone wolf in society. If you help such a person, he will feel that it is natural, and then give you a little favor in return, and he will think that he has treated you very well. If there is anything that makes such a person unhappy or unhappy, then it really means killing your whole family, then kill your whole family. This kind of personality is quite like the irresponsible male protagonist Jia Baoyu in Dream of the Red Chamber, who is extremely selfish, flirts with girls indiscriminately but is irresponsible. Or the male protagonists in many online novels are such irresponsible, incompetent, extremely selfish and irresponsible guys. So what if you are invincible? Abandoning society, thinking you are unique, but what you don't know is that society has also abandoned you. Just like Mandarin Zhangtong, his life is infinitely similar to the templates of the protagonists in many online novels. But he never cared about the world, only about his own ambitions. And now his ambition will eventually bury him. Off the coast of New York Harbor, the interstellar fleet fired artillery fire, and Li Ji decided to let Mandarin die directly on the east coast. At the same time, the general offensive against the Ten Rings gang in Central Asia began. Chapter 538 Target, Zhangtong. Off the coast of New York Harbor, hundreds of plasma cannons were aimed at the Mandarin's dragon troops. In addition, hundreds of gauze electromagnetic cannons were frantically firing tungsten core projectiles, covering the Mandarin's dragon troops in a sea of bullets. The firing speed of gauze electromagnetic cannons was comparable to that of semi-automatic rifles, but the power was greater than the various military standard artillery currently used by humans. In fact, electromagnetic cannons have already been developed in modern society, especially in the United States, which had developed the first finished electromagnetic cannon 2 years ago. And it has been secretly installed on several cruisers for actual combat experiments. However, the electromagnetic weapons and gauze weapons used in modern society are essentially only the primary use of electromagnetic weapons. Just like the prototype of a musket in the Song dynasty in China, but it took more than 1,000 years for the formation of modern muskets. No one would think that the various types of powerful modern firearms used in the world today have much to do with the bulky and impractical firearms of the Song dynasty. Of course, the basic principle of relying on the thrust of gunpowder to push the projectile to kill the enemy is still the same. But the improvements in various other aspects are completely different from those 1,000 years ago. This is like the difference between the gauze weapons used by the Star Fleet and the electromagnetic guns used by modern human society. In front of the Star Fleet, the electromagnetic guns used by modern society are like the firearms used in the Song dynasty thousands of years ago colliding with modern automatic rifles. The two are incomparable. This is even more true for plasma cannons. In the modern era when energy weapons have not yet been mass-produced, especially military standard energy weapons are nowhere to be found. The shock brought by the 300mm caliber plasma cannon is like the shock brought by the Inca Empire when it first saw the strong ships and powerful guns brought by the Spanish colonists. The Flying Dragon troops, which were originally unscathed by thousands of missiles, began to suffer heavy casualties. The roar of hundreds of plasma cannons is like the flames of punishment issued by the sun god Apollo in the sky. Just a simple touch can instantly vaporize a 30-meter flying dragon. There is not even any room for struggle. And the gauze electromagnetic cannon, like a rainstorm in a strong wind, has a huge penetrating power, and only a slight touch can take away large pieces of scales and flesh from the flying dragon. The Flying Dragon troops, which were originally indestructible like a dark cloud, suffered unprecedented huge losses. This, our aliens attacking the Earth. On the shore of New York Harbor, several of Captain Gates' men were stunned and stared at the sea off New York Harbor, more than 20 kilometers away. I don't know, but I only know now that someone mentioned that the United States blocked the first alien attack. Colonel Gates said dryly. The tension that was originally caused by the dragon's pressure has now turned into a kind of absurdity. Yes, just as shown in Hollywood movies, the first stop for aliens to attack the Earth is always the United States, and most of them are New York. According to the traditional routine, at this time, there is probably a genius scientist who hacks into the alien computer host and paralyzes their mothership. Then there is a brave pilot, mostly a person of color, anyway, it can't be white, with a nuclear bomb deep into the mothership, and after experiencing various accidents, he finally succeeds in detonating the nuclear bomb. destroy the alien mothership. Of course, there are also some great and glorious things in the movie, such as the former president of the U.S. Air Force flying a plane with a nuclear bomb to stop the attack of the alien fleet in a suicide way, blah blah blah. Anyway, the final outcome is most likely that the heroic American army saves the world, and then is worshipped as a hero by countries around the world. This is probably the routine. But why not play by the routine today? Is our current president a former Air Force pilot? Colonel Gates asked the black soldier next to him. No. The black soldier looked at Gates with a look of looking at a monster. Dude, the president is a super rich man. Have you forgotten? His favorite thing is to call his rich cabinet to a meeting, and then flatter each other. The white soldier on Gates' right also said, yeah, I was watching the news online before. To be honest, I thought those things were unique characteristics. Gates looked at the white soldier in confusion, and the soldier immediately said, my girlfriend is an immigrant, she calls it characteristics. Anyway, I don't really understand it, but she thinks the United States will soon have it. Well, Gates doesn't intend to understand such complicated things. He just continued to ask, so is there a brave and invincible black pilot in our Air Force? This question made the black soldier very happy, and he said, there is one, Colonel Rhodes. A heroic pilot and test pilot. He's from my ethnic group. I know him. So where is he? Colonel Gates patted his helmet. Well, it seems that he has already set out with his Falcon Squadron. But he failed to stop the Dragon Squadron. I wonder how he is now. It seems that this black soldier is a little concerned about his own people. The white soldier looked at Captain Gates in confusion and asked, why are you asking these questions, Captain? Captain Gates said in a dreamy tone, I just want to confirm whether we have a chance to change the celebration date of Independence Day. Independence Day is the national day of the United States, or turn Independence Day into a global holiday. The white soldier glanced at the black soldier and said with his eyes, is he crazy? Black soldier, it should be. White soldier, what should we do? Are we going to escape later? Black soldier, it depends on the situation. It's not easy to deal with a madman, and fighting will kill people. White soldier, notify me when you escape later. Black soldier, okay. The two soldiers exchanged various opinions with their eyes, and formulated several feasible plans and opinions for the escape plan later. In fact, the two of them should have awakened the mutant ability of eye contact. Captain Gates didn't know what his two men were thinking, and he was still looking at the battlefield off the coast of New York. Under the crazy offensive of the Star Fleet, the Dragon troops suffered heavy casualties. These fighters are quite smart, and the formation is not messy during flight. And the firepower is so fierce that Zhang Tong and his Dragon troops have no chance to fight back. Nearly 100 dragons were destroyed in one salvo. This frustrated the Navy and Air Force, which had been entangled with the Dragon troops and had not achieved much results. Now the U.S. military has completely become a spectator. The intensity of this war is no longer something that Earthlings can participate in. And Lee Ji's telegram to Captain Rogers and Tony Stark has arrived. He wants to carry out a nuclear explosion on the Mandarin. Ask them to withdraw the nearby troops, especially the Air Force. Rogers has already driven the glider close to the sea outside New York Harbor. And Tony Stark has sent a communication to the East Coast Homeland Defense Command, General Ross. Tony didn't know Ross was going to implement the giant plan. I ask you to immediately evacuate the warships and other troops near the battlefield. General Ross is not here, I am his adjutant. Tony Stark, you are not the Supreme Commander of North America and you have no right to order me. General Ross's adjutant replied. I'm not kidding, no matter if you are an adjutant or an intelligence officer, or the second or third in command. I can only tell you now that my radar has detected a nuclear fusion strike on the way. Run. Tony said in a very serious tone. Everyone in the command room who had just received the news was stunned for a moment. Nuclear fusion strike? In New York. Before everyone could recover, Captain Rogers' communication was also connected. I am Steve Rogers, you can call me Captain America. No matter who is in command now, please believe Tony Stark. The nuclear strike is really coming. Captain Rogers' words finally brought these guys back to life. Communications officer. Let all the troops evade. The adjutant's heart was filled with a galloping of 10,000 antelopes, the adjutant's favorite target when hunting. He had just replaced General Ross for less than half an hour. How did things become so difficult? The nuclear strike was from such a powerful alien, where could he hide? Now he could only do his best and leave it to fate. The adjutant did not know the characteristics of the Thunderstorm-class nuclear torpedo, so he was almost desperate. Through the images sent back by the Starfleet, Li Ji confirmed that the warships and aircraft had left the danger zone. He said to the professor, "Open the Banshee-class magazine, and the Thunderstorm-class nuclear torpedo is ready to launch." The professor nodded slightly. Off the coast of New York, the magazines of 20 Banshee-class warships have been opened. The first Thunderstorm-class nuclear torpedo has been fired. This is a missile that is more than 3 meters long and about 40 centimeters in diameter. It is painted white. Only the warhead is red, and a large X symbol is painted red. It was thrown out of the magazine and ignited in the air. The position was calibrated through the radar fire control of the Nighthawk-class warship. The target, Zhangtong. There will be another update in the evening. Chapter 539, Nuclear Explosion Detonates New York Harbor, Captain America escapes from the enemy. After the first Thunderstorm-class nuclear torpedo was launched, the second and third followed. 160 nuclear torpedoes were launched in 3 attack echelons towards the Mandarin's Dragon troops. Professor Charles is one of the absolute strongest among the mutants, and he ranks among the top in the mutant sequence. Relying on his super mental power, he can easily control every main gun on every warship, and can adjust various tiny angles to aim at his target. This precise calculation, coupled with the assistance of Friday, who can only AI, has brought the hit rate of the Starfleet to a terrifying level. Every dragon must have a gun that can deal with it. Especially when Li Ji announced that he would launch nuclear torpedoes. Professor Charles used the ultra-high firing rate of the Gauss electromagnetic gun to shoot a sea of barrages. The entire dragon army was covered in a limited area. Any dragon that exceeds the area will be attacked by a terrible sea of barrages. Zhangtong's eyes were almost bulging out of their sockets. This majestic man who was originally like the hero in the Hong Kong comic Wind and Cloud now has no grace at all. Because this is the Flying Dragon unit that he has devoted more than 20 years of hard work to cultivate. This is the first battle. The first battle. And now the Flying Dragon unit that he has devoted his efforts to should have been a tool to help him realize his dream of hegemony. In Zhangtong's script, it doesn't matter if the attack on New York is exposed this time. Because he knows that modern weapons are not as threatening to his Flying Dragon unit as they seem. He can rely on absolute strength to crush the East Coast Defense Force off the coast of New York. The United States is very strong, but it has dispersed its troops all over the world. If it is like China, hiding in some important areas and showing a defensive posture, Zhangtong may not want to attack New York. But the United States has become arrogant in recent years, which gives Zhangtong the motivation to change his plan. Not only to kill Tony Stark, but also to destroy New York. Make the world more chaotic. Yes, this is Zhangtong's script. The original story was indeed played according to his script. Although his tanker was discovered, it didn't matter. Because his own strength combined with the Flying Dragon troops was enough to flatten New York. The aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. crashed, and the Air Force temporarily deployed on the East Coast was destroyed. And the defense line composed of 20 to 30 destroyers, frigates and littoral combat ships was also easily penetrated by him. And the Iron Man who had previously shown off his power in Central Asia and claimed to destroy himself and the Ten Rings gang also retreated, not daring to compete with him at all. He, Zhangtong, wanted to stand on the ruins of New York and announce to Tony Stark and the world that the troubled times have come. The world is in turmoil, and the situation is fierce. Yes, it was originally like this, and it should have been like this. Isn't it good to follow the script? It's good to follow this script. Zhangtong roared in his heart, "Why did you give me the beginning of the script, but not the ending that the script should have?" Exclamation mark. Why did the aliens invade the Earth so coincidentally? Why did they fight New York in the first battle? Why did they fight New York when I came to New York? One day later or one day earlier is fine. You broke in and ruined all the scripts I carefully arranged. Of course, no one knows that all this is not a coincidence, or something like that, but a shocking plan, a drama that is hidden from the world and played to the 7 billion viewers on Earth. When Mandarin was included in Li Ji's script from the beginning, his direction was already determined. A chess piece that promotes the direction of the plot, although it is very important. But it is not as important as Zhangtong himself thinks. Just a terrorist, if Zhangtong is willing to use his strength for the right way, to become a superhero, whether from China or other countries, Or to be an idle cloud and wild crane, Li Ji would never dare to provoke such a person. Because this calculation is too dangerous, one wrong step will lead to complete loss. If there is a slight possibility to transform Mandarin into a person on his side and become his helper, Li Ji will definitely try his best to make friends with him. But unfortunately, from the beginning, Zhang Tong was destined to be a different person from Li Ji. He was too obsessed with power. So he drew a magnificent script for himself, and he felt that his script was already extremely magnificent and swallowed the world. But he didn't know that there was another person in this world who drew a bigger script. A script for 7 billion viewers. Zhang Tong's script is just a branch of this script. There may be several important chapters, but it is destined not to be the finale. Now, the Mandarin's ambitions have just been fully exerted by Li Ji in the sea outside New York Harbor, 20 kilometers away from the New York dock area. The rain of bullets that covered the sky and the sun turned all the enthusiasm of the Mandarin into nothingness. And now, before he has completely recovered, 160 nuclear torpedoes are ready. They look no different from ordinary air-to-ground missiles, at most a little bigger, but not the size of a cruise missile. Zhang Tong looked at the group of beautiful white and gold warships angrily. He felt that he had to drag a group of people down with him no matter what. Whether it was Americans or aliens. Maybe the aliens' missiles were very powerful, but as long as they were blocked and not hit, there would be no problem. Well, the idea is good. Dr. Hank, can you pour me a cup of coffee? Thank you. Li Ji in the control cabin said to Dr. Hank, who had been guarding outside. Dr. Hank nodded. What flavor? No milk, less sugar, thank you. Li Ji said. Pour me a cup too, Hank. Professor Charles also said. The two of them did not feel the tension of the battle at all. Why be nervous? If the Mandarin was as strong as the Ancient One, then Li Ji would not dare to take action even if the number of warships doubled. But the Mandarin was only the Mandarin after all, not the Ancient One. When 160 nuclear torpedoes flew towards him frantically, he still wanted to use the method he used to intercept those missiles. The 100-meter flying dragon sprayed powerful dragon breath from its mouth, turning into a dragon breath umbrella that covered the sky to block the missiles. Getting closer and closer. When the first missile hit the dragon breath umbrella, an unusual energy burst out. A terrible force burst out from the not-so-big missile body. Just like a new sun rising from the east coast of the United States, the dazzling light illuminated the entire New York City. Looking down from the sky, the entire New York City was like an overexposure photo. The sky and the earth were covered with white. The point of the explosion was located 20 kilometers offshore from New York Harbor. A huge sphere with a diameter of 3 kilometers emitted a blue-green light. There was no energy leakage, no shock wave, no nuclear radiation, and no huge sonic boom. Captain Gates and his two soldiers, one black and one white, standing on the shore were so surprised that they could not speak. Even the guns they were holding fell to the ground and almost went off. Because although this missile did not have any characteristics of nuclear bombs known to humans, the incomparable amount of light and heat, as well as the characteristics detected by instruments, all showed that this was a real nuclear explosion. It was just that the scope of the explosion was strictly controlled. Outside the 3 kilometers of the earth-shaking area, there was no energy leakage from the outside world. The shielding umbrella composed of dragon breath broke instantly, and Zhang Tong already understood what he was facing. He felt fear for the first time: nuclear weapons. Pandora's box. Except for the 2 atomic bombs dropped by the United States in the East during World War II, when he was practicing in seclusion, humans have never used this weapon in actual combat. But this does not mean that humans have forgotten their fear. Even Zhang Tong understands how terrible this weapon is. This is an unconventional means of warfare. The best weapon is not a weapon that is placed on a weapon rack and not fired, but a weapon that can make people give up fighting after only one use. By Howard Stark. Zhang Tong understood for the first time what Iron Man's father meant by this sentence. He wanted to escape for the first time. He was strong, and his single-round attack power and destructive power might not be worse than this nuclear torpedo. But this does not mean that he can defend against the same level of attack. He is not Wolverine Logan, who can talk and laugh in a nuclear explosion. Of course, Logan does not have Zhang Tong's attack power. Zhang Tong wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Why did Li Ji and Professor Charles arrange the attack of the Thunderstorm-class nuclear torpedo to be in a stepped shape? The reason is here. The nuclear torpedo that broke through the dragon breath umbrella attacked from all directions without any blind spots. The last color in Zhang Tong's eyes was the white body, the red warhead, and a visible red X sign, and then there was only a vast expanse of white. The sky was full of strange lights, like the might of the Holy Spirit, and only 1,000 suns could compete with it. I am the god of death, I am the destroyer of the world. The noisy world was quiet, and the bustling New York was quiet. The chattering North American Supreme Command was quiet. The Supreme Commander of the United States, Mr. President in Washington, was quiet, and the global netizens who followed the Battle of New York through various information channels, whether traditional media or live broadcasts on the internet, were also quiet. At this moment, the mouse was not moving, and at this moment, the world was quiet, leaving only the rotation of the fan blades. The light of 1,000 suns rose 160 times 20 kilometers off the coast of New York Harbor. New York, which was already like an overexploded photo, was no longer reflected in any color. In the Venus base, Li Ji drank the coffee sent by Dr. Hank in one breath. This is a play, with 7 billion viewers. Tony, check the vital signs. I want to make sure that after this nuclear strike, the Mandarin is definitely dead. Li Ji sent a message to Tony. Tony, who had watched this beautiful scene up close, replied with dry lips, I would have done it without you telling me. I suddenly felt a little sorry for the Mandarin. I had a feeling that he might be my lifelong rival. Li Ji snorted, don't give me a love-hate drama. I hate this the most. I'm enough of reading the comics of Night Owl and Harlequin. After the call with Tony Stark ended, he called Captain Rogers. Captain, have you reached the sea outside New York Harbor? We have. Everything is ready. We are just waiting for our Thor to appear. Rogers replied quickly. Okay, good luck to you, Captain. After doing all this, Li Ji felt that he could finally relax after so many days of holding back. If you were born 40 years earlier and were a mutant, I think the mutant dilemma would have been solved long ago. Professor Charles in the weapon control cabin said with some complexity. Li Ji waved his hands. Thanks, there was no internet, no PS4, no Xbox, and even no smartphones 40 years ago. You have to buy physical books for recipes, and you can't go online to look up information or do homework. I still don't want to go. Li Ji's answer made Charles laugh and cry, so he had to change the subject. Do you think Captain Rogers can do the rest? Li Ji said firmly, of course, Professor. You have to know that when Captain Rogers played politics, most of the politicians in modern society were probably not born yet. P.S. 3 more updates, please vote! Exclamation mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540, Nuclear Explosion Detonates New York Harbor, Captain America Escapes from the Enemy. The light and heat of the Thunderstorm-class nuclear torpedo explosion flickered continuously in the sky 20 kilometers off the coast of New York Harbor. The rising of the sun for 160 times made the whole world fall into silence. Only the heart-pounding light and heat between heaven and earth lasted forever. It was like a camera equipped with a super-powerful flash, flashing repeatedly until the film of this photo was completely overexposed to a white expanse, and it never stopped before that. When everything stopped and the 160 suns disappeared in the sky off the coast of New York, the flying dragon troops that Zhang Tong had brought had disappeared. The place where they were originally located was empty, and there was no trace of existence to indicate that they had been here, as if everything just now was an illusion of a magic show. If it weren't for the army assembled off the coast of New York and the dock area, almost everyone would have thought that everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Is it over? Zhang Tong just died like this. The weather witch who had just rushed back to the coast of New York Harbor in the distance looked at everything that happened in front of her in disbelief. The Shield had been fighting for decades, but they couldn't catch him many times, not to mention that the Mandarin who was killed just died like that. She thought she was dreaming, but she pinched herself hard, and she gasped in pain. She found that she was really not dreaming. Is the Mandarin really dead? Exclamation mark. In this violent nuclear explosion, there was not even a trace left, and he just died like that? Exclamation mark. So suddenly. Before, whether it was the weather witch or the swordsman, or Shangqi and Li Qianhong, even Zheng Xian, the director of the Shield, who was tens of thousands of kilometers away, had never considered that all this would be so simple. To put it bluntly, Zheng Xian had never considered that this operation could kill the Mandarin. He was just following the trend to implement this plan, and the biggest goal was to strike the Ten Rings gang far away in Central Asia. But now everything is beyond expectations. Zhang Tong was killed, just like that? Exclamation mark. It's shocking. Anyway, the Weather Witch can't see the hope of Zhang Tong surviving again. That's a nuclear explosion. In today's society, which country would drop a nuclear bomb on the edge of New York Harbor? No. But now a group of aliens have done this, and their nuclear bombs are obviously several levels beyond the nuclear technology mastered by humans. The technology that completely controls the explosion effect and does not spread any excess energy is not mastered by the human world at all, and even paper research only exists in the deduction of science fiction novels. And now the Mandarin died in this nuclear explosion, so he should be dead, right? No matter what the Weather Witch and others think, after the nuclear explosion, Tony controlled the remaining dozen iron armors and mobilized all the neutrino detectors that were originally on standby in New York Harbor to conduct a full-scale search and detection of the nearby sea area. Don't miss any place to make sure that Zhang Tong is dead. And Iron Man's current actions did not alarm anyone, or everyone's attention was not on him at all. Because the Flying Dragon troops disappeared, the Mandarin was probably dead, but another threat was still there. That was the interstellar fleet that just defeated the Mandarin's Flying Dragon troops with a crushing force. This beautiful fleet with a white base and a golden border was still parked above the New York Harbor. And it was within the range of the US military's firepower. Fight or not? This is a difficult choice. Just when the Mandarin's dragon troops attacked New York City, all the news media in New York went crazy. Don't underestimate the quality of professional journalists. Many people are willing to risk their lives to obtain first-hand news materials. More than 200 media outlets in more than 50 countries, including the United States, Britain, Russia, France, etc., have just broadcast the earth-shaking battle in various ways. There are supporters of the United States, some who curse, and some who sneer and think it's what they deserve. The internet is really a picture of all kinds of people. But no matter what the attitude is towards this matter, now everyone's attention is focused on the terrible interstellar fleet. Several media outlets that have news helicopters in New York have already dispatched helicopters. Those who don't have them are also trying to rent them. Because the North American Aviation Command and the East Coast Command are temporarily in chaos, not knowing how to deal with this fleet. So many news helicopters have mixed into the military array and are collecting pictures about 10 kilometers away. There are still people who want to get closer, but the pilots don't want to do it. This distance is already super dangerous, and I'm afraid they may not be able to escape if a real fight breaks out. Inside the Pentagon, the Secretary of Defense convened a special military meeting. The Secretary looked around at his subordinates and said, "Come up with a battle plan, generals. We are now facing the biggest crisis in the United States since its founding more than 200 years ago. You should have seen the scene off the coast of New York." The Secretary of Defense's words made all the generals stammer. The scene was awkwardly quiet. The only sound that could be clearly heard was the sound of the air from the air conditioning outlet. The awkward silence lasted for 30 seconds, and the Secretary of Defense was angry. He slammed the table hard and said, "Speak up. Apart from fighting countries like Afghanistan and Iraq, can't our country's army even defend our country? Generals, look at the ranks on your shoulders." But no one spoke, and the secretary was a little frustrated. The days of high positions and power made these generals increasingly corrupt and no longer had the original fighting spirit. Apart from bullying small countries, not many people had the fighting spirit when facing a truly powerful enemy. It would be great if General Ross was here, the Secretary of Defense thought. At least General Ross was a real iron-blooded soldier who dared to fight and was not afraid of toughness. When the Minister of Defense was thinking this, a relatively young brigadier general raised his hand. The minister motioned for him to speak. The brigadier general gathered his thoughts and said in a bowed tone, "Mr. Minister, please forgive me for being blunt. Judging from the fighting situation on the scene, our army may not be able to stop such an offensive. As long as those fighters have the same number of nuclear bombs, they can destroy all the important cities on our east coast." The brigadier general was telling the truth, but it made the minister very uncomfortable. The brigadier general continued, "In my opinion, We shouldn't think about how to resist, because we probably can't resist. Unless we drop a nuclear bomb directly on New York, it might be useful. Other than that, all we can do is retreat. The defense minister's cheek twitched. You mean escape? The brigadier general said indifferently, I just received news that the White House has issued an emergency evacuation message. The president, vice president, secretary of state and other important officials have begun to evacuate Washington. Washington is less than 500 kilometers away from New York, and there is no strategic depth at all. We should prepare for the worst. Because alien invasion is something that cannot be undertaken by the United States alone. This is not a Hollywood movie. The brigadier general's words were very direct and to the point. The defense minister looked at him speechless. And what the brigadier general said represented the thoughts of countless people in this world. This is a real alien invasion. What should the Earth do? Can the army resist it? What should we do if we can't resist it? After losing the ability to think briefly after the nuclear explosion, people around the world who watched the live broadcast of the Battle of New York were thinking about this question. Then some people began to rush into the nearest supermarket and began to frantically purchase various daily necessities, including food, battery flashlights and sleeping bags. All the troops stationed on the coast of New York were also in chaos. Some people wanted to open fire, even though they knew it was impossible to hurt the other side's warships. Some people thought that since they had not angered the other side, it would be better not to provoke them easily. This complex thought was not only held by the army, but also by the reporters who came to collect news. No one knew what to do next. At this moment, a lonely figure flew out of the array. He stepped on the gliding wing produced by the Osborne Group and wore the blue uniform that had been popular in the world for 70 years. The red, white and blue shield was carried on his back. Steve Rogers, Captain America. He flew towards the interstellar fleet without any weapons. All the troops and news media present received his message. I am Steve Rogers. I ask everyone to cease fire and not to offend the other side. I will find a way to talk to the other side. If the negotiations fail and I die, the army will fulfill its obligations, and all civilians will evacuate. Captain Rogers' words were as calm as if he was telling his friends, I'm going to the convenience store on the corner to buy a piece of butter. But the captain is not going to the corner to buy butter, but to contact a group of powerful alien civilizations. Before everyone could recover, Captain Rogers continued to rise on his glider. Such a back figure appeared in the global broadcast screen, a strong back figure wearing a blue uniform with a shield on his back. More than 70 years ago, this man saved World War II. Is he going to save the Earth again today? Countless people began to pray for him. At the Venus base, Dr. Hank used a tablet computer to access the signal from the Earth, which allowed Lee G and Professor Charles to see the news broadcast and various messages on the internet. Lee G glanced at Professor Charles and said, Professor, if politics is a show, then I think Captain Rogers has done a better job than today's politicians. Anyone who can compete with a villain like the Red Skull for so many years is no fool. After all, the Red Skull is not a fool who can only use frontal attacks to attack the captain. There were many political attacks on the captain back then, but they were resolved one by Captain Rogers. Hearing what Lee G said, Professor Charles smiled slightly. Then we have to see the level of the Crown Prince of Asgard. I heard that you, Tony and Captain Rogers have rehearsed with him many times. How is the effect? Lee G glanced at Professor Charles, then said slowly, I don't think it should be too bad. Anyway, the current Thor is protected by divine light. He just killed the Mandarin and defeated the dragon troops. People don't have time to think about many things. So this incident will give Captain Rogers enough political capital? Asked Professor Charles. Lee G nodded, it is a lot, enough to make any political system in the world, including the US government, face up to Captain Rogers' influence. Just as Lee G was talking to Professor Charles, the hatch of an interstellar battleship slowly opened. P.S. There will be 3 updates today, so don't worry about the plot being dragged on for a long time. In addition, this chapter of more than 3,500 words, please vote. Chapter 541, Nuclear Explosion Detonates New York Harbor, and the Captain Escapes from the Powerful Enemy. When the world focused on the Star Fleet, and even the military generals had no good solution, and even the President of the United States began to seek refuge, Captain Steve Rogers stood up, just like he had done countless times before. He stood up to face the powerful enemy that seemed to be unshakable, but he stood up firmly, and won every time with a miraculous attitude. Will Captain Rogers win this time? The group of seemingly invincible Starfleet is so terrible. Whether it is the plasma cannon, the gauze electromagnetic cannon, or the new nuclear weapons that surpass the modern human mastery, all of this has dealt a huge blow to the modern civilization that humans are proud of. There is no need to launch an attack on the Earth. Anyone who has a certain common sense of military equipment can understand what is happening now. The generals of the army even gave up their battle plan and persuaded their top leaders to retreat. At this moment, Captain Rogers stood up. Whether he wanted to fight or negotiate with the aliens, at this moment, he no longer represented just himself, but the entire human society. The eyes of the whole world and all mankind were focused on him. In the Venus base, Li Ji heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that the Mandarin should really be dead. Now he can breathe a sigh of relief. Dr. Hank refilled a cup of coffee for Li Ji and Professor Charles. Li Ji took a sip gently. Let his thoughts become clearer. Li Ji had thought and calculated countless times before pushing Captain Rogers to the stage to become one of the protagonists of this unprecedented political show. There is no doubt that the attention this matter will receive will be the most in human history. If he does it himself, he will definitely gain a huge amount of reputation, but he cannot come forward himself. From any angle, he cannot come forward. What is a street hero coming forward to talk about this matter? No matter what the result is, there will definitely be many people dissatisfied. There will probably be more criticisms, and the final result may not be good. Becoming the target of public criticism is almost inevitable. Among the people in the Illuminati, Captain America Steve Rogers is almost the most suitable candidate. He is a natural hero, the world's first superhero, and he has saved the world. He is Captain America, but he is not a thug of the US government or, to put it bluntly, he is not a dog of the government. Even when there are differences of opinion, Captain Rogers does not mind going crazy against the government. It is also because he is in the Bureau, but he is free from the Bureau, which makes everyone trust him. And he will have more responsibilities in the layout of the world in the future. Only those who don't care about money can manage money, and only those who don't care about power can delegate power. For example, Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Li Ji, or Professor X, Dr. Hank and Thor. There is a reason why several people in the Illuminati can form a front, because this organization has huge energy, whether it is money, technology or political influence. But all the members here don't care about all this. If there is really something they care about, maybe everyone has an ideal country in their hearts. The sea accommodates all rivers, and tolerance makes it great. The wall stands thousands of feet high, and without desire, it is strong. Under the gaze of the whole world, Captain Rogers' glider had climbed to a high enough height. He shouted in the direction of the Starfleet, "Hello, I am Steve Rogers from Earth. How can I help you?" Rogers' words were clearly transmitted to the ears of every soldier in New York Harbor and every reporter's communicator through his communicator, and then broadcast to all parts of the world through satellite. Captain Rogers expressed his goodwill and raised his hands to indicate that he was not carrying any weapons. Almost everyone who watched his actions was worried, whether they were at the scene or in front of the TV or computer screen. Probably only the few people in the Illuminati who knew the inside story were not worried at all. Li Ji even had the mood to talk to Dr. Hank about several ways to brew coffee. In addition to them, everyone in the world was watching how the Starfleet would answer. Would Captain Rogers be eliminated directly with one shot? No one dared to guarantee it. Inside the interstellar battleship, Thor adjusted his clothes in the mirror. But he found it unnecessary, because he would put on the Thor nano armor provided by Tony Stark. Thor said to himself in front of the mirror, "Really? Really?" He was a little hesitant. "I have to wear it." When Thor was hesitating, Li Ji's voice suddenly came out from the loudspeaker in the battleship, and the voice was very loud. "You are too late, Thor. Captain Rogers is waiting for you outside, facing the battleship like a fool for several minutes." Li Ji said to Thor, who was still dawdling in the battleship with great dissatisfaction, "The whole world is waiting for you. My Lord Thor. Can you please hurry up? If you don't show up, I'm afraid I will have to blow up a battleship to let you appear." After that, Li Ji hung up the communication. He wanted to tell Captain Rogers outside that he needed to wait a while, not to be too anxious, and to find a way to delay everyone's attention first. Well, Thor thought that what Li Ji said might be true. He murmured to himself in the mirror and whispered, "Okay. As if he had mustered up all his courage, he pressed the transformation belt on his waist, which contained his Thor nano armor and a nano metal replica of Thunderhammer. After confirming Thor's fingerprint, the transformation belt began to work, and all the nano metals were activated, waiting for the final instruction to start dressing. Thor frowned, and finally said in a voice that was not much louder than a mosquito, "Thunder God transformation." The belt did not respond. He raised the volume a little, "Thunder God transformation." The belt still did not respond. Thor's voice continued to increase a little, and it was close to the volume of ordinary speaking, "Thunder God transformation." The nano-metal in the belt moved a little, but then retracted. Damn Tony Stark. He designed this shitty transformation belt. When I regain my power, I will tear down his Stark Group building. Thor has protested the design of this transformation belt many times, but Tony just refused to change it. This is emotion and memory. You need to shout it out loud, and then show extraordinary courage and perseverance. Thor remembered Tony's expression and demeanor clearly. The damn playboy ate a donut while talking. This is the armor design I am most proud of in my life. It is almost comparable to what I wear. You can't live up to it. Show your perseverance. Screw your perseverance, and go to hell with your emotions. Thor felt that he must be crazy, actually wearing this belt. Thor. You haven't come out yet. Leegi at the Venus base was almost crazy because it took too long. Captain Rogers was holding his hands outside like a fool. This show can't be delayed for too long. Otherwise, it is easy for unknown variables to appear. Leegi gave Thor a final ultimatum, "Get out, Thor. Otherwise I will blow up the spaceship." Thor gritted his teeth and roared with the greatest strength of his life, "God of Thunder, transform." Captain Rogers, who had been blowing the cold wind outside, kept frowning. He had waited too long. The script was not like this. But Leegi had assured him that Thor would appear soon. When Captain Rogers wanted to open the hatch of the battleship himself, a hatch of the Starfleet finally opened. Silver scale armor, red cloak, flashing lightning, majestic. Standing in the air, looking at the world. A man who looked like a sculpture of the gods in ancient Rome stepped out of the hatch. Without the help of any tools or external force, he stood in the air and looked at Captain Rogers. With a strong body, angular face, and a fierce look in his eyes, he was ready to bite anyone at any time. Thor now doesn't look like he's dribbling the ball at all. With the help of the shape-shifting device, he has restored his most perfect appearance. If a person is 30 kilograms fatter and 30 kilograms thinner, they will definitely look like two different people. Especially when the body fat percentage drops from 25% to 6.5%, no one will think that the alien Thor that appears on the TV screen now has anything to do with the Earth Thor. This is the first time that humans have come into contact with alien civilizations. Although this alien looks very much like a human, no one can understand the first sentence he said. A series of meaningless pronunciations came out of Thor's mouth. They were learned when Thor went to an alien planet. The general meaning was, "I'm hungry, can you give me a steak?" But no one could understand what he said. Judging from his somewhat ferocious appearance on the TV screen, many people thought he was really threatening Captain Rogers. Everyone was worried about the safety of Captain Rogers, but Captain Rogers was worthy of being a man who had saved the world. He didn't feel any crisis at all, but talked to the aliens very calmly. "Hello, I'm Steve Rogers from Earth. Can you tell us why you're here? How can we help Earth? We are very hospitable and willing to help any friendly alien civilization." Captain Rogers' words were very decent and well-reasoned. He showed the demeanor that a superhero should have. Thor on the other side pretended to be thinking, as if he didn't understand what Captain Rogers said. He frowned and it took a long time for him to relax. Then he said in a half-baked English, "You, Earth, Rogers?" "Yes, hello, sir." Captain Rogers immediately replied, "May I ask your name?" "My name is Thor, and I am the Thunder God who patrols the 9 worlds. I am in charge of the heavenly thunder punishment." Thor's inner OS, "I hope my father won't electrocute me." When Captain Rogers and Thor started talking, and the picture and sound were transmitted to all parts of the world through various media, the entire internet world went crazy. The sound came through the communicator on Rogers, on a certain country's internet forum. Netizen A, Captain Rogers actually talked to aliens. Oh my god. Netizen B, aliens can speak English? I'm afraid people are pretending. Netizen C, pretend? Try pretending. Which country in the world has the ability to manufacture such warships and weapons? This is at least hundreds or thousands of years ahead of human technology. Netizen D, stop making noise. The safety of the Earth now depends on Captain Rogers' negotiations. If this guy named Thor is the vanguard of the alien fleet invading the Earth, then we are dead. Only if Captain Rogers has a good talk with these people and asks them not to attack the Earth or something. Netizen A praised Netizen D and replied, yes, it is best to solve this problem through diplomatic means now. Otherwise, the Earth will be in danger. God, I should have been born on Mars. While people were discussing these trivial things on the internet, Captain Rogers, with his calm attitude and well-reasoned conversation skills, started the first friendly diplomatic contact between humans and alien civilizations with the alien Thor. The two sides fully exchanged their customs and diplomatic attitudes, and launched a friendly and heated discussion. Captain Rogers even took out a high-energy chocolate bar from his uniform as a gift and gave it to the alien envoy who met for the first time. It tastes good. Thor took a bite of the chocolate bar. To be honest, he hadn't eaten this for a long time. Just as the two sides exchanged information in a friendly and cordial manner, Captain Rogers mentioned the key question this time. So, Thor, what is the purpose of your visit to Earth? Thor ate the chocolate bar in one bite, then stared at Captain Rogers with a sharp look, and said in a bad tone, mortal, do you really want to know? Captain Rogers nodded, yes, Thor. I'm on patrol to arrest some terrible murderers in this world. Thor's words were transmitted to the whole world through the communicator, for example, the Dark Elves, such as the cosmic locust Chitauri. Yes, Chitauri, this is not what Li told Thor. But he knew it himself. The cosmic locust is well known even to Asgard, which ranks among the top 9 worlds. Some civilizations that once believed in the kingdom of Asgard were defeated by the Chitauri. Thor was no stranger to them. During the meeting, when Li asked for examples of several threatening civilizations, Thor had already thought of this. However, he thought that there was nothing on Earth that was worth the Chitauri attacking and robbing, so he was just talking casually at the time. But Li looked at him with a strange look and decided to tell him about the Chitauri. Because others might not know, but Li did. The Chitauri were the lackeys of Thanos and his vanguard officers. As long as the Infinity Stones could be on Earth, they would definitely come. He and others must be prepared in advance. But on Earth, Captain Rogers said in surprise as if he heard the name for the first time, Dark Elves, Chitauri. Thor nodded majestically, yes, Earthlings. Maybe your level of civilization is very low, which makes you have the illusion that the center of the universe is on Earth, but what I want to say is that this universe is not alone. P.S. There will be another chapter later. This chapter is 4,300 words long. Please vote, please vote. Chapter 542. The Mandarin dies on the East Coast, and the Red Hulk wreaks havoc in New York City. I am the Thunder God who patrols the 9 worlds, and I arrest the most vicious criminals in this universe. From the endless sea to the evil quagmire, from the dust of the Crab Nebula to the blue sun of Sagittarius. Thor said in a reminiscent tone. I have fought with the most dangerous people in this world, the wisest gods, the most despicable gods. The kindest civilization, the most terrible civilization. Humanoid creatures, or what you call Cthulhu creatures. This universe is big, but also small. Thor's words were transmitted to every corner of the Earth through microsignals, so that all humans could hear them. Captain Rogers asked at the right time, what about you? Thunder God, what brought you to Earth? Thor said according to the script that had been prepared long ago, my duty is as I said. The Dark Elves have started a war again, and they want to sweep the war across the 9 worlds. And the Earth is the courtyard of the 9 worlds. What? Captain Rogers pretended not to understand, although he already knew what Thor said in the Illuminati. But in order to pretend that he was as ignorant as everyone else, Captain Rogers still reacted as he should, looking confused as if he didn't know what Thor was talking about. But it was obvious that Thor didn't intend to continue talking. Some explanations were not suitable to be said all at once. He just talked about the Dark Elves and the Chitauri. 2 warlike and violent races, the Dark Elves are committed to dragging the world into darkness and returning it to the Dark Age at the beginning of the universe. The Chitauri feed on other civilizations. This conversation between Captain Rogers and the alien Thor quickly became a global live show. No matter which channel in any country in the world, as long as the TV station can receive satellite signals, They will cut off the originally prepared program and temporarily broadcast this first contact of mankind. Everyone saw the conversation between Captain Rogers and the strong man, and his performance without stage fright made him a global fan again. The tall and mighty Thor, who has an outstanding temperament and looks ridiculously powerful, left an indelible impression on people. Thor continued, "As for my coming to Earth, it was just because of some intelligence clues. Maybe some dark elves exiled to the dark space came to Earth through the space-time turbulence. Regardless of the truth of the intelligence, I need to come to Earth to take a look. Then you helped us eliminate a terrorist on Earth, Mandarin." Captain Rogers continued. "Terrorist? No, I think you are wrong, Earthling." Thor said in a condescending tone, "I am not interested in intervening in your low-level civilization disputes. It's just because those flying reptiles look a bit like the Zerg in the universe that I took action. It has nothing to do with your terrorists." This sentence was made up by Li Ji temporarily. Neither Thor nor Li Ji knew about the dragon civilization. If Loki was here, with her broad knowledge, she would probably recognize this civilization, as well as the flying dragon troops that are clones of the dragons. She could even talk about some strange Zerg civilizations in the universe. But Li Ji and Thor don't have such extensive knowledge, so Li Ji can only talk nonsense with Thor for the time being. As for where the Mandarin got this flying dragon army, we can only leave it for follow-up investigation. Thor's explanation is very good, because the farthest place human civilization has gone so far is the moon. The Illuminati does not count Li Ji's cheating. Moreover, the establishment of a base on the moon has only happened in the past year. Without Tony Stark's arc energy, it is impossible for humans to build a base on the moon. And Thor's explanation is like a modern big city person who travels back to the countryside 30 years ago and talks about the prosperity and technology of big cities 30 years later. Naturally, what he says is what he means. "So, do you need our help?" Captain Rogers continued to say according to the script. "Humans are willing to help any friendly civilization. The exchange of civilizations is what we want to see." Thor shook his head. "No need, mortal. I have checked, at least the Dark Elves have not appeared on Earth at present. It is more appropriate to say that I help you rather than you help me. A civilization with constant disputes and internal strife still wants to survive in this universe? You are a little too lucky." Thor said meaningfully. "Are you the leader of this world, Rogers?" "Me? No. I'm just a soldier." Captain Rogers shook his head. Thor frowned and said, "Why did you show up? Shouldn't the leader of this world bear the responsibility she, or they should fulfill when dealing with the emergence of any powerful civilization?" Thor sounded a little dissatisfied. But Captain Rogers didn't say anything. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, "Everyone has their responsibilities. I just fulfilled my responsibilities." Li Ji watched the two people skillfully perform the play according to the script that had been rehearsed before in the Venus base. After almost reading the script, he said through the two people's secret communicator, "That's enough, you two. We have to call it a day. It's not advisable to do more. Sometimes acting is almost enough. If you overdo it, it's easy to have flaws." This time, the Mandarin was eliminated, the threat of alien civilization invasion was made, and Captain Rogers had a chance to gain a lot of political capital. It was good enough. Some things are too much, after all, there are still many other smart people in the world. So after Captain Rogers and Thor had a cordial exchange of opinions, Thor said that he still needed him to patrol other places in the 9 worlds. He was just passing by and would not stay on Earth for too long. At the same time, he also expressed that the threat of dark invasion exists at any time, and the Earth is not alone in this universe. "Take care of yourself, mortal. This universe is very lively and dangerous. Every step you take requires careful decisions." Thor finally said that he was ready to leave. When Thor entered the interstellar battleship, Li Ji did not use the cloaking device, but started the spacecraft's jump engine in front of 7 billion viewers around the world. The jump engine started, and the dimensions accelerated and superimposed, just like breaking a shortcut or in the universe, and the interstellar fleet disappeared from everyone's sight. Only the people who were left staring blankly at what had just happened felt a little unreal. Was everything just now real? It was like a dream. Li Ji on Venus also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he seemed to have done well this time, and there were no mutants, and everything was solved smoothly. The Mandarin was also killed. As long as the Ten Rings gang in Central Asia was completely eradicated, it would be perfect. The Illuminati can also free up their hands to solve the problems of mutants and Hydra with a subsequent trend. Li Ji raised his coffee cup to signal Dr. Hank and Professor Charles to celebrate appropriately. Just when Li Ji and the Illuminati breathed a sigh of relief, the East Coast Defense Command, far away in the suburbs of New York, was full of tension. It was not because of aliens or anything. It was because General Ross had just forcibly implemented the Giant Plan, which was originally intended to deal with the Mandarin. Who would have thought that the situation would take a sharp turn for the worse, and the Mandarin had died on the East Coast off the coast of New York without him having a chance to appear. The Giant Plan is a very risky thing, and there are too many uncontrollable things in it. The researchers wanted to forcibly interrupt the Giant Transformation Plan for General Ross, but things went beyond the researchers' imagination. The original backup insurance plan did not work at all. Even if the transformation potion and gamma rays were stopped, it still did not stop the changes in General Ross's body. A terrifying red giant appeared in the secret laboratory and roared loudly. P.S. It's the third update. Vote. Chapter 543, The Mandarin dies on the East Coast, and the Red Hulk wreaks havoc in New York City. After the Starfleet had completely withdrawn, the empty sky after the jump and the dragon troops that the Mandarin should have been so valiant and high-spirited had all disappeared. All the people who were present and involved in this incident looked at each other in bewilderment. What was this? Originally, the terrorists from Earth came to attack New York. As a result, they ran into a Starfleet that seemed to have an overly strong sense of justice, and they were beaten to death before they could even say a word. And now it all seemed like a dream. On the New York dock, Captain Gates still had a look of dementia on his face. Things changed too quickly, and he had no more reaction at all. His two men, the Black Soldier and the White Soldier, seemed to recover faster than him, and they communicated with each other with their eyes again. Black Soldier, am I dreaming? White Soldier, did you dream about me too? Exclamation mark. Black Soldier, well, maybe not. But what did we see just now? Aliens? Exclamation mark. White Soldier, yes, and Captain Rogers calmed him down, and he persuaded the powerful alien fleet to retreat with reason and evidence. Black Soldier, it's a pity that it's not Colonel Rhodes who dropped a nuclear bomb to save the world. Why not follow the Hollywood script? Exclamation mark. White Soldier, because such a cliché plot is too bad at the box office now. It's not 1996 now. Last year, 2016, it was verified that such a cliché plot would be criticized, whether it is writing a novel or making a movie. Note 1, Black Soldier, okay, then what should we do next? White Soldier, there is no need to fight to the death. Of course, we should choose to retreat. I still have 2 days of vacation this month, and I just happened to go to see my girlfriend. Just when the two soldiers were exchanging glances with joy, Captain Gates finally came to his senses. He was going to go to the temporary command post on the scene to ask what to do. But he accidentally saw the two men who were communicating with their eyes. Are you two sending Morse code with eyebrows and blinking? He seemed to have discovered something incredible. The Black Soldier immediately denied it. No, I just had a cramp in my eyebrow. The White Soldier also said immediately, my eyes are just a little dry, maybe because I used inferior eye drops, or maybe because my girlfriend bought fakes from Hateo. Maybe I should complain to Jack Ma. Note 2. Captain Gates looked at his two men with some doubts. In the New York Temporary Command Center, a brigadier general in charge of on-site operations command did not ask the North American Command, but connected the communicator to Captain Rogers' frequency band and asked, what should we do now, Captain? Perhaps a seed was planted in the captain's heart, just like what the alien Thor said just now. Where's our leader at this time? Why did Captain Rogers stand up? So he almost subconsciously handed the request to Captain Rogers. Captain Rogers raised his eyebrows unconsciously. Fortunately, the news was no longer broadcast live, and no reporter captured his facial expression. He thought for a moment and said, General, I think you'd better contact the North American East Coast Defense Command. But if you ask me, my opinion is to withdraw from New York City in an orderly manner, leaving some National Guards to assist the New York police in restoring order in the city. Although this time it didn't really cause much damage to New York City, I'm afraid the chaotic order will last for 2 or 3 days, and perhaps martial law will be needed at night. Okay, I understand, Captain. The brigadier general in charge of the scene was ready to report Captain Rogers' opinion to the upper command, But before he was ready to report, he couldn't help but say to Captain Rogers, "You did a great job just now, Captain." Captain Rogers smiled and didn't answer. In the Venus base, the interstellar fleet has jumped into the atmosphere of Venus. Super AI Friday is beginning to control the interstellar battleship to dock in the port inside the Venus base in an orderly manner. Thor walked down from the battleship. He breathed a sigh of relief, patted his bulging belly and smiled. Leegi, Professor Charles and Dr. Hank stood in the port area waiting for Thor's return. Leegi was the first to applaud Thor to show respect, and for the first time ever, he praised him. "You did a great job just now, Thor." "Really? Was my performance too obvious? Did it feel stiff? How was my image on TV? Did it look good?" Thor and Leegi returned to the corridor inside the Venus base together, and asked nervously as they walked. "Perfect. If possible, I think I can win you an Oscar and a Golden Globe, or the Golden Palm Best Actor Award. You did a great job." Leegi praised Thor's acting skills without hesitation. "Facing a live reality show with 7 billion viewers, I can't think of a better performance than this." "Really?" Thor said happily. "My performance just now imitated Gordon Ramsay in Hell's Kitchen, the cold and stingy devil." Thor became a TV child during the time when Leegi went to Japan, obsessed with various reality shows. His swearing skills were learned from Hell's Kitchen. "As long as you didn't swear just now, it's okay." Leegi patted Thor on the shoulder. "Okay, things here are done, and it's almost time for us to go back to New York. Doctor, can you help us teleport back? We just happened to go and see if Penny's surgery is over." Leegi is now in a relaxed and happy mood. Everything has been done, and he has not missed anything. Killing the villain and doing a global reality show, everything is going according to the original plan. Although there are still many finishing touches to be done later, at least it is within his control, right? In New York City, the Army, police, New York vigilantes and SHIELD agents are all doing the final finishing touches. Captain Rogers still has a lot of things to do, whether it is the current finishing work or the subsequent press conferences that require him to attend and host. He will be very busy in the near future. While everyone's attention was focused on Captain Rogers, Tony Stark had silently controlled the remaining members of his Iron Legion to return to the Stark Industrial Building immediately. The originally chaotic New York City has restored order. Although most people are still taking refuge in the subway and civil air defense fortifications, at least they are not as worried as before. Leegi dressed up as a night walker and walked briskly from the other end of the street, while Thor walked from another street. To be honest, the originally busy streets of New York are now empty, which is also quite enjoyable. This is another kind of scenery. Leegi hummed a little song and thought. At the other end of the street is the Osborne Group Medical Center. If I am not wrong, then Penny's surgery should be almost over. Well, this child seems to like jellyfish? A bit of a strange hobby. Leegi touched his chin. He decided to buy Penny a small aquarium after the surgery, and then put some ornamental jellyfish in it. Just like that, the sun was shining, the wind was gentle, and even the air was filled with a peaceful atmosphere of New York City. Leegi felt very comfortable. He wanted to take a slow walk like this, enjoying the rare tranquility of this busy city. Look, the shadows on the ground, those are the traces left by the birds in the sky, whether they are white pigeons or seagulls, or albatrosses, maybe they are enjoying. Why is the shadow on the ground getting bigger and bigger? Judging from the shape, this bird is too fat. Is it a flock of birds? This is not right. Just as Leegi was looking at the shadow cast by the flying bird on the ground and thinking about life, a huge sound of breaking through the air came. Just like a missile launch, it is getting closer and closer, and the shadow on the ground is getting bigger and bigger. Then, before Leegi had time to think about why Faye Nyao was so fat, a group of red bombs fell from the sky, smashing huge holes in the hard road surface, rubble flying all over the sky, and the glass of the buildings on both sides of the street was shattered by the huge impact. The whole street was like being bombarded by a heavy cannon. Leegi was blown away more than 10 meters by the huge impact. The water pipes and other public facilities originally buried under the road were instantly destroyed, and the thick water pipes caused the water to leak like a fountain because of the rupture. Leegi shook his head and stood up. Who caused such a big destruction in New York? Could it be that the Mandarin was not dead, or was there a living Fei Long? No. I just checked several times and there was no one alive. Because of the huge shock wave, the yellow sand left on the ground when Sandman and Spider-Man fought before was lifted up, and now the whole street was submerged in yellow sand. Li Ji has taken out a thunderblade and is ready for battle. No matter who it is, now destroying his celebration moment should be hung up and beaten. The yellow sand and dust slowly settled down, and Li Ji could see the huge red figure in the pit more and more clearly. When the yellow sand settled down and the red giant appeared in front of Li Ji, his hands trembled. He felt like he had just received his monthly salary and was going home happily to buy himself a T-bone steak and Bordeaux wine to celebrate. But when he opened the door, he saw his own Alaska sitting at the door with a flattering face. Then he looked at his originally warm and lovely home and saw it turned into ruin. Are you kidding me? I finally make a few thousand yuan a month, and the furniture destroyed by this stinky dog is worth more than 10,000 yuan. And I can't beat this stinky dog. Because who let the Hulk out? Exclamation mark. Did Dr. Banner say that he would study dance at the border between India and Nepal? And he changed the Hulk's skin into a red one. Li Ji was roaring in his heart. Note 1. 1996 was the year when the mainstream American patriotic science fiction action movie Independence Day starring Will Smith was released. The film was the global box office champion that year and has an important position in global film history. For the first time, it taught everyone that mainstream movies can be shot this way. In 2016, Independence Day 2 was remade. After 20 years, a superbad movie was made. The so-called Chinese elements were so bad that I don't know whether to criticize or praise it. Note 2. Jack Ma is the English name of China's richest man, Mr. Ma. Chapter 544, The Mandarin dies on the East Coast, and Red Hulk wreaks havoc in New York City. Hulk, a name that can be replaced in the Marvel world. No matter in which universe, Hulk is one of the top combat forces in this world. In the original story, there are not many people who can face and defeat Hulk. Among the original Avengers, only Thor can do it. It is Thor who has recovered all his divine power and lifted Thor's hammer, not the salted fish Thor. Hulk can be called the ultimate example of artificial biological weapons. Even the group of flying dragon troops that just showed off their power can't compare with him. The birth of Hulk was an accident. As an excellent scientist, Bruce Banner is a scientist who hates war and rejects the manufacture of killing weapons. But like many things, the movement of this world will never change or give in because of someone's subjective preferences. In reality, whether Bruce likes it or not, he is a science teacher under the military, especially his girlfriend's father is a powerful figure in the military, General Ross. So Bruce's words don't count in many things. For example, research on gamma bombs. It was an experiment in Nevada, with participants, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner. Tony was not Iron Man at the time, and the young playboy was addicted to alcohol and women. His relationship with Bruce was not very good at the time. However, because of the military project, the two worked together on the gamma bomb project. Although there are two talented scientists, sometimes 1 + 1 does not equal 2, it may be greater, of course it may be less than, or even negative. Obviously, this unsuccessful gamma bomb experiment is a good example. Not only did it not play a role greater than 2, it did not even reach 1. This was a failed experiment, and the military destroyed all the data and progress of the original experiment. The only thing that left a deep impression on people was one thing, or one person, a monster. That is, Bruce Banner turned into a giant beast, the Hulk. The military, including General Ross, wanted to arrest him countless times, whether it was to control the Hulk as a weapon or to arrest him and prevent him from continuing to do evil outside. In short, arresting the Hulk was a necessary action. The climax of this cat-and-mouse game took place in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Scientists under General Ross forcibly created a similar gene based on the characteristics and DNA of the Hulk. A monster named Abomination was born. If the Hulk is a giant and still considered a human, then the Abomination is no longer like a human. It is a complete beast. In the end, a district in Rio was completely destroyed by the fight between the two monsters. The Abomination is very strong, very strong. But the Hulk is stronger, so strong that he completely crushed the Abomination, and the beast had no power to fight back. General Ross finally failed to catch Bruce Banner and was absconded by him. At the same time, because of the Rio battle, the Hulk incarnated by Bruce Banner also entered the side of Nick Fury, the former director of SHIELD, and before he was caught, he specifically told Captain Rogers to find a way to recruit Professor Banner. On the military side, General Ross and other generals of the military, who had failed continuously, felt that they should use a roundabout route to save the country. Isn't the Hulk incapable? But there is Abomination. Although this beast is a failure, its power is unimaginable. As long as the side effects are controlled, it may not be less powerful than the Green Hulk. So, Dr. Richards was found by the military. Because of the lack of experimental funds, before Tony found Dr. Richards and was willing to invest $50 million in him. Dr. Richards has been helping the military to improve the formula of Abomination in exchange for experimental funds, and using some military satellites and equipment for scientific research. And this Red Hulk that fell from the sky is the product of Dr. Richards. After continuous matching and experiments, the giant project finally reached the stage of physical clinical research. But not everyone can withstand the transformation of biological agents combined with gamma rays. This requires complex DNA matching and experiments, and only after careful screening can the right person be selected. This is a huge project. The military decided to conduct a preliminary DNA screening of more than 2 million soldiers in the army, and finally select the experimenters suitable for the giant project. And this basic work does not require the participation of Dr. Richards, and can be organized by ordinary military scientists. At the same time, Dr. Richards received an invitation from Tony Stark, and the ARC project was officially launched, and the mining of helium-3 on the moon was put on the agenda. Tony promised to build a laboratory on the surface of the moon for Dr. Richards to help him do various scientific research. This condition, plus the allocation of $50 million in research funds, instantly took Dr. Richards away. So General Ross, the only candidate whose DNA was found to be compatible with the red giant serum, forcibly launched the giant project without the presence of Dr. Richards, the project host. This decision cannot be said to be wrong, because as a person in the top power circle of this country, General Ross knows how strong the Mandarin is. And his irresistible dragon troops. No matter what other personalities General Ross has, he has the most basic character and accomplishment of a professional soldier. I am a soldier of this country, and it is my responsibility to defend my country. Even at the cost of my blood and life, I will kill any thugs who dare to invade my motherland. New York is of irreplaceable importance to the United States. He couldn't let the Mandarin trample on him at will, especially after realizing that traditional military force couldn't kill him. General Ross resolutely chose to transform into a giant. Because he had seen the terrible destructive power of the Hulk, as long as he had that kind of power, the Mandarin could naturally defeat him. So in front of Li Ji, this Red Hulk, as strong and tall as a hill, appeared. There was terrible energy in his solid muscles, and there was an unyielding burning flame in his angry eyes. Hulk had left a deep impression on Li Ji. I still remember when I watched the movie Avengers in my previous life, the Hulk destroyed the Chitauri King Worm battleship with one punch, and Li Ji's mouth twitched. He didn't think he could solve the Hulk by himself. Especially since he didn't know whether the Hulk in front of him had lost his mind. If Hulk lost his mind, he couldn't stop unless he was knocked unconscious. The horror of angering the Hulk was more terrible than angering the Rhino. So Li Ji did not attack, but slowly pushed back with a thunder blade, and began to call for support. Everyone, there is a big trouble in New York City. A red giant appeared in the city. I need your support. Let Li Ji fight Hulk alone? Don't be silly, the anti-Hulk armor can be dismantled by Hulk, and Hulk doesn't seem to be injured at all. Unless there is a way to knock him out, all attacks will only make him more angry, and because of anger, he will become more powerful. There is no use. This is a more difficult opponent than the Mandarin. Hulk's strength increases according to the degree of anger. Now Li Ji has to find a way to make this red giant retreat quietly before he finds him, and then see if there is a chance to knock him out. Or find land to open the space gate, lure this guy over, and then throw him into the land of 5 people in the mountains. Let Hulk vent his anger and then find someone to get him back. That's it. Li Ji formulated a combat strategy in an instant, and also notified Lan, asking her to be ready at any time. Spider-Man, Dark Knight, Iron Man and others have received Li Ji's message through the communicator. Although they have not seen the Red Hulk yet, it does not prevent them from understanding Li Ji's tactical intentions. Okay everyone, I will inform you of my coordinates now. Iron Man, mobilize your remaining Iron Army. We need a cover and bait. Li Ji said to Tony through his communicator. Tony, who had just returned to Stark Tower, replied, I understand. But who is this Red Hulk? I know the Hulk who messed up Brazil. Could it be that his skin was sunburned by the high temperature and scorching sun in South America? Just when a group of people who received Li Ji's message were ready to take action, an unexpected change occurred that Li Ji did not expect. Because of the Mandarin's attack on New York, the military mobilized a lot of troops to enter the city to prepare for street fighting. For example, the Apache Flying Squadron and other arms were the first to arrive in New York. 3 blocks away, an Apache helicopter gunship on patrol did not know whether his pilot or weapons officer went crazy. 3 rockets flew towards the Red Hulk, who had jumped into the pit and was a little dazed. Because of the direction and angle, Li Ji couldn't even intercept the 3 rockets. He could only watch the 3 rockets hit the Red Hulk's body, and finally 3 groups of violent fireworks exploded, and the already broken road surface was blown up even more. The Red Hulk, who was originally in a daze and at least didn't look too threatening, was angry at this moment. A huge force like a raging sea surged out of his body. Roar. A roar followed by a huge sonic boom like a cannonball coming out of a gun. Li Ji only saw the Red Hulk, who was originally standing in the same place, appear 3 blocks away in the next second, and the Apache helicopter had turned into a pile of scrap metal and fell helplessly from the world. Finally, it fell heavily on the asphalt street in New York, and the ammunition depot full of the plane also exploded. Even if Li Ji was 3 blocks away, he could hear the huge explosion. Don't seek death, you won't die. At this moment, Li Ji hated the stupid pilot. Not only did he die at the hands of Hulk, but he also angered Hulk. He didn't know how many people in New York would be buried with him. Just like now, Red Hulk didn't feel satisfied after destroying a plane. He wanted to do more. He wanted to destroy wantonly. P.S. I made some changes to the origin of the Hulk, which I have said before. In addition, Red Hulk was not mentioned in the movie, but he is indispensable in comics and cartoons. However, I also made some changes to the origin of Red Hulk. Otherwise, according to the original story, other villains and organizations would be involved. In that case, there would be too many characters to consider. So I made some appropriate changes and deletions. Please treat this book as a parallel universe. Chapter 545, The Power Grid is Destroyed. Thor asks for power. Bruce flies across the Pacific Ocean. Well, there is no doubt that this suicidal helicopter pilot interrupted all of Li Ji's plans. Just like the angry Red Hulk who was provoked by the red cloth. 3 blocks away, this angry beast has begun to show his destructive power. Boom. The dull sound was like a giant drum being struck. Wherever the sound wave passed, the exterior glass of the building was broken one by one. A rain of glass fell on the streets of New York City. The source of the sound was the destruction caused by the Red Hulk. He lifted up several cars and caused a series of explosions on the roadside. He was venting the innate desire for destruction in the Hulk's body. All rationality was overwhelmed by anger, leaving only the indelible anger in his eyes and the desire for destruction from his blood. Li Ji felt that he could not let him continue to destroy, because he was too dangerous. If Hulk was allowed to vent his anger in New York City, then New York would probably be dismantled into ruins by him. Li Ji decided to attract his hatred first and lead him out of New York City. Then throw him to the South Pole or the North Pole to let him calm down. The situation has changed, guys. I'm going to divert the attention of this big guy first. But I can't guarantee how much danger there is here, so I hope everyone can take turns to attract his hatred, otherwise I will definitely die. Li Ji has conveyed the information through the communicator. I will continue to lead him away from the northeast corner of the city. Everyone, be prepared to take over from me at any time. There are also people in the northeast who are leading the refuge. Captain. Request all troops and police officers to evacuate on this road. This is not a joke. I will notify everyone. Captain Rogers has responded to what Li Ji said. Really XXXXX. Li Ji cursed in a low voice. This is a completely unexpected change. If the Red Hulk appeared when the Starfleet was still there just now, he could also use various excuses to let the Starfleet go out to deal with the Red Hulk. Even if he can't kill him, he can find a way to push the Hulk onto the battleship, and then jump directly out of the Earth, so that he can calm down in space. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the Earth, Li Ji doesn't believe that the Hulk can jump back with a stomp of his feet. Big monster, look here. Li Ji quickly approached the Red Hulk who was wreaking havoc on the street. In just a dozen seconds, the Red Hulk had demolished a high-rise building with more than 20 floors and caused serious damage to the neighboring buildings. If it weren't for the fact that all the people in the building had gone to take shelter, then I'm afraid that just that attack would have caused huge casualties. Li Ji didn't think much about it, and directly exchanged a dozen explosive throwing knives from the system, and threw them out with his increasingly skilled hidden weapon skills. A dozen throwing knives drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then hit the back of the Red Hulk fiercely. The power of a dozen explosive throwing knives was about the same as the same number of powerful offensive grenades. A dozen serial explosions were heard. This kind of powerful explosion is a sure death for ordinary people, and even some powerful mutants who are not good at defense will die in this explosion, such as Professor X and Cyclops. Although they are very strong, their physical defense is still at the level of normal people. But the Hulk is different. This is a monster with a physical defense resistance of 100%. Physical attacks can't hurt him at all. It's useless except making him angrier and stronger. But Li Ji didn't intend to kill him in this way. He was just attracting the attention of Red Hulk. Just like now, Red Hulk, who was originally happily working as a demolition team, was immediately attracted by Li Ji. His eyes flashing with angry flames immediately turned his head and stared at Li Ji. Well, it's time to prepare to escape. Li Ji didn't have the confidence to confront Hulk head-on. It was very dangerous to confront Hulk head-on at any time. As for the way to escape, Li Ji didn't plan to use gliding wings or rely on light skills to run away, which might be too slow. Since he exchanged the follow-up moves of the Purple Thunder 9 strike last time, he mastered the sword control technique. Last time, he used the sword control technique to destroy dozens of destroyer mechas made by Hammer Military Industry, which helped Tony a lot. After mastering the sword control technique, Li Ji also developed another attribute of the Thunder Blade. That is flying. Yes, it is flying, but it is not flying by relying on the physical body, but relying on the combination of the Thunder Knife and the sword control technique, letting the Thunder Knife take oneself flying. As for the flying image, it is very similar to Thor in the movie. As a god, he cannot fly by himself, and he always relies on the Thunder Hammer to drag himself to fly. It is a stupid shape. From Li Ji's personal aesthetic point of view, that kind of flying posture is too ugly, so most of the time he would rather use the sliding wing to fly. But Hulk is too fast, and relying on the sliding wing may not be able to avoid him. The benefits of flying with a Thunder Knife are shown at this time. The flying speed of the flying knife is very fast, which Li Ji has experimented with privately. After relying on the energy of the Purple Thunder 9 strikes to lay a layer of protective magnetic field around his body, it is still very easy to break through 3 times the speed of sound. If you squeeze it a little more, you can fly faster, but the energy consumption rate of Li Ji's body will become very fast. But at this time, Li Ji can't care about many things. He turned around and swung the Thunder Knife fiercely. Relying on the dragging force of the Thunder Knife, he instantly left the place where he was just now and flew towards the northeast out of the city. The Red Hulk had just punched a huge hole in the place where Li Ji fought. Roar! With an angry roar, the Red Hulk chased in the direction where Li Ji flew out. In the Osborn Group Medical Center, the Red Hulk just landed directly outside this block. The violent vibration caused by it made everyone in the medical center shake uncontrollably. Fortunately, Dr. Strange was very experienced. He did not panic because of the sudden vibration, and the scalpel in his hand did not cause irreparable wounds on Penny's body. Don't panic, let's continue the operation. Strange looked at the other auxiliary doctors and nurses who were a little panicked around and said, and nodded to Dr. Otto. The operation has entered a critical stage. Only the final excision and the wound can be basically sutured before the regeneration agent can be injected to let Penny enter the recovery period. This is the time when mistakes are most likely to occur, so don't panic. Just when Strange was about to start the excision, the surgical shadowless lamp originally used for lighting suddenly flickered. Although it lit up quickly, Strange still had a bad premonition. He asked the monitoring personnel outside the operating room, what happened? The monitoring personnel who had been responsible for monitoring the various instrument indicators outside the operating room brought bad news. It seems that something happened outside just now. Our power supply line is broken. Now it has switched to UPS power supply. Damn, didn't they convert the ARC new energy power supply of the Stark Group here? That way, we don't need to rely on the power grid. Dr. Otto cursed. Although he didn't like Tony Stark, he had to admit that the ARC new energy still had a lot of advantages. For example, it was completely free from the power supply network, and each building was independently powered. This would not cause a large-scale power outage in the entire area or the entire city due to a problem with a certain power facility. No, doctor. The monitoring personnel outside said, arc energy is incompatible with the traditional power supply system, and the entire building needs to be renovated. We originally planned to carry out a comprehensive renovation in October. The monitoring personnel's statement made Dr. Otto and Dr. Strange unable to blame anything, because the renovation plan was originally in the plan, but the time had not come. Strange knew that he couldn't blame anyone for this, so he just quickly asked, how long can the UPS power supply provide power? About 15 minutes. The monitoring staff immediately replied, I have turned off the unimportant power consumption outside. There is only one operation here today. This is the longest power that can be maintained. Turn off the air conditioner. And all other useless non-surgical power consumption. Strange quickly said to the monitoring staff. This way we can support it longer. Although that's what he said, the power supply of the UPS power supply is not as stable as the power grid after all. Even if it saves more power, it can only support a few more minutes. And the operation can be completed in only 20 minutes? Can Strange and Otto complete the operation? Both of them have no idea. Strange's mind is empty. Maybe this is the second time he has killed an innocent life on the operating table. His heart is like being squeezed hard by a big hand, almost making him unable to breathe. Because the last failure made him lose his only relative in this world, his sister died on his operating table. That is a shadow that can never be erased in a lifetime. From then on, he never accepted any operation that might fail. And now, maybe he has to relive the nightmare he once had, the nightmare that he thought he had escaped from, but in fact it has been devouring his soul. When Hulk fell on the street, Thor had just entered the medical center of the Osborn Group. When the power supply line was destroyed, the entire medical center fell into darkness. This gave Thor a very bad intuition. As a mortal who has lived for so long, he naturally knows what losing electricity means to humans. He quickly ran to the outside of Penny's operating room and happened to hear Strange's conversation with the monitoring personnel. Only a dozen minutes of operation time? Looking at the expressions of Strange and Otto, it is obvious that this operation cannot be completed in a dozen minutes. He needs to get electricity. Thor needs electricity. The old fan was creaking on the old and moldy ceiling, bringing some airflow to the stuffy room. A tube TV produced in the 1990s is still working hard. Even though it is already 20 years old, it still broadcasts all the signals it can receive to the owner of the room, and then broadcasts them into pictures and sounds. Although it is just a piece of snowflakes now, when the owner of the room adjusted the satellite signal receiving antenna outside the wall, the screen of the TV immediately showed a picture. This is the live report of ABC TV. The threat of the Battle of New York and the alien invasion just now has been resolved by Captain Rogers. But a new threat has come again. Now almost all TV stations around the world are broadcasting news about New York. Even Nepal, far away in South Asia, is known as the land of thousand Buddhas. This is one of the poorest countries in the world and can hardly produce anything on its own. The biggest opportunity for people to earn income comes from tourism, because relying on the southern foothills of the Himalayas, many climbers come here to challenge the top of the world. At the same time, many people who are confused come here to seek the last spiritual comfort. Many people have written many travel notes, praising this small East Asian country to the sky, calling it the last pure land on earth. But most of them may not really understand the plight of Nepalese people. No matter how rich the soul is, it still cannot solve the problem of food and clothing. Half of the people in this country live below the poverty line, and 70% of the people have a disposable income of less than $2 a day. Hunger is a problem that this country can never escape. Nepal is not a country that is suitable for agriculture, especially modern agriculture. Because Nepal is a mountainous country, it lacks plains suitable for planting. Because it cannot produce various daily necessities by itself, the price level in the country has not become cheaper because of poverty. $150 can only buy about 20 kilograms of mutton in Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal, which is equivalent to $7.5 per kilogram. This is very, very expensive for the income of Nepalese. And medical care is a terrible burden for the people of this country. Drugs produced in India are the main source of medicine for this country, and India has strangled exports to Nepal. As a result, the price of medicines in Nepal has soared, and most people have no way to get medical treatment after they get sick. This makes many temples have a part-time job, that is, old monks with certain medical experience, it is hard to say that it is formal, will mix various herbs and then give them to sick residents and believers at low prices or for free. If you want to live here, you have to learn to be extremely strong. A small temple on the outskirts of Kathmandu has recently become famous because this temple, which originally had only an old monk and a young novice, gave half of the temple to a foreigner. He is also the owner of the room mentioned earlier. He transformed half of the temple space into a simple hospital. He can get some cheap Western medicine, and the herbal medicine he mixes is more effective than the old monks in ordinary temples. So more and more poor people come here to seek medical treatment. It is almost impossible to find a doctor with formal medical knowledge in this country who is willing to treat people at a low price or even for free. This nameless small temple has become a holy place in the hearts of farmers in the suburbs. The owner here is an elegant middle-aged white man with soft and fluffy chestnut hair. His gentle eyes and his always smiling expression make people feel at ease unconsciously. He recently bought an old TV and some discarded parts from the second-hand market in Kathmandu. Relying on his electronic knowledge, he repaired the originally scrapped TV and connected a satellite antenna. Because in addition to opening this public welfare hospital, he also plans to open a small public welfare school to teach the children nearby some basic knowledge. At the same time, it is also necessary to let the children open their eyes and see what the world looks like. Satellite TV is a good choice. But today he is not in the mood to teach. His eyes are fixed on the screen on TV. A red giant is wreaking havoc in New York, which makes this elegant middle-aged white man clench his fists and his veins bulge. Teacher banner, teacher banner. The simple classroom is set up in another corner of the temple. Now it is the little monk of this temple who is talking to the middle-aged man. He can see that this gentle teacher seems to have something wrong. Teacher Banner, are you okay? This gentle middle-aged white man is Bruce Banner, who General Ross has tried to capture countless times but failed, or he has another famous name, Hulk. It has been 2 years since the Rio War in Brazil. He has been hiding in this temple on the outskirts of Kathmandu, Nepal for more than a year. The original Dr. Banner is ready to be slowly forgotten in this desolate land and forget the things in the past. Whether it was the Hulk or General Ross, or everything else, they were slowly forgotten. I can do something meaningful, and if I have the chance, I can find a way to get his girlfriend over. The two can do some real good things for these kind people in this poor country. But until today, watching the pictures on TV, the terrible red giant, Banner knew that there were things he could never let go of. Some things need to be solved. Just like the hatred before, the military, Ross, they never gave up. Professor Banner took a deep breath and said to the 12 children in front of him, "That's all for today's class. The teacher has something to deal with." In the dense jungle behind the temple, Bruce Banner was walking slowly. He suddenly stopped and frowned. "Come out." Behind a tree, the little monk who secretly followed Banner came out. He lowered his head as if he had done something wrong and walked to Professor Banner, and said in a cautious voice, "Are you going to leave here, teacher?" Although the little monk was young, only 10 years old, he was very observant. Banner glanced at him and said, "Why do you say that?" "Because you looked very bad just now. The master said that you are an eagle. One day you will leave our small place. But I don't want you to leave. If you leave, we will have no teacher, and the patients will have no real doctor. The witch doctors in the countryside kill more people than they save. Without you, everyone will go to the witch doctors again," the little monk said with his head down. Banner smiled and touched the little monk's crew cut. "I do have to go to the United States, but it won't be long. Don't worry about me leaving, I will be back for dinner later." "Are you going to take a plane to the United States?" Has some understanding of the current society under Banner's teaching. He is not like the country children in the poor and remote areas of Nepal who know nothing and have never even seen trains and cars. But it will take a long time to go to the United States from here. Even if it is a plane, it will take a very long time. "You just said you want to come back for dinner." Didn't quite understand what Banner meant. "It may take a lot of time for others, but it doesn't take long for me." Banner smiled and said, "I have to go first. Can you keep what I'm going to do a secret for me?" Banner stretched out his little finger, and nodded vigorously, and Pinky promised Banner to confirm. Dr. Banner walked about 50 meters away from the teacher. He half-crouched and smiled at the teacher in the distance. "Ross, you don't understand the power of the Hulk. And how to control this terrible power. This is not a power that should be possessed by mortals. It should not be used for human internecine warfare. If necessary, I will end all your plans. Professor Bruce Banner thought. He looked up at the direction of the sun, and then half-crouched to a certain angle, and a thunderous sound exploded from his spine. The whole body's strength was poured into his legs. This was a jump. But it was different from an ordinary jump. The little monk who was 50 meters away was blown to the ground by a strong airflow, and it took a long time to stand up. He looked at the place where Bruce Banner had just stood in disbelief. There was no trace of Bruce Banner except for a pit. The little monk's mouth was wide open enough to fit a goose egg. The teacher said that he didn't need to take a plane to the United States. So this is what he meant. Can he jump to the United States in one breath? Exclamation mark covered his mouth tightly. He had promised the teacher not to tell anyone about this. P.S. This is a 5,800-word chapter. Please vote. Chapter 546 Awakening. The whistling wind passed by Li Ji's ears. Relying on the thunder blade and the sword control technique, Li Ji flew quickly towards the northeast corner of New York City. Behind him was the Red Hulk who was chasing him. Li Ji, who relied on the thunder blade to drag himself forward, felt like he was being slipped away by the sword. Just like every time he watched a movie, he felt that Thor was not controlling the thunder hammer, but the thunder hammer was controlling Thor. Maybe this is a necessary characteristic of weapons produced by Asgard? Like to slip away from their masters? Li Ji could only think so. The Red Hulk's way of moving forward was extremely simple and rough. He jumped vigorously again and again as if he was trying his best. Just like a cannonball fired from a gun, he simply and directly hit the target he was tracking. Although Li Ji was already flying at full speed, he was still being chased by the Red Hulk and suffered a lot. Especially every time he turned quickly to avoid the Red Hulk, he could feel the strong wind raised by this terrible giant. The cyclone he created alone was enough to completely destroy the decorative panels on the walls of the surrounding buildings. And every time he jumped hard, whether it was a road or a house, it was a mess. Li Ji looked back and saw that another 5-story house had just been destroyed by the Red Hulk's powerful jump. After the supporting beams of the entire house were completely destroyed, it collapsed directly due to the weight. Tony Stark. How long will it take for your Iron Legion to arrive? Li Ji shouted into the communicator after dodging a collision from the Red Hulk. Soon, on the way. Tony Stark's voice came from the communicator slowly. Li Ji felt that he wanted to hit someone. Is this retribution? Tony Stark was also so angry when his Starfleet was late before, but now they have switched targets and he is waiting for Tony Stark's Iron Legion. This may be the legendary, good and evil will eventually be rewarded, and heaven will have its own way. Look up, no one will be spared by heaven. Spider-Man Peter Parker did try to follow Li Ji, but he could only follow. The speed of the spiderweb and the spider sense can barely avoid the Hulk, but it is very dangerous. Spider-Man is a hero with strength and agility, but he is very fragile. If he is hit by the Hulk, he will most likely die. Li Ji does not think that Peter Parker needs to take risks. He just lets Peter and Harry follow behind. It is better to leave the matter of attracting hatred to the Iron Legion, so that the danger is very low. But for some reason, Tony's movements are so slow this time. In New York, the speed of the iron armor should be very fast. Li Ji can't help but wonder if Tony deliberately retaliated against his previous delay in the Starfleet. Just when Li Ji was in trouble, Thor also fell into another dilemma. A problem that he found difficult to solve was that the UPS power supply of the medical center was almost exhausted. Even though Thor did not understand engineering technology and any other related electronic technology, he still understood the most basic common sense. The medical shadowless lamp had flickered several times, which was a sign of unstable voltage. Strange had asked the monitoring staff to shut down all unnecessary projects that required power consumption. But this was not enough to solve all the problems. After Thor asked the relevant personnel for the location, he quickly ran to the power distribution room on the 3rd floor underground of the medical center. Along the way, except for the emergency lights with their own batteries that still emitted bright green light, there was no light on the road. There was no one in the power distribution room anymore. I don't know if everyone went to take shelter. Thor didn't know why he ran here. He just subconsciously wanted to come here. Thor is the god of thunder. In the 9 worlds, except for Odin who controls the thunder of punishment and destruction, Thor thinks he is stronger than all the gods who control the same thunder god priesthood. Even the old pervert Zeus on Mount Olympus, Thor doesn't think there's much difference between him and him. Zeus is strong only because he has lived longer, accumulated more divine power, and has a lightning halberd. If they really fight, Thor doubts whether Zeus can still beat the god of war. Thor thought that except for the thunder of destruction, all the thunder in the world should obey his orders. Because he is the god of thunder. But now he is in the worst situation in his life. He needs some electricity. But he can't get it. This may be the most ironic thing about the god of thunder. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Thor stared at his hands. It was effortless for him to create some lightning in Asgard. But now his cheeks are flushed, and he can't mobilize even a trace of thunder power with all his strength. So in the power distribution room on the 3rd floor underground, a 130-kilogram fat man is stamping his feet and waving his hands vigorously, trying to throw out a trace of thunder but can't. I have fought in countless territories and killed countless old gods on the border of the endless sea and the dark abyss. In Asgard, my war monuments are like forests, and the blood of gods is the road to my honor. I walked forward on the road paved with blood and bones, all the way, to the highest throne. Countless gods and people cheered for me, calling me the greatest prince in the history of Asgard. Even in the distant Eternal City, Thor's name was sung. I used to be proud to think that the world revolved for me. Any difficulties and terrible enemies would be turned into charcoal under the power of my thunder. How many arrogant heads have been chopped off by the axes held in these hands? How many self-righteous strong men's necks have been twisted by these hands? These hands are stained with countless blood. Looking at the calluses and scars on them, someone told me that this is a symbol of the honor of the god of war. I used to think so. It was not until now that I really understood that the glory and satisfaction that killing can bring is so empty. When I really want to use these hands to save a life, it seems so powerless. This young life has not seen enough of the gorgeous spring flowers. The grand scene of wildflowers blooming all over the hillside. This young life has not felt enough of the coolness of the summer breeze, the beautiful touch that the breeze caressing the skin brings to life. At the same time, she had not touched the golden wheat ears that stretched to the horizon during the autumn harvest. That was the most precious gold given to mankind by nature. There were also the cold snowflakes in winter, the ice crystals falling from the sky, all of which were snow elves descending to the earth. The most majestic mountains, the deepest trenches, the endless plains and the journey chasing the clouds in the sky. She had not even seen what a real jellyfish looked like. Thor's body trembled slightly. He felt that he should do something. Killing was not more glorious than saving. Thor seemed to suddenly understand something. Asgard. After handling a day of government affairs, Odin went to his bedroom a little tiredly to rest. Odin was not young anymore, especially the early battles left him with many scars on his body. Although he was still one of the strongest beings in the 9 worlds, he still could not escape the reality of slowly aging. But Odin, who had just walked to the door of the bedroom, suddenly felt something in his heart. It seemed that something was broken. In Odin's treasury, the treasure chest that he set the deepest prohibition on contained not some glittering treasure, but a gray hammer. The hammer that was originally lying quietly in the treasure chest suddenly came to life at this moment. The Thunder Hammer, a hammer made by the top master of the dwarves, blessed by the queen of the elf, and set up by the Vanahun Protus. Then Odin and several of his friends, including the Ancient One, joined forces to integrate an entire star into it. This is the most outstanding weapon ever made by Asgard, or even in the history of the entire dwarves, the Thunder Hammer Jormnir. Odin is very strict with Thor. From childhood to adulthood, the treatment he gave Thor has never exceeded that of any of his warrior gods, and there is no privilege. This is in sharp contrast to Loki. But Odin reserved a divine weapon for Thor, which is the Thunder Hammer Jormnir. This is a divine weapon that can only be lifted by Thor. Odin has set many taboos on it, but today all these taboos have begun to loosen. Jormnir began to emit a faint glow. It was restlessly colliding in the box, trying to break through these taboos. It had found its master. Even though they were separated by several worlds. Earth. In the dim underground power distribution room, Thor knelt on one knee and whispered, as if he had made an eternal oath, "I would rather not wear a crown, not fight for glory, and not seek eternal fame. Every time I charge, I will be the sharpest blade, and every time I defend, I will be the strongest shield. Not for my own honor, but only to spread the last spark in the universe. I am willing to crown anyone who has justice in his heart and put a pearl crown on their head. Even if the universe falls into the final darkness, I am willing to turn into the last morning star and hold on until the arrival of light. Here I swear only in my own name that I am Thor, the god of thunder in Asgard, the god of thunder who controls the power of thunder in the 9 worlds." When Thor finished the last sentence of this passage firmly and in a low voice. In the dim distribution room on the 3rd floor underground, a blue-white arc of electricity flashed across. And in Asgard, farther away, Jormungandr, the hammer of thunder, also smashed the treasure chest that imprisoned it. And smashed the wall of Odin's treasure house. Heimdall, open the rainbow bridge. Odin understood as he watched the hammer of thunder fly out of the treasure house. He shouted to the guard of the rainbow bridge. Heimdall did not hesitate, and the rainbow gate opened instantly. Today, the strong men of the 9 worlds can see a wonder, a lightning that runs through the 9 worlds flashing in the universe. P.S. Asking for votes on Monday. This section of Thor's Awakening is not easy to write. I spent a lot of time and revised it several times. I don't like Thor's Awakening in the movie. It's completely meaningless. And the content of the movie itself is too thin, so I basically didn't use the story in the movie in this book. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, Professor Banner is Invincible. The suburbs northeast of New York City. There is a reason why Lee Ji chose to lure the Red Hulk here. Compared with the other directions, the northeast corner is the most secluded, or the most desolate place. It is not easy to lure the Red Hulk out of the city, because you have to attract his attention at any time and not be hit by the Red Hulk, otherwise it is easy to beat the GG of life, which is not fun. Fortunately, Tony's Iron Legion arrived after a while. After the battle with the Mandarin, Tony now has only 12 iron armor left, except for the black gold nano armor he was wearing. Then when luring the Red Hulk out of the city, 2 more were destroyed, leaving only 10. Tony felt a little bit of pain. "Do you know how much of my assets have been destroyed today?" He was talking about the destruction of his Iron Legion. After all, although each Riot Mk1 is not as expensive as the black gold nano armor, it is still not cheap. 40 units were destroyed. Even Tony felt a little distressed. After all, this wasn't for Pepper Potts to watch the fireworks. Tony was very generous with her money, but it was hard to say for Lee Ji. Note, in Iron Man 3, Tony detonated more than 40 armors for Pepper Potts to watch the fireworks. "You are so rich, can you not be so stingy? It's just a few $100 million. Lee Ji replied to Tony indifferently. He was a little unhappy with the slow speed of the Iron Legion just now. "Well said, a few $100 million, why don't you give it to me?" Tony replied. "Can we stop arguing?" Captain Rogers' voice joined the sequence of the communicator. He said with a headache, "We'd better get rid of this Hulk first. Nightwalker, where's the space gate you mentioned?" Lee Ji has notified Lan and asked her to set up a space gate in the northeast direction, and the direction of the transmission is an uninhabited island in Bermuda, ready to throw a Hulk on the island to let him vent at will. After venting his anger, his power will almost retreat and he will return to human form. Then he can get him back. Now Lan has set up the space gate, just waiting to lure him in. Tony was flying in the air wearing a black and gold nano armor, and quickly found Lan's location by searching with its radar. She put on her robes and put on a hood and mask to cover up. She now lives in New York City and usually goes out shopping. She doesn't want to be photographed by the news media. After a bomb-suppressing Mk1 armor bombarded the Red Hulk, it attracted the attention of this big guy and flew directly to the space gate. Well, as long as this guy is let in, it will be over. The angry Hulk has no brains. Apart from his physical invincibility, it is not particularly difficult to deal with. After all, if it is only powerful in force, but without matching intelligence, this kind of monster is not a concern. This time, in addition to Captain Rogers and Tony Stark, who were driving a glider, followed Lee Ji out of the city. There were also 2 good friends who followed all the way and were a little worried about Lee Ji's safety, Spider-Man Peter and Dark Knight Harry. The others had not had time to catch up, and it was not good to have too many people to deal with Hulk. Because no one could help. Lee Ji doubted that even a nuclear explosion on Hulk might not kill him. So he did not think of defeating him at the beginning. He just wanted to lure him away by attracting hatred. Just throw him to a deserted corner and let him cool down by himself. Anyway, this plan seems to be quite useful so far. As for the news helicopter that had been following behind, Captain Rogers ordered the army to stop it and not to follow, so as to avoid accidental casualties of these guys who didn't know how to live or die. Who will be held responsible for this mess at that time? Is this Hulk? The guy who made a mess in Brazil? Peter talked to Li Ji through the communicator. I remember this guy was not green. Why did he turn red? Maybe Hulk decided not to forgive anymore. Li Ji said, touching his chin. Now the matter of attracting Hulk is handed over to the Iron Legion's armor, and he can breathe a sigh of relief. After all, being a forgiving giant is still quite hard, and red is not bad. Huh? Peter and Harry didn't quite understand what Li Ji said. After all, the situation in China and the United States is different, and the understanding of green is also different. The remaining 10 iron armors changed their formations in the air and quickly attacked the Red Hulk transformed by General Ross. Pulse cannons and missiles were madly aimed at him. Groups of fireworks exploded on the Red Hulk's body. Captain Rogers, who had been observing the Red Hulk, frowned a little. The Red Hulk is very strong, very strong. Even under this crazy and energetic attack, he is still unscathed and cannot break his defense at all. But the weakness is obvious. He is a beast, uncontrollable. Relying entirely on anger to drive his actions, it is like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, which looks very powerful, but once it jumps into the artificially set trap, it actually has little power to fight back. Is this the guy that Nick wanted me to recruit before he was caught? Maybe the Hulk transformed by Professor Bruce Banner is stronger, but... Captain Rogers thought carefully in his heart. Anyway, he doesn't like to have such an uncontrollable person as his teammate, and the Avengers don't need such a teammate. Although he is strong, it is very likely to bring the entire organization into an abyss of no return. This is not good. Captain Rogers is an excellent tactical and strategic commander. His intuition tells him that Hulk is not a good teammate. Although the Avengers lack top combat power, is Hulk really suitable? Don't destroy the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. before fighting the enemy. Captain Rogers hesitated a little, whether he should recruit Professor Banner. Lan, leave where you are. Hulk is coming. Li Ji communicated to Lan. Without Lan's control, the space gate can only last for about 3 seconds, but this is enough. With Hulk's speed, he can catch those little ants, iron armor, that make him angry and jump into the trap in just 1 second. Understood. Lan returned. Without any hesitation, she opened another space gate and teleported herself far away. She didn't want to face that big monster face to face. That guy was too strong. Red Hulk was even stronger than some of the lesser demons she had seen, except that his IQ seemed low. When a riot control Mk1 that attracted Red Hulk drilled into the space gate, it went directly to an uninhabited island in Bermuda. Then Red Hulk was going to catch up with this bug that had always bothered him and destroy it. At this time, Li Ji heard a violent sonic boom. No, not one, but a series of sonic booms. This was the sonic boom produced when breaking through the speed of sound, as loud as thunder. What is it? Before Li Ji finished speaking, he felt a tremor in the earth. Like a meteorite hitting the earth, a figure that fell from the sky knocked out a huge pit with an area of more than 3,000 square meters on the soft grass in the suburbs. Is it a meteorite? Li Ji asked Tony. I'm checking. He was there when the radar detected something falling. It was so fast that it might be a meteorite. Tony released a neutrino detector from his armor. Because of this interference similar to a meteorite falling from the sky, the Red Hulk, who was supposed to follow the riot Mk1 to Bermuda, was also knocked over. He was right at the center of the meteorite landing, so he was hit by a huge shock wave. Li Ji and others were far away, so they didn't suffer much damage except for some shock waves. But how could a meteorite fall from the sky be such a coincidence? Li Ji didn't quite believe it. Wait, it's not a meteorite. Tony, who released the neutrino detector, said in disbelief, it's a person. Wait. This person is Bruce Banner. Tony Stark's tone was full of surprise, and even his mouth under the steel mask was open for a long time and couldn't close. Bruce Banner, the Hulk. Li Ji heard an important message from Tony's statement just now, that the Red Hulk was not Bruce Banner. Otherwise, Tony wouldn't be so surprised, because he just went to check the meteorite. As Tony finished speaking, a middle-aged white man with tattered clothes crawled out of the pit. He had a gentle and elegant temperament, and his signature soft curly chestnut hair. If no one said anything, no one would associate him with the Hulk, because he was so gentle and calm, and there was no sign of any rage that the Hulk should have. Bruce Banner's clothes had become beggar's clothes. It could be said that he had jumped from Nepal to the United States. It was a miracle that his clothes did not disappear into thin air. It was hard to imagine how he did it. Oh, that's terrible. This is my favorite set of clothes. Professor Banner stood outside the pit and looked at his tattered clothes and said, I don't have the money to buy a new set. Li Ji and others looked at each other in bewilderment. What was going on? He was just fighting the Red Hulk, and now there was another Green Hulk? The scene fell into an awkward silence. It was Professor Banner who spoke first. He greeted everyone politely. Hi, everyone. It looks like I should be in New York. I didn't expect it to be so accurate. Although I should have come to New York by calculating the force and wind resistance, airflow and direction, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that I ran into you. Hey, Tony, long time no see. Are you okay now? Have you stopped drinking? Dr. Banner greeted Tony Stark, who was the most familiar person at the scene. Hi. Tony waved his hand in a strange way. He was also confused. The first person to come back to his senses was Li Ji. He did not relax his vigilance because of the sudden appearance of Professor Banner, because Red Hulk was still there. Red Hulk shook his dizzy head. What happened just now? He didn't know, but he knew that he was hit and it hurt. And the guy who seemed to have hit him was standing outside the pit. He decided to teach Banner a lesson. The Red Hulk jumped up and punched towards Dr. Banner. The huge muscular arm brought out a whistling explosion, which was the sound of breaking through the sonic boom. Be careful. Li Ji reacted the moment Hulk jumped out, and the thunder knife in his hand was swung out directly, and a thunderbolt was cut out, and the target was Hulk. Tony also sent 2 battle armors to hit Hulk. He didn't dare to use weapons for fear of hurting Banner. Everyone's heart was lifted up. They had just experienced how destructive the Red Hulk was. If Banner didn't turn into the Green Hulk, he couldn't be his opponent. Everyone thought so. But something happened that surprised everyone. Dr. Banner was like he had eyes on his back. He turned around, stretched out a palm with his left hand, and simply pushed it out. The target was the huge red fist that attacked him. One of Hulk's fists was almost 3/4 the size of a person. Banner's palm looked so small in front of such a huge fist, and it looked like a useless wall blocking a car. But the truly shocking thing happened at this time. The huge red fist hit Banner's palm hard. A huge airflow exploded instantly, removing a layer of soil from the surrounding ground. But Dr. Banner stood there without moving. A trace of confusion flashed in Red Hulk's eyes. His attack was blocked? Blocked by such a villain? Banner looked at Red Hulk and shook his head. General Ross, some things should be over. Chapter 548, One Punch Banner and the Dust Settles. Professor Bruce Banner. An outstanding scientist, before the gamma bomb experiment went wrong, everyone thought he would achieve extraordinary achievements. He was the best scientist in the world in both physics and the research of radioactive elements, and it was just around the corner for him to win the highest honor in the scientific community. But the failed gamma bomb experiment ruined everything, and Scientist Banner disappeared. Instead, a terrifying monster appeared, the appearance of the Green Hulk. All those who knew about the birth of all these events sighed with regret, because the scientific community had lost a genius, which was a loss for all mankind. Most people except the military felt that a scientist was more valuable than a Hulk. The Hulk was an uncontrollable monster, whose essence was anger and destruction. It was a monster created in a terrible experiment, an amplification of all negative human desires, and a collection of killing. Just now, Captain Rogers was still hesitating whether to follow Nick Fred's advice and summon the Green Hulk to his command because of the destructive power and uncontrollability of the Red Hulk. Because uncontrollable power, even if it is powerful, is a burden to Captain Rogers. The Howling Commandos he formed during World War II did not have many powerful members, but didn't they still save the world? So he was hesitating just now. And now his senses are overturned, because what did he see? Professor Bruce Banner did not transform into the Green Hulk, but blocked the attack of the Red Hulk with his palm? Exclamation mark. Everyone present was stunned, and the most surprised one was Li Ji. His jaw almost fell to the ground. Because everything Professor Bruce showed now far exceeded everything he knew. Wait, what just happened? Li Ji rubbed his eyes. He thought he had a vision phenomenon. Did Professor Banner take the wrong script? It must be the wrong part. Or did I get up in the wrong posture this morning? Or is there something wrong with my blinking frequency? which caused everything I saw in front of me. Li Ji closed his eyes and then opened them again. Well, the world is still like this. It doesn't seem to be because the frequency of my blinking disturbed the world line. Professor Bruce Banner still blocked the big fist of the Red Hulk with one of his palms. He shook his head. General Ross, some things should be over. Red Hulk's face showed a human side for the first time. He seemed a little confused. Why can't the high-rise buildings made of reinforced concrete block his punch, but the little man in front of him can block it? He was confused, very confused. But something more confusing might happen later, something that would make Red Hulk doubt his life for the rest of his life. Professor Banner shook his head at Red Hulk. One hand blocked Red Hulk's fist, and the other hand was placed on the waist and clenched into a fist. At the same time, he slightly lowered his body's center of gravity and stepped into a straight line. The center of gravity was in a straight line, and the force penetrated the universe. When Xiaolei exploded, the insect stopped making any sound. A punch, a fist the size of an ordinary person, a fist of an ordinary person that didn't seem to be thrown very hard. But such a simple punch made a loud noise, like the sound of thousands of tons of TNT exploding at the same time, shaking the earth. A violent storm was forming, and the center of the storm was the gentle man. Bruce Banner. Until now he still has a faint smile, gentle like a good man. But his movements are not gentle at all. Red Hulk instinctively felt an unprecedented threat, and he wanted to break free. But one of his hands was grabbed by a small palm. That was Bruce Banner's other hand. He firmly grasped Red Hulk's thick arm like a 100,000-ton hydraulic forging machine, making him unable to move at all. A punch sent out thousands of noises and instantly stopped, and Xiaolei exploded, shocking the world. The clouds in the sky were torn apart by the strong wind, leaving a trace of the fist wind. Banner grabbed Red Hulk and punched him hard on the chin. Red Hulk wanted to dodge, but he couldn't dodge. The punch was too fast. He just moved his head a little bit, and the fist hit his chin. Bang! The violent explosion sounded like a meteorite hitting the earth. The shock wave generated by the impact instantly blew away the two riot Mk1s that were originally close to Professor Banner. Li Ji took the thunder blade and retracted his center of gravity. The force-removing method was activated instantly. With the thunder blade as the center, he swept away all the shock waves and protected the people behind him. Tony Stark, who had been flying in the sky, did not have Li Ji to block the shock wave for him. He was hit and tried to keep the balance of the black and gold nano armor in the strong wind. In the center of the storm, Red Hulk suffered an unprecedented huge blow. Osborn Group Medical Center. The flickering of the shadowless lamp became more and more ordinary, and Strange became more and more impatient. He performed this operation at the fastest speed in his life. He almost surpassed his 200% strength to do this. He tried his best to race against time and against death. In the operating room without air conditioning, the sweat on his forehead never stopped. The nurse was always beside him wiping his sweat to prevent the sweat from soaking his eyes and blurring his vision. The back of his uniform was also completely wet with sweat. But Strange was unaware of all this. He was just thinking, faster, faster. He was completely immersed in it, and he didn't even notice that the voltage in the operating room suddenly stabilized and the air conditioner started to work again. In the underground power distribution room. Red cloak, silver scale armor. Thor, the god of thunder, smiled and held a gray hammer and said, "Good man. Are you finally willing to fight alongside me? Then let's go find trouble with that big guy first." Lightning flashed and Thor attacked. In the northeastern suburbs of New York City, the storm subsided. Li Ji looked at the gentle man, Bruce Banner, with a palpitation. He was holding a strong old man in his hand, to be precise, Banner's future father-in-law, General Ross. Red Hulk was knocked unconscious by Banner's punch, and then he returned to his original appearance. Banner looked at General Ross with some complexity. He put General Ross on a fairly flat piece of land, and said to Li Ji and others in the distance, "I'll leave him to you." Oh, okay. Li Ji was still a little confused. Banner nodded to Li Ji, thanking him. Then he turned his head and looked at Tony in the black and gold nano armor, Tony Stark. Tony was startled when Banner named him. You know, although the relationship between Tony and Banner was not bad, it was not very good. Tony immediately thought about whether he had ever taken revenge on Banner, whether he had ever had a conflict with him, and whether he wanted to seek revenge on him. Tony, Iron Man did a good job. Banner said this without waiting for Tony to answer, and gave Tony a thumbs up. Also, don't follow me. Just like when he came, Bruce Banner made a shocking jump and disappeared into the sky. That's it? Is this the legendary Prudence and run away? Li Ji felt a little confused. If you want to write a book or make a movie, Bruce Banner is the protagonist. I worked hard to set up this play in New York, killing the Mandarin, eliminating the 10 rings, and putting on a good show for 7 billion people to watch. However, the awesomeness of the ending of this big play was all stolen by Professor Banner, who fell from the sky. Director, someone is stealing the show. Hey. Director, the script is not like this. I didn't expect that the Red Hulk is General Ross. Captain Rogers' voice came from Li Ji's ears. It's probably because of the Mandarin's attack that some immature experiments or plans were promoted. He has always wanted the power of the Hulk. Li Ji's speculation was almost accurate. But what really surprised me was Professor Banner. It seems that he has completely mastered the power of the Hulk. Li Ji couldn't help but spit out more breath of foul air when he said this. Captain Rogers had almost the same emotion. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a long while, he turned his head to look at Li Ji and said to him with a very sincere expectation, I think I will need your help in the future. I need to borrow your power. Li Ji glanced at Captain Rogers. While the two were staring at each other, Thor, the god of thunder riding lightning, also arrived at the scene. Looking at the mess at the scene, Thor found Li Ji. Where's the big red monster? It's been dealt with. It's right there, and it's turned back into mortal. Let's go. It's time to wrap up the whole thing. Also, I noticed that you just ate the high-energy chocolate bar that the captain gave you? That's not good. Thor raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard what Li Ji said to him. Huh? Who did he think he was talking to? Doesn't he know that there is a saying in this world, the liberated serfs sing? Thor stared at Li Ji's back. Li Ji felt why he felt a little heavy. Was it because the impact just now had a huge impact on him? I should go to bed, and this time I have to adjust the posture when I get up. Chapter 549 Aftermath. The Battle of New York has come to an end, but that doesn't mean everything is over. In Central Asia, without the support of Mandarin Zhangtong, the Latvian army carried out a brutal sweep of all its 10 rings gang bases like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Of course, many countries protested against Doom's actions, mainly those small countries nearby. For them, Latvia's military force is too strong. Some people are afraid that Doom will use this opportunity to annex some small countries in Central Asia. This is a bit groundless. Latvia in Eastern Europe is separated from Central Asia by several countries, and Doom will not be idle to find trouble for himself. In addition, the tacit approval of China and the United States behind this incident has made the other 5 permanent members of the United Nations keep silent about this matter. As for condemnation, Doom never cares about this kind of thing. No matter how you condemn it, I still do what I should do. So thousands of Latvian soldiers fought in and out of Central Asia, as if they were in an empty place. The weapons equipped by Doom for his soldiers are very advanced. Both the meltagun and the exoskeleton armor were one era ahead of the 10 rings. They dealt a devastating blow to the leaderless terrorists. In this battle, because of another defected member of the 10 rings, that is, Amudilla, the Doom army's attack was very targeted, almost hitting every target, and also found more and more secret places through the communication equipment of various bases. Among them was the Dragon research base built by the Mandarin, and those dragons that were still on standby. To be honest, several agents and high-end combat forces of the Spear Bureau who participated in the operation were very interested in these dragons and experimental data. Because through the communication from their superiors, they already knew how powerful these dragons were during the Battle of New York. You want these? Ha! To become the second Mandarin. Doom responded to the SHM agent with a sneer. Aren't you afraid that the alien fleet will appear again and raze your China to the ground? Just like what they did in New York. Doom's words made several people from the SHM a little hesitant. While they were still hesitating, Doom had already ordered a devastating blow to the Dragon base. The directional melta-bomb developed by Doom exploded at the base, turning everything into dust. And Doom made a decision for the SHM agents without giving them time to think. As for why he wanted to blow up the remnants of the Dragon Force and even leave no information, Doom had his own thoughts. Ever since Nightcrawler made his suggestion to destroy the 10 rings and the Mandarin, Doom felt that he must have something to rely on. Although he was not sure what it was, he just had this intuition. just like the last time he saw Nightcrawler in hell. He is a superhero, but many of his practices are similar to those of supervillains, and even many of his ideas and practices are more radical. The biggest difference is that everything he does is never based on personal enjoyment. There is only a fine line between heroes and villains in many cases. It is not heroes but actors who are always praised and live in glory. Heroes always carry a lot of things. Doom is a little interested in people like Nightwalker, and wants to know how much change this kind of person can bring to the world. He has repeatedly mentioned that Nightwalker and he are the same kind of people. Is this a kind of like-mindedness to some extent? Or is it that Doom is simply watching the excitement and not minding the big things? When the alien fleet arrived in New York, his intuition told him that maybe this alien fleet was related to Nightwalker. Although he could not find any connection or flaws from it, sometimes intuition is more accurate than evidence. Since Nightwalker can destroy the dragon army of the Mandarin, it is probably not much good for him to get it. And Doom is not very interested in this kind of biological mutant, he prefers machinery. Getting these things may touch the bad luck of Nightwalker and his group, and Doom does not want to do such a thing. As for getting it for China? Please, why should he give it to China at a low price? Exclamation mark. When destroying the Flying Dragon base, Doom's troops discovered another large natural cave, which seemed to be the place where flying dragons were stored, but now it was empty. Doom suspected that it was the batch that Zhang Tong took to New York. Without anyone knowing, the extraordinary dragon disappeared. The Central Asian incident was just an episode for the world. The elimination of the Mandarin and the Ten Commandments gang was indeed worthy of being written about in general, and was a milestone in the global anti-terrorism operation. But now not many people pay attention to it, because now there is a more troublesome thing in front of everyone. That is, what should humans do, or what can they do, about the appearance of the alien fleet? This is a very important thing for all mankind. A secret telephone conference within the 5 permanent members was held. The top leaders of the 5 countries of the United States, China, Britain, France and Russia all participated in this video conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I think everyone understands the purpose of our meeting today. The first person to speak was the convener of the meeting, the President of the United States. For aliens, we know. The British Prime Minister said, Britain and the United States have always been one. We need to come up with a charter, everyone. Where is our future going? The US President said this, while the other 4 leaders tried to figure out what the leader of this superpower wanted to say through a video conference. Excuse me, sir, your term of office is only 2 years. To be precise, it is 1.5 years, plus you need to hand over power in the last half of your term. Is it really appropriate to discuss a major plan that concerns the survival of mankind with you? The first to make a test was the President of Russia. This strongman president has served as president for the 3rd term in a roundabout way, and if nothing unexpected happens, he will be re-elected, with about 8 more years in office. His suspicion is not unreasonable. The 2 parties in the United States. Often, when one party comes to power, it will always find a way to overturn the other party's achievements. This is the characteristic of politics and party struggles, and no country can avoid it. That's at least 1 year, and it is still necessary to prepare for the future. The French president frowned slightly and said, Russia's relations with Western countries are always delicate, which is more difficult to control than China. But I heard that because your action of evacuating Washington in this incident was exposed, the support rate of the congressional cabinet and you has plummeted, and there may even be an early election. I heard that there is a protest against your administration in Washington today. The Russian president leaned back in the sofa, touched his smooth head, and said with a smile to the American president on the other side of the video, These are 2 different things. My support rate has dropped, and what we are doing now is another matter. The American president interrupted the Russian president unhappily. Want to restore your support rate? The words of the Russian president are what the other leaders have thought in their hearts, but they just didn't say it out loud. Sir, put aside the grievances and ideologies between the 2 countries, let's talk about more important issues now. We need an emergency plan. This is a war that may concern all mankind, and we need to prepare for the future. The American president tried his best to maintain his dignity. The Russian president smiled and said nothing. The British Prime Minister asked, So what do you want to do? We need a defensive counterattack organization to gather our strength, or even more. The American president said, waiting for the step thrown by the British Prime Minister. Do you want to open a temporary war bill, sir? said the Chinese leader who had not spoken. He glanced at the Russian president intentionally or unintentionally. Ha! The Russian president laughed casually. The war bill was once opened by the United States during World War II, so Roosevelt was the only president in the United States who was re-elected for 4 terms and ruled for more than 20 years. He left his own mark on the United States. He was also the toughest leader in American history and the President of the United States who truly held a national power. The Chinese leader's words were very thorough. He shook his head without looking at the ugly face of the American president and said, "Let's discuss Captain Rogers' handling of this incident. I personally think he did a good job. Maybe if there is really something to be done, he can be entrusted with an important task. Some things cannot be overdone, and the Chinese leaders know it very well. But it is still okay to trip someone up secretly." The Russian president also said, "I will review it." The American president and the British prime minister had no expression on their faces. They were not the only ones who made preparations. The world is turbulent, and various major events are brewing. Li Ji was also thinking about some things he needed to do every morning, such as removing toxins from his body. Compared to the major events happening in the world, he was more anxious about his own things. However, he encountered a little bit of obstacles in detoxification today. As usual, he opened the toilet in the room and needed to do some reincarnation things. Lift the toilet lid, huh? It didn't lift up, try harder. Still didn't lift up? Exclamation mark. Li Ji rubbed his eyes sleepily and finally opened his eyes. What did he see? A gray hammer was pressing on the toilet lid. No matter how hard Li Ji tried, he couldn't lift the toilet lid. As for who this ugly hammer belongs to? Does it need to be explained? Exclamation mark. Thor, I'm going to kill you. Li Ji felt it because he had just lifted the toilet lid hard. Some parts of his body were a little bit stretched. He roared angrily, as if he was possessed by Hulk. P.S. Keep asking for votes. The New York battle has come to an end. Life is about to get back on track. Chapter 550, Still Salted Fish. Putting the thunderhammer on Li Ji's toilet lid in the morning when he needs to go to the bathroom is just some good-natured jokes from Thor. Taking advantage of the characteristics of the thunderhammer, no one except Thor can lift it, not even someone as strong as Hulk. Thor has played many good-natured jokes on Li Ji recently. 1. Put the thunderhammer on the door of Li Ji's room when he goes out, so that Li Ji is trapped in the dormitory and can't get out. The only way to get out is to either tear down the door or jump from the 2nd floor. So the community where Li Ji lives can see a strange sight recently. A resident who bought a 2-story villa jumps from the 2nd floor window at his room every morning. With amazing flexibility and balance, he is not injured. Ha, ha, ha. I'm just practicing the basic moves of Parker, don't worry about me. Li Ji said this to the neighbors who care about him a little, with a smile on his face. Well, probably a smile too. Put the thunderhammer on the driver's seat of Li Ji's hover sports car. The position is just right, usually in the middle of the seat. If Li Ji doesn't mind, he can drive in a half-squatting position. Of course, he can't drive too fast, and he can't brake suddenly. As for why? Haha 3, where's my checkbook? Li Ji frantically looked for his checkbook. As the boss of Marvel, he is now quite valuable. The checkbook can at least issue cash checks of no more than $5 million, and Citibank will exchange them. So after the checkbook was lost, he was still very anxious. Well, guess what the small book under the gray hammer is? Believe me, these are all Thor's good-natured jokes. There is no retaliation, and because Li Ji once forced him to eat unpalatable diet meals, and forced him to splash in the swimming pool when he was losing weight, he would be machine-gunned if he didn't meet the standards. It doesn't matter at all. Look at Thor's sincere eyes, what he said is true. But do you dare to open your glasses and talk? Oh, by the way, Thor's weight has not dropped, and he is still about 130 kilograms, but his body fat percentage is a little lower, which makes him look not as fat as his real weight. But anyway, there is still a gap between his appearance and the transformed Thor, and ordinary people can't recognize him. But after Thor holds the hammer of thunder and transforms into the god of thunder, his appearance will also change, becoming his original strong appearance. This is a temporary shaping of the body with divine power. This will consume a very small amount of my divine power and make some changes to the structure of the body. The plasticity of the divine body is much higher than that of mortals. A salted fish fat man lying on the sofa, watching Jimmy Kimmel Live and eating popcorn said so. Then can you put your belly away from me now? It looks a bit greasy to me. Li Ji said, stroking his forehead. Why? A salted fish, or Alaska, from Asgard replied, don't you know that it's very tiring? People should be more relaxed, right? You are a god. Li Ji clenched his fists. Oh, maybe. I don't really care about it now. An Alaskan said as he took a bite of cream chocolate popcorn. Don't you want to go on a date with Christine? Li Ji told himself that he needed to calm down. Oh, she doesn't really care. She thinks I'm fine this way. Christine doesn't want me to be too thin. A fat electric eel changed the way he lay on the sofa. Li Ji felt his blood pressure start to rise. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat you, I would have killed you long ago. Li Ji shook his hand fiercely and left the living room dominated by the thunderball. He was worried about his future. Hey, what would Odin do if he saw Thor like this? Would he kill me? Li Ji was not sure. He was just living one day at a time. Fortunately, Lan comforted him, don't worry. If Odin really wants to kill you, Master Guyu will definitely save you. Really? Li Ji felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Guyu was at least a powerful person who could tie with Odin. With him protecting him, he would be safe. Really, Master Ancient One will bring you back to Earth while you still have a breath left, and then send you to Osborne Medical Center. Lam said seriously. Li Ji felt a faint sadness rising in his heart. It was the reluctance of spring flowers withering, and the cry of summer insects when they die. It was the sadness of autumn leaves falling to the ground, and the sadness of winter snow that could not be dispersed. Well, anyway, after the Battle of New York, except for this incident, everything else was fine. Most things developed according to Li Ji's original expectations. One of the things that he was more concerned about was the condition of the little girl Penny. Her operation was successful, and Dr. Otto successfully saved her. But Li Ji and Thor didn't know that during this operation, Strange, who they had never been optimistic about before, actually took action. Thor didn't see Strange clearly when he went to the medical center. After all, he was wearing a tight surgical gown and had his back to Thor. Thor couldn't think of Strange at all. He thought it was other doctors in the medical center who helped Dr. Otto perform the operation. Really don't need to tell others. Dr. Otto asked him before Strange left. No, there are many things that don't need to be announced to the world. Strange shook his head. I figured out a lot of things after this operation. Maybe some things really need someone to do them. It's not me or you. There's always someone to bear it. Strange said this with a sense of realization, and patted Dr. Otto's shoulder and turned away. So this matter was not mentioned by others, just like a wave in the river, fleeting. Li Ji and Thor went to see Penny, who had just recovered from a serious illness and was still in the recovery period. Because this child especially likes jellyfish, Li Ji also used his connections to get a batch of precious ice peach jellyfish from Japan. He raised them in a small aquarium and placed them in Penny's ward. The little girl couldn't move her eyes away when she saw these beautiful peach jellyfish. Wow! This is more beautiful than the jellyfish caught by SpongeBob. Great! Great! Such beautiful jellyfish! The little girl's unique high decibel voice made Penny excited and incoherent. It's a good thing to make the little girl happy. It's a good thing that an innocent little life was saved. Just when Li Ji had just finished dealing with Penny's affairs at the medical center, his assistant at Marvel called him. Hi boss. Someone wants to see you. I think you may need to come to the company immediately. His assistant said seriously. Li Ji frowned and asked, who is it? Michael Eisner. The assistant's tone was a little excited. But Li Ji asked without realizing it, who is that? What does he do? Oh, Tiana. Boss, Michael Eisner. He is the president of the Disney Group. The top figure in the global entertainment industry. The king of Hollywood. The assistant said in a tone that he didn't know Li Ji. Come back quickly, boss. Michael Eisner is waiting for you in your office. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.